Hello everybody and welcome to SAL. We kick things off with yet another day, and no joke here, no pun intended, because this is indeed kickoff play day number 3 of our region. With my co-host here, Alfama, myself, Milos, and we got a lot to talk about today. Yesterday was exciting, and I want to ask you, Leo, what's your kind of biggest takeaway of what happened yesterday in your first play day, or second one so far here in SAL Kickoff?
I guess my main takeaway is that for the longest of times, we thought that Brazil was so top heavy. And I thought that the teams that recently joined either from Challenger Series or that were rebuilt around partner teams actually were able to surprise. I thought that INTZ brought the fight too loud and it was very close. I thought that Lost should have taken Liquid to an overtime. NIP beat Fluxo W7M despite their main IGL switching to the team in front of them. And even Imperial, who came through Challenger Series, to Black Dragons to overtime. So everything was very close. And I guess it's just a statement that I think Resets shared with us yesterday, which was, from having played in APL and coming back in SAL, we now know that every single game is going to be much harder because of how strong Brazil is. And although we just played INTZ, which is on paper the worst team, they took us all the way to the 15th round. And that was a statement for them to be like, oh, yeah, welcome back to Brazil.
Yeah, this is kind of a pattern that's been repeating since Brazil first joined CG Esports, really all the way back in 2017, which is that you can do all the research that you want on Brazil when they go to LAN, they play at international tournaments. But when it comes to how things work out in the league itself, in SAL, you cannot figure them out, and vice versa. If you only rely on SAL results and best of ones or even BO3s and playoffs, and you try to extrapolate data from that to kind of feed into preparation for an offline event, you will be not disappointed, but you'll feel like, oh, all of this for what? Because it's very different, the beasts that you get in different environments. And yeah, the product that you get out of SAL in general is always top tier quality, which is what we've come to expect at this point. Speaking of top tier quality, our matches for today: 4 games, of course. 2 will stand out, one a bit more than the other. First up, Imperial versus Los. INTZ NIP, Fluxo W7M, Furia later on in the day. But the one we'll focus on, I guess, the most story-wise, is Team Liquid Alienware versus FaZe Clan, because this has been called El Clásico. We got it heard also yesterday from Tel Alienware. However, Leo, I don't know if you'll agree with me, but I don't think this has been called it hasn't really turned into a real-life Clásico in a couple of years at least. Yeah. Really. It's been more theoretical Clásico.
I mean, Liquid was supposed to be a top team in Brazil, and they weren't for 2 years. So that made it hard for it to be a real Clásico, because FaZe won almost every single matches against them. Actually, it took. I think, if I remember, the only time I can recollect Team Liquid beating FaZe Clan in a BO3 was at the Copenhagen Major in 2023. That was 3 years ago.
Oh yes.
Yeah. So that's like the I think that's the most recent time where they were able to defeat FaZe Clan in the BO3. So now we hit the reset button. Team Liquid Alienware, they've basically joined with, I guess, one of the most achieved rosters of all time. And that's it. We're confronting the 2 SI Hammers on the side of FaZe with the multiple major winners and SI winners of the former Furia roster plus Maya. That will create a banger of a Clásico. Everyone is super excited about it. Usually after winning an SI, the winning team is usually going through a slump, which would be an opportunity for Team Liquid Alienware to maybe mark some words and make history by beating FaZe. That's it, because as a reminder, the 2 teams, or the 2 organizations rather, they faced each other many times, more than 4 times last season, and FaZe won every single instances, whether it was BO1 or BO3.
It's pretty impressive. And graphics speaking, don't think that there's any issue with our graphics here, because those are indeed the 2 brothers that we've seen for many years now competing, Handy and Nade, back in opposite teams in their own Clásico. Of course, Nade's coming to Team Liquid off of the Furia roster that they were on in the past. Furia in Group B leading the group in a three-way tie against Fluxo W7M and Ninjas in Pajamas, with Loud at 2 and INTZ at 1. But Group A also all over the place with expectations that can vary wildly. It looks a bit more top-heavy, but Leo, you asserted it yesterday. You disagreed with Fox, which, fair enough, that Group A is nowhere near as top-heavy as you would imagine it to be.
I mean, if you look at the result of Black Dragons, for example, or even the fact that Imperial took them all the way to overtime, those are things that state to me that these teams can lose points here and there, and in a stage that is compressed within 3 weeks, where every single game matters, every point matters, you can have surprises. Realistically, the only thing you don't want here is not get grouped, and then the real power comes by being in the top 3 of the group, because then you're in upper bracket, you still have a life in playoff. It's fine. If you're 4th, that's really what you don't want to be, and then obviously you don't want to get grouped. So if I look at this, FaZe Clan, Team Liquid, Alienware, they're supposed to be the top teams of the group, but with Black Dragon's achievement, everything is unbalanced because they beat Team Liquid initially. So everything, and I look at this and I'm like, okay, there might be options here. There might be options and opportunities for lower tier teams to go and surprise everyone. And with the results from the playday yesterday, where everything was so close, it makes me second guess if some of the big names in SAL can fall already, or at least be sent to lower brackets after the couple playdays that we have here.
I will play devil's advocate. FaZe Clan has not played a second match yet. Yesterday they had a bye, so they were not able to actually compete. Imperial played their first game because they had a bye on the first playday last Tuesday, so that's why you'll see last matches. Not all of them have played the exact same amount of games. FaZe and Imperial have one less. As you see in Group B, both Furia and INTZ have one less game than all the other teams because they've already had their days off respectively. So that does impact how the entire scoreboard looks like at the start of this third day of SAL, but still that's something at least to look at. Now, we're talking a bit more macro, right? We're talking about matches, we're talking about teams, we're talking about points, but if we zoomed in, players that have surprised, especially you, Leo, watching yesterday and over the first 2 play days, what really stands out?
I think to me, it's 2 players on which I had expectations, and those will be Gabu and Makina. Now, Gabu is the only rookie in SAL. We mentioned him yesterday. It goes to show, by the way, the talent and experience in that league, because if you want to compare, there is more than 10 rookies in NAL. Almost there's 8 in EML. There's only 1 in SAL, and Gabu is the one, and I think that the way he played yesterday proved everyone wrong. As a reminder, when he first played his debut, he went 2-8, and then yesterday went crazy and dropped 18 kills. That's the Gabu that we're starting to learn to get to know, and I just want to see if he can keep on that trajectory. When it comes to Makina, he used to be in his shoes last season. Problem was he started off super well and then dropped heavily after that. And since then, especially a stage 2 that was very rough for him, where he ended up almost between, I think, in the last bottom 5 rated players of the stage 2, it was always going to be a question mark, is he really going to get another opportunity? He spent a whole season in Tier 1, can he really do it again? And this time, can he turn things around at such a critical role, being a fragger in Brazil, the home of fraggers? And yesterday, I think he proved everyone wrong, Milos. I think he showed that he deserved the spot in Tier 1 by dropping 17 kills. In the end, he didn't lend them a victory, but at least it landed them a point.
Absolutely. It was incredibly important for Imperial to see him just play on the level that he is. With Black Dragons are absolutely no slouches, and that's something we're going to have to discuss in a moment here, because I'd like to pull our attention to our next bit here, which is our first match out of 4. As always, 4 best of 1s here in our group stage. Reminder, we play up to Playday 5 and then swap over to our playoffs. We're currently on Playday 3, and here we're looking at Imperial once again. They started the Playday yesterday, their first one competing here in Kickoff, and their first time in Tier 1 for a view of the players in here. They played it close against Black Dragons. As you mentioned, Leo, they went to overtime. There's a lot of effort being done by Makina the man on your screen. However, today against Los, it might be one of those 6-pointer games, as we like to call them.
Yeah, it is a critical one. We've seen the group before, And these two teams, they're in a critical spot because they can be expected to be 4th and 5th of that group. Now is the moment to try and take away 3 points from the biggest rival you have in that group and take them for yourself and trying to maybe ascend to a 3rd spot. This is critical for them. And if I look at Imperial, I think that they've fixed some of the issues that I saw in the previous ENX roster. You have the core of ENX in Sexy Cake, Florio, and Matrix, and then they needed more firepower. And that's why they got rid of Boxira, who went to Furia, and Angels. Replacing them, Makina and Yex. I'm still waiting to see Yex really perform to the level that we want from some firepower. I still think that the firepower is an issue when I look at the rest of the team. Makina can only get you so far, especially because he was inconsistent the season before. So we will need to see other players on the side of this team to step up if they want to gain more points. Because even yesterday, with someone dropping 17 kills, you still don't win. That to me screams that there is a global issue.
Yep, and this is the challenge of playing Kickoff, is that you're running a condensed schedule, right? You mentioned in the beginning, but even more so over the weekend, you got 2 games back-to-back. You already have Tuesday, where for Imperial, at least they could watch and see what's happening with the other squads, but the turnover from game to game on spotting issues and fixing them is not easy. And you have that for the usual stages as well, where it's always back-to-back game days, but at least you have a bit more time from one week to the next, and that applies to every region. But the challenge for Imperial now is to turn around and say, look, yesterday, sure, we lost against Black Dragons, but we still got a point out of it. That's good. We showed off our skills in it. Now let's convert that potential energy into an actual win. A good opportunity today against Los, but we have to show up on the server. We cannot afford to go into yet another overtime because this could be quite costly. There's an opportunity because Lost themselves yesterday, well, they lost to Liquid. It's kind of a difficult start for Lost because in their opening 2 games, they play FaZe and Team Liquid Alienware. Not easy in any way, shape, or form. They got rolled over by FaZe, but gave it their best against Liquid and almost took Liquid Alienware to overtime, which would have been incredibly impressive. I'm sure they're quite beat up here about not getting that point. It would have been good going up against Imperial today, maybe boosted their morale a bit, Leo.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at this roster, I'm like, you have to remember that all 5 of these players were playing on different teams before this roster was created. This game literally was created from scratch from everywhere. That's GDL, getting Paris from Loud, getting Darky still from the former Lost roster, picking up Nubsga. And if I look at the performance so far, I'm seeing rising progress. They struggled against FaZe. They were very close later on against Liquid. Now is the moment for them to start the comeback story because it's only easier opponents down the road. It's Imperial, it's Black Dragons. Those are teams that they are supposed to beat if they want to make it out of this 5th spot and not get grouped. And the 2 main stakeholders of that for me is the 2 players that aren't that experienced, because Perez, Dash, and Dafo, they're doing their job. So far, as flex players and flex support and IGLs, the backline is working well. What I'm worried about right now is Darkies as the entry, still not showing up there, and then Nuxka as the hard support, still not on a hard roll. But the problem is I still see the huge lack of firepower in that team to try and manage to beat some of the big names. Against an easier opponent on paper, this is the moment I need to see these guys step up because they can not only rely on the 3 experienced players on the roster.
Well, then let's see what we have prepped up in our map, Veto. What map are we going to go to in this series? We'll get Consulate, Chalet, Lair Bank, and the like out of the way and settle on our 9th map, which, well, Imperial will be the ones to choose. They'll pull Fortress out and bring us to Nighthaven Labs, where they're starting off on the attack, Los on defense. Thoughts on this, Leo, before we bring in our casters?
Well, before the complete overhaul of the roster, this was the favorite map of Los as a team. Obviously, now it doesn't really matter because we don't know much of the map pool of a team that is completely created from scratch. What I can say is that both Dash and Perez on Loud, Dash on Wildcard, both of these guys love this map respectively with their former rosters. On the side of Imperial, though, this map was a crutch to make it back to Tier 1. They played it in open qualifiers of the Challenger Series. They played it again in the Swiss stage and played it again in the playoffs to make it all the way to Tier 1. Out of this, they played it 6 times, won it 5. This should be a map that they showed a lot, and Los has the advantage of the VOD here.
Well, then let's bring in our casters for this one. Today, it is not only, none other than Ace and Des. Did you get a haircut?
Yes. So did Tim.
A different style.
Very different
Same
style. Yes. Tim is unchanging.
I'm disappointed because the headset doesn't show the skin fade, which I think is the best part of the headset.
Yeah, turn to your side. Give us a little side shot.
That doesn't work because I've got this on, so you can't see. But if you move it, you can see it.
The
worst thing now is it actually starts to mark it in, so you can tell I've been wearing a headset way more clearly than you ever could before. So here we are.
That's just Ace on the bottom, Des on the top. That's what he's gone in and asked for.
Pretty much. It's working wonderfully, Tim. I love it.
Well, my friends, it's good to see you here for your debut of Kickoff on SAL. Not the first time that we've seen you in the region, of course. Tim, especially connoisseur of the Brazilian region. Now, looking at the upstarts of Imperial, what have been your thoughts so far on this, Ace? Because these guys are kind of trying something different with a core and then two players that we haven't really been able to see before.
Yeah, I mean, look, any team that's got a sexy kick on is a team for me, Milosh. You know that. I'm looking forward to seeing them play. I think, we've only seen them play once. They've gone up against Black Dragons, come away with a loss. It's time to start putting some results on the board now. They need to get them in before they play the big boys, the Liquids, the FaZes. So yeah, hopefully a good result for them today, but loss won't be easy.
I agree with
You're not
everything
happy
Tim
with
said.
it, Mr. Achu. No, you say that, but you were shaking your head in a very specific way.
The thing is, Milosh, if your physical actions don't match up to what you say, then people are always guessing what your next move is, right? Tim knows that all too well from a game that we played last weekend. So let's be confusing, be mysterious,
That reminds me of those very sleepless nights at SI Gaming after a very, very long show day where it's just board games with everybody, and that's exactly what we love to see. Now, Des, Loss here completely reformed, really. There's not much in the way of data that we can look at for this team. I know yourself, you love data, and you love gifting us wonderful data ourselves. Is there anything that maybe you've been able to go beyond for this?
Nothing too crazy, to be honest with you. It's more, it's about stories at this stage, right? We're coming into play day 3 of Kickoff. You've maybe seen most teams, like you spoke about in the pre-show, you've seen them play maybe once because people have had days off as we've gone. So 4 teams have only had one game each so far. And I think you're still waiting to see what it really looks like in terms of how teams are going to perform and any consistency they can build. It's a bit too early even now, I think, on the second weekend to know. Really, I think once you get towards the end of the Kickoff League stage, then we can start forming stronger opinions. Looking at the two that you've got here, more towards Loss, as you've mentioned. Good names on there, but will it blend? That's still the big question mark I'm currently set over, and I'm hoping yes is the answer. But like we always say in this region, there are some real titans that I think they're going to struggle to find the gel in time to be able to beat and bring down.
Well, gentlemen, we'll have to wonder no more because our game is all ready. Will it blend is the question that Mr. Chu has posed. Well, break out all your powders and all the fruits and veg and all that you need to make this beautiful smoothie. It's all yours, isn't it?
Thank you very much, Mr. Milosh. Indeed it is. And Tim, we are back. I know SI was only about, 6 weeks ago, but I still feel like I haven't cast this game now forever. And of course, more importantly, haven't cast with you forever.
I know, it always feels like a big break, doesn't it? Even a week without you, Des, is too much for me, I'll tell you now. But we don't have to wait any longer. We're into it. It's Imperial, it's Los, it's Nighthaven Labs, my current favourite map in the game, by the way. And we've got our bands come in. It's the Electro Bros. Bandit and Kaid will go by the wayside. I saw a Grim in there, and I believe a Ying as well. So we are taking away those execute operators from the side of Imperial.
Absolutely. It does mean that things like lots of hard breaches available. Commonly what you'd see banned away for a lot of teams is double hard breach ban on this map, the same as you might see over on, say, Bank. So I think with that being having the Electro Bros banned away, as you said, and also leaving all those hard breaches up means that really you should see Imperial able to move through the map with quite a bit of pace here. You do have things like the Azami still available though, and the mirror that you just saw a second ago for Perez though. So there are still going to be obstacles to dig through, but it's less about struggling to open walls and more now having to work your way through all of these architects, right? The mirror and the Azami going to give you a few headaches to have to work your way through first and foremost. So we'll see if Imperial have got it all together to be able to deal with that nice and early on. It is on that top floor. It is Lost starting out on the defense. I wonder if it'll be more of an attacker-sided Labs today, or more of a defender-sided one, because we seem to flip-flop between the two, don't we?
Yeah, it's like I said, It's my favourite map in the game, and one of the reasons is the balance of the map. And as you quite rightly say, we see days where it's defender, we see days where it's attacker. Whoever really knows what we're going to get on Labs? It feels like a real good test of one team versus another at the minute. You know, sometimes we get those games where the map plays into it a little bit, but Labs never feels like that for me. It always feels like the best team comes away with the result. So let's see who is going to grab this one. Just looking at that attacker lineup, and it is juicy, Des, let me tell you. We've got a Glass, we've got a Flores, we've got a Blitz. They're the three that are catching my eye at the minute. It's going to be about Yechts getting in there, softening things up, removing utility. The Rotero drones are already going in and trying to get that path clear for Sexy Cake, I think is going to be the key here. We can see him. He wants to get onto Catwalk here. He wants to take that area away from the Azami.
We've had this conversation so many times about Catwalk, though, Tim. There's always like a player missing on a backstab just to give the defenders something to think about when you try and get control of Catwalk in the first place. They've done a great job in the first half of the round getting here. They need to get IT open up really as open here as well to give them other angles on through, but they're trying to put everything in behind Sexy Cake here. Who else a better man than to do it, Tim, than one whose name you say in a wonderful way? The Glass not in a bad spot either, though, but with half a round still to play with, there is a ton of time here to make sure they've got other angles to work off the back of.
Yeah, I really like this from the Blitz. They've gone in, created the space on Catwalk, and then said, right, Glass, that's yours. I'm off now to create more space. They're going to go to the top of Aqua. Glass is now moving across. Machina's going to join as well. They need to be careful, though, because they do have Dash down on the bottom of these stairs. I think they might be aware of that, but Nitro in hand, pre-ripped, comes flying up and does the job. Beautiful stuff from Dash with a double as he takes down the shield as well. That's Sexy Cake and Machina both put in the ground. And it's 5 versus 2 in favour of Los up on the top floor.
Well, I will say that Los have done really, really well. It's given almost nothing to the side. Even that's a wonderful 2v1 swing coming out to make sure they're in a great spot. Matrix, though, starting to build back up here. Give him a second here. See if you can get away with something special. Almost finds Paris, but not quite. But just to come back to that point, Los, every single smoke was used there to try and push forward the Glass on Catwalk and to get the Blitz in a good spot. What did they get with it? Absolutely nothing. There was a Warden on the other side as well to make sure they could deal with the smokes if they did go too deep. It's just like Los knew everything that was coming at them from the side of Imperial and done a wonderful job there in not giving even an inch over to the other side. And you see how it ends out. They get pitched down the side of Aqua. Really good defensive round there to kick things off.
Great start from Los. As you said, you know, are they going to blend? Well, Des, they're blending. Maybe even better than that skin fade. That's what I will say. And believe me, I've seen it in person. Believe me, it's a good one. It's a good one, let me tell you.
It was a good one, mate. My hair grows so fast that I'm like 10 days in, I'm already like, man, I really need another cut. It's the problem with having it. Like, I'm sure as you know.
I love it.
It grows back fast.
It's Ace on the bottom, Chambers on the top. You know, you don't get a more power combo than that.
See, earlier on when I did my hair up at first, I was like, I look like Leo today. I was like, hang on a minute. Can I come with a French accent?
Another fantastic option, Des. You know that Leo is my style icon. Another fantastic option.
All I'm learning is we've got a lot of excellent hairstyles in Siege, and mine was tragic beforehand, and now I'm trying to imitate the best, including yourself, Tim, with an ace on the bottom. I wonder if it's for Barbara if they get it. Have an ace on the bottom? They'd be like, what?
Of course they would. Most in my time, Des, they've got it up on the board. Ace on the bottom, £5.
And if you say we're going to overtime, you get a 10% discount.
So true. You wouldn't put a picture of me up in a barber, would you? Anyway, round two. Round two. We've got the Soulless working around on the top floor, just looking for that verticality. It's going to be a basement site, so this is a whole map clearance that's going to be required from Imperial work to be done. Sexy Kick has moved across from Blitz to the Blackbeard, and I would imagine is going to be used. It looks like they're just droning up on the top floor at the minute, outside a workshop, so I think I would expect that top floor clearance to come from Sexy Cake using that shield to create a little bit of space.
Sexy Cake, all in one game. I've missed it so much.
It's too much. It's too much.
It's only been like a couple of weeks since I last saw you as well. It's wonderful.
I know.
Perez keeping himself busy here, looking for the engage, but no! A real Siege timing moment. Thinks the window's clear. Turns out it's not, by a matter of pixels, and he pays the price. A great swing coming in from Nux to bring down Yex. Sexy Cake keeping things nice and even, though, Tim. It's 3 versus 3, making it 3v2. It's explosive inside of Labs here with half the field now gone. Inside what, less than half the round?
Yeah, taking down the Solus is absolutely key for Imperial here. He's playing up on the top floor, maybe down to mid floor as well. Taking him off the board, it now leaves Lost just having to kind of, they've just kind of got to swing for the cheap seats. They've got to try and put an absolute massive home run in here to get this one over the line. Gonna get nothing. Machina's there with the F2, which is just reigning supreme at the minute, by the way. Between Snake and Twitch, the F2 is back, let me tell you. Manages to pick up that final kill. Imperial, they level things up. It's 1-1, and it was a good attack from them. They never actually had to get anywhere near sight as well. Loss, I think, a little bit too aggressive on that one. They really did commit to that full map hold, and they've been punished for it.
They have. What I will give is Lost were trying to play that one very differently to the prior round. Back in round 1, it was sit back, be defensive, let them use utility, let the class and the blitz have their little moment in the spotlight. Ooh, look at me, I've got a shield that can flash people. Ooh, look at me, I can see through smoke. They didn't care. They sat back and ignored it. That round, they wanted to try and take the fight out to the attackers. I don't know why I did that voice, by the way. They wanted to try and take the fight out to the attackers on the windows and around the map itself. When we saw the siege timing moment that really got things rolling, Imperial just kind of waited and let Lost come to them. So it was almost like an exact opposite of what you saw in the prior round. Rather than Lost trying to dig in deep and protect the site, they wanted to get busy around the map, and they paid the price for it, unfortunately. But well played by Imperial to spot the gaps and capitalise off the back of it. So you've seen a good round from either team. We'll see which way the third one goes.
Okay then, let's have a look at that defensive lineup. Nothing too wild on there, but my eye is immediately caught by Nux on the Pulse. Love to see it. A little bit kind of underused, I think, sometimes on this site. Pulse can add some real value from above or below, and that's why I like him for here, because you can't just guarantee, it's Pulse, he's going to be below, because that might not be the case. If he's got the shotgun particularly, he can be up above and doing a lot of damage from IT and feeding a lot of intel in from up there as well. So it's something that, as attackers, Imperial are going to have to recognise. They're going to have to draw him out. They're going to have to understand exactly what this Pulse is doing, and more importantly, where, and then they need to go and close him down, because otherwise that intel could be critical for the defence to overturn them.
Absolutely. Again, this is Army in the mirror, the main two that I'm watching out on here, because I've said before, they can waste so much time. Might not have the Electro Bros on side to stop breaches going in, but... oh, surely Nux knows. He's got to know, but he's flashed out. It took a bit too much time, and Machina will take his skull. A tray coming in from Dark on the other side as this battle over storage ensues. However, Dark is the king of the castle. He'll hold on to it for now. Peace descends.
I love that they've dealt with that Pulse so early in the round. It gives Imperial a lot of breathing space now. More than anything, it opens up the opportunity for them to put the diffuser down on the ground, for them to go for that plant without that constant fear of a shotgun, of a nitro, of all these options that Pulse has. So Imperial now back on the drones. They're kind of having a look and seeing how this round is going to shape up for the rest of it. Where are those remaining defenders? Maybe where's the space? Where have we created an opening by taking this Pulse out? Have another quick drone above, drone below. Can we plant pillar? Do we need to go into control? Where is that opportunity going to come? Right now, we're going to have Sexy Cake on the blitz moving in. Will be seen on the default cam. Just looking again. They're using those shields to create space to clear roamers. I love it from Imperial.
It's the time though, Tim. I'm looking at it just slowly whittle its way down. We're down to that last 60. And not forgetting, this is the top floor. We're not defending up here. Well, we are defending it, but it's not the site that we're playing on. Down on the first floor is where things are still instead set up. So now you're going to see the defenders fall back from that top floor layer as they realise things are starting to fall apart up there. They've wasted time. They've drawn lots of utility and drone work up there. This is absolutely great by Low so far. They're in a brilliant position to see the round out, unless Imperial can really work some magic. My eyes naturally fall towards Sexy Cake here on the blitz to be the pioneer who's going to step into uncharted ground and get something going for his team.
Looking to get in through that window, but not ideal timing. They're going to lose Florio along the way. That's going to be the ace off the board, and the diffuser down. Blitz dealt with, and again, Lost looking comfortable on the defence there. She said it back in round 1. Round 2 looks like it might have just been a bit of a wobble as the bodies continue to drop. It's going to be end of the round. It's Sexy Cake to bleed out to finish things off, and that's going to be 2-1 Lost with two, I think, very solid defences. If anything, I lean this one much more towards Lost at the minute than I do 100%. Imperial, because I look at that second round, I think, you know what, I think they had a good round 1. They thought, let's get a bit loosey-goosey, let's get out in the map and just, you know, really take it to them a bit. It didn't work out. I don't think they defend basement like that in round 5, if that's when we see basement again, and I think we'll see a bit of a different, more kind of quote-unquote serious hold. I'm not saying round 2 wasn't serious, but it was kind of I feel like it was almost the defensive equivalent of a rush. It was like, we'll give it a go. Let's get out in the map and give it a go. And I think they've known it's not worked. They've gone back to round 1, stability, great defense, and I think they look really good.
Yeah, completely agree. You've stole the words from my mouth. I was going to say that second round, now you look at it as a bit of a blip, and really it was their own. I don't want to say again that Imperial didn't play it well, because they did react well to what was before them, but it was really Lowe's trying to get very aggressive and paying the price for it. They lost 2 players, for example, to a Siege Simon moment, not seeing a player on the right side of the window, and the second one was a player hid behind the scope on his gun. It's going to happen. That round could have been very different if those 2 things had gone their way, but that's how things now stand. And I would be somewhat surprised, given how well they've played, if things now start to step away from them over these next 3 rounds. Yes, you've had another ban come on through. You've had that Goya removed away because it wasted so much time from the attackers in that previous round. But at the same time, on the other side, now we're seeing the clash come along, which I think is a response towards something like the Blitz, that has been a bit of a nuisance across a couple of those rounds for them, and really has been the main point of ingress for Imperial. Like in this round, Sexy Cake's not going to bother with it. Instead, he's going on towards the Blackbeard, so looking more for lethality than outright aggression. But the plan hasn't massively changed for Imperial here, and I just think Loss are going to be more than ready for this.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I think they've probably, looked at where the issues were, despite winning last time around. Of course, they're going to have looked at that and think, what do we need to maybe tweak? And the clash is the big one that stands out. It's also worth bearing in mind, the clash may always have been a part of the plan, but they don't always bring them along immediately anymore because they want them in the second half. So they're going to keep them on the bench until that ban has gone. So you're going to see that mirror taken away early. It's going to be used to keep this IT wall clear, but it does give the line of sight that the attackers need. They are going to try and open it up further as well with that Selma charge. So that's going to be IT dealt with pretty quickly. That being said, they are continuing to sort of suffer a little bit to utility, impact nades being thrown out there to clear these Selma charges off, but finally the job will be done and the attack can continue to march forward.
Yeah, time. Like I keep on saying, time was that big threat for them previously. Banning away the Goyo was a play. They've got rid of the things that would slow them down the breach. And they've still taken a good 75 seconds to see IT alone opened up. They've still got to deal with the Mirror, with the Clash, with the Malusis, with the Azamis. There's still so much here that can see them losing time. And this, admittedly, with this site, it's not too bad. You're on the top floor. You haven't got to worry about clearing through multiple layers of the map. But there's still layers to this event system. It's just more lateral than it is vertical. I am a little bit worried for them unless they can get a real wiggle on here and start pushing forward.
It's interesting to see a pro game where we've got Mirror available into the second half of the defence as well.
Yeah,
often we will see Mirror banned away and we're not, I think we're kind of almost in that zone again of when Mirror gets left up, often won't be picked because teams just practice so much without her because she's always banned. But we are getting to see a decent bit of Mirror play here. Perez, of course, sitting in behind it on that connector, just looking to support Dafo as well. They do have reinforcements left available. Big risk at the minute to try and reinforce connector, so they won't go for that right now, but I mention it because if the ebb and flow of the attack takes them away from connector, they might take that choice later on in the round.
Where's the IT? I mean, they opened up IT ages ago, and I was like, surely we start to see pressure building up inside of here. But look, they've opened it, and they're not actually held control of it, Tim. That's that Dart getting into a really powerful position here, where one, yes, he's somewhat exposed to catwalk, but has got support of his players inside of sight, and could just cause absolute chaos here. They can't safely play on towards electric window. This is just starting to fall apart here for the attackers, and sure enough, it's down to a 3 versus 1. Furia left trying to recover something, and will find one for himself, but we know how it goes. When you've got a clash to come against him, it's not going to be a pretty outcome as we get towards those final 5 seconds. Another great round by Loss, but in my opinion, a bit of a wasted opportunity there by Imperial.
Yeah, just well played by Dafo at the end there. He's had him on the hook and he's reeled him in so that his teammate gets the cross angle and they finish out the round. Beautiful stuff, and that's exactly what we were expecting, I think, from Loss. We both said it coming into that round. They've been good defensively. Round 2, a little bit of a blip. And I think we see them continue there completely in the driving seat. So much so that the round before they get the half-time team talk now, the tactical timeout, 2 minutes at the side switch, Imperial Esports think it's important enough to take the tac timeout here before they get into round 5.
Yeah. it says a lot after you just had the round 3 ban come through, because for those who don't know, coaches are allowed to get involved and have a conversation there. And we spoke to a bunch of teams and coaches and asked, how do you guys make use of that time when you can engage with the team? And normally it's say, well, we know what the bans are going to be before we go into a game. Like, that's normally pre-discussed, and we make use of that time then to talk about the game, what's working, what's not working. We don't want to use a timeout for that when we already have free time in which to do it. The fact they're doing this after 1 round just goes to show that whatever the hell they spoke about after that 3rd round has not worked out. They're still going ridiculously slow. In that round, I feel like it was a massive mistake to put all this time and effort at the start of the round into opening IT and then have no one watch it. Dark got into a really good position that is really hard to unseat him from, and then everything just fell apart off the back of that. So that was a real big mistake being made by Imperial. One, again, that Lowe's capitalized on incredibly well. But you can't be making those kind of mistakes, boys. It's looking like a real rough half if this carries on.
It really is. 5-1 is definitely on the cards for Los. I was going to get all excited about Solid Snake being brought along. I know a operator, but doesn't look like that will be the case. Going to be switched out this time for the Dokkaebi. Don't know. I would have expected them to maybe be surprised by the site here. Given that we're going to kitchen, I think they were probably planning for that basement site again. Loss have actually decided, no, you won that well. Maybe they don't have much of a plan B that they like for defending that site, so we're going to switch it up. We're going to go to kitchen. So what should we expect to see from Imperial here? They're going to want to get top floor control, I would imagine, maybe a little bit of reception side as well. The wall has been left with a line of sight for the defenders from kitchen through to reception, so that's something that Imperial need to be careful of. They need to, and I'm going to stress this point, I say it every time, and it's 50-50 as to whether we see it dealt with. They need to have some pressure on kitchen window as attackers, because otherwise the defender is going to sit inside a kitchen by that bomb chassis. That's why there's a castle barricade there, because there's no vert available. It's the only place in sight that you can't really get vert onto, so they have to, at least, even if it's phantom pressure, they've opened up the castle. It now forces the defenders away from that position. So good stuff from Imperial.
Absolutely. Again, it's time that I'm keeping an eye on. I want to see them really start asking questions here with at least 60 seconds to go. Have a lot of the setup work done, but just like in prior rounds, while they're not leaning so heavily in towards traps here, it's more the map that now becomes the enemy. No mirror on side, no Azami, but with things like the Aruni laser gates on side, the castle, the clash, there are still a lot of problems for Imperial to work through. And as we said, Tim, that's where we've seen them getting stuck throughout this half so far. Either way, they're down to about that halfway mark now through the round where they've got a lot of work done. They've got parts of the map in their control, but Perez is still being a sneaky bugger around the map. And as we've seen so many times from a Skopos, teleport away, and it's like you were never there in the first place, Tim.
Yep, just gets himself out of danger. Half of the round done, and he can start working his way into another problem position, which is almost certainly what he'll do. He's got himself into lounge vending. He's on that other side of mid-floor, ready to kind of hit them on the flank if the opportunity presents itself, but also within striking distance of the site as well. So, Imperial, 1 minute left to go. We keep mentioning that T word. It's all about time, Des, and they just cannot seem to get ahead of themselves realistically here. 50 seconds left to go. They've taken the wall denial route as their plan when it comes to the bans, but it has left a lot of utility on the board that Loss are just abusing here and just making full use of. Your clash, your castle, your laser gates. There's so much there that Imperial have to work through.
And they got rid of the clash, which is pretty big for them. So good on Furia was getting that elsewhere. Perez going to find Mack, and I was going to say getting rid of the Warden's the big one because he's got the shotgun, Tim. Finally, they managed to get the swing on towards him, and finally in a great spot to see this one over the line. Yes, they've left it down to the last few seconds, which means no mistakes are allowed. Dark in a great spot to work some magic. The side peek comes out one, doesn't quite find the headshot though. It's only going to take the one from them, and this is over. But they've got to go fast. No, they don't, because Dark steps across in towards Mitrix's line of sight. He gets the shot he needs, and Imperial finally get that second round on the board. It gives them a little bit of breathing room in the second half. But Tim, they could still smash and grab here and walk away with 3.
Honestly, it would be exactly that. It would be a daylight robbery for Imperial to come away with a 3-3 half here. Loss have certainly been the better team, but you know, this is the key to Siege sometimes, especially Pro Siege. You've got to dig deep and you've got to be able to win from behind. And Imperial right now showing some good resolve. I think, again, Loss have given them that opportunity. It's a bit of a weird one, really. So in round 2, they take tank and assembly. They play it really, really aggressive out in the map and kind of give Imperial an opportunity which they're only too happy to accept. We then come to round 5, which is kind of the equivalent round in that second quarter, and they go to Kitchen, and it's an off-site. It's one we don't normally see. We've just seen why. It's tough to defend, and they've kind of given an opportunity over to Imperial again, only to then go down to the basement here in the last round. Personally, I'd have rather seen them just come down to basement in round 5, put down a solid defence, cut back the aggression. I think the 5-1 was on the cards for them then, and they're now facing down a possibility of a 3-3. This could be a tough end to the half for Loss.
Could. Let's see if they can recover. I don't blame them in trying to go towards the offside, by the way. I think it's a good idea to try and, yeah, for a team that no doubt would have been speaking about those previous rounds and saying, cool, what went well, what didn't, what did they do? How can we respond and counter that? Giving them a whole new setup to have to figure out their way through, and clearly they struggled through it. It's a good shout, but Imperial were maybe a little bit more ready than what Los maybe accounted them to be, and saw the outcome. They do get that second round. Now we're back in towards a real mix and flurry of what we've seen in previous rounds here, Tim. Looking in towards Drone Denial, not with the mute, but this time with the Mozzie. You got the Ella on side again, the Clash in the Mirror to work through for Architects. There is a lot to go through around this map that Imperial are still going to find themselves slowed down by. And this time round, they've gone back in towards the shields, Zetscape back on that blitz to try and help them move through that little bit faster, because they know time is their worst enemy right now.
Rotero Drone going to be working on those castles. Dash bringing along that operator again, just trying, like you say, slow things down. Imperial, though, they are quicking on the drones a minute into the round. They want to start making some physical progress into this map, though. We've got Yecht on that catwalk door. Does not proceed in through there. Will just take the cam out, leave, and maybe just create that little bit of space later in the round that's not covered. The cam's a little opportunity for them to maybe gain a presence there, but Perez, he's going to dip himself and just keep himself in kitchen cafeteria at the minute. Definitely wants to keep an eye on the Ella. I'm not sure how aware of that Imperial are. It could be a big flank. He's got Daffo with him as well at this point.
Yes. But unless they can turn it into something, a catch onto someone, then it's not really going to mean much.
There you go.
And that's it. That's the problem right there. Like you're about to say, they've lost the Dockerby. They were meant to be the ones that were hunting, and instead, Nux just blows them sky high. A 5v1. And this half looks all about wrapped up here, Tim. They've tried something a little bit different. They've tried to get a little sneaky beaky like up through basement. But Lowe's shut that one down. They take a very deserved 4-2 half, maybe even kicking themselves that it isn't 5-1.
Yeah, I think there was definitely an opportunity. This is why I said, play that round in round 5, and imagine now they can go to their offsite, they can go to storage, they can do what they want in round 6, and I think it's a 5-1. I'm not going to, I'm not going to go on and on about it. End of the day, like you say, you give it a try, you think it's going to work, maybe you've seen something, you're trying to stretch the team. I just think with different site rotation in that second quarter, they could have got that done 5-1. But hey-ho, we move on to the second half. I don't think 4-2 is a terrible scoreline for this matchup. I think Imperial have done enough to deserve a round or two. They've punished mistakes when they've found them in front of them. So not a bad thing there. But loss definitely looking good for that lead. So we have our 2-minute tactical timeout at the side switch, so the coach and players will have the opportunity to discuss with each other, and we can look forward a little bit to what we're going to see in this second half. And I think that's going to be I think a little bit of aggression coming out from Loss here. They're not going to fall foul of the same mistakes that Imperial have made with the time.
It's one of those where, because the team's quite new and put together, like I tend to see, we all tend to see it really at the top level, is top level teams, when they kind of get assembled together as a mishmash of players from different teams, they don't click immediately. And attack is where you tend to see that being the most painful. On defense, it's very easy to say, you're playing this up, you're playing this spot. When we say fall back, or when you come under too much pressure, fall back. On the attacking side, you kind of have to be perfectly aligned in your timing. Like the number of times that we've seen massive plays come out from defenders because attackers swung a second or so apart from each other. The room for error is much smaller on the attacking side. I don't think you're going to see it be super clear cut for Lowe's. I do think you'll see Imperial actually come out here with a good few defenses. I remember Leo saying during our pre-show, we were talking about this map, he was like, they played it like 7 times during Challenger Series. They won it 6 of them. They're not a slouch on this map. They can most definitely play it. And this is where I think you're going to see Lowe's put to task a little bit here. Yes, you've got a great lead, but I think Imperial are going to show that it's probably going to be far closer than anyone could imagine. I'd be shocked, actually, if we don't see OT.
A big call, a bold call indeed.
I'm
I think it all
manifesting
comes...
it, Tim. I need the line to really make this cast official.
I think a lot of it comes down to this first round. Obviously, it's not, all decided after round 7, but I feel like if Lost come away with this first attack, go 5-2 up, I think Imperial might just be done at that point. I think they could be, rolled over. But by contrast, as you quite rightly say, it's a map that they're very comfortable on if they can come in here and get this win. But as Leo pointed out, there's a lot of footage available. Yes, having those positive stats, having those wins, having those reps is always a good thing, but it means that Lost should be well prepared for what Imperial are going to bring on the defence here, because there will be plenty of video footage of them playing on here to review. So no excuses there. We're going to see similar bans coming through, all but the Ying. Imperial will ban out the Monty instead of the Ying, just wanting to take away one of those shields at least. And the wall denial goes again. It's something that we touched on briefly. Wall denial, generally you're looking to speed things up, but there is an element here on Nighthaven that wall denial should be reasonably easily dealt with. There's generally verticals that can be used. There's, even outside of the map options to be able to get these walls open with that in place. And by taking those 2 operators off the board, the Kaid, the Bandit, you are leaving up a lot of other utility to have to play into. The Mirror, the Azami, the Clash, as we saw previously, which can cause some real headaches.
Completely agree. And that is going to be the challenge for them to work through. However, would I expect Los with the kind of caliber of players they've got, players that we've seen a lot in Tier 1, Perez, Daffo, Dash, of course, the main ones I'm looking at when I say that, Nux as well, can't be forgetting that. Between them should know that, okay, if these are banned away, walls have got to be open pretty damn quickly. And yeah, it's actually one thing that Leo raised, obviously, when we're a little breaking the 4th wall here. Even when we're on broadcast, we speak on Discord a little bit, not obviously over voice. I don't mute myself when Tim's speaking and then start chatting crap to Leo and ignoring Tim. We have a little bit of a tight back and forth, don't we, Tim? We kind of talk about things that are going on as well. And Leo was talking a little bit about the bans and was saying, I kind of felt in that last half that the bans were the wasted part, and it's what you were starting to allude to a minute ago. Yeah. They should be able to go quick, but the problem is they've now found themselves coming up against Clash, up against Mira, up against Azami, all these things to slow them down. What are Los coming up against, Tim? Oh my God, it's exactly the same thing. You got the Mira, the Azami, of course the Smokes on the smoke side, and Florio jumping across onto the tubs to make sure that he can slow things down, put them on ice, so to speak. Now, that's where the challenge comes in for Los is, yes, walls can be opened up, no problem, nice and quick, but getting through the map, that is where the big challenge will stand, and we'll see if they can do a better job of it than Imperial.
Well, it gives us quite an interesting kind of direct comparison, doesn't it, as to the attacking styles. Imperial struggle to deal with those operators and that utility often. Will Lost do it better? They literally now have that direct comparator. So they're going to be looking to take over connector side to begin with. They've got the IT wall open as well. As you said, no excuses for that taking too long with those bans. So they're going to get that done and they can start pushing forward. It looks like a mirror has been dealt with there as well. That looks like it's been shattered out, at least the one that's looking into connector. So at the moment, on the face of it, it looks like Lost have dealt with a good portion of that utility that we've been questioning. There's still 5 versus 5. They're still on the drones trying to piece together exactly what's going on. You just feel like they're waiting to get into position before they start pushing and pressuring. But with 1 minute 20 left on the clock, not a boot inside of the map yet, I'd be a little bit concerned for Lost with the time here as well.
Yeah, we'll see how better starts breaking down. They're trying to get some movement forward, but the C4 from Florio finds Perez. Off he goes. Striker removed. Very much, I think, I wouldn't say heralded by like Brazil as the main way of playing things, but a lot of teams in Brazil did start making use of Striker more aggressive in their comps ahead of others. Furia, really, in my mind, the first ones to pioneer it. FaZe also pretty up there too, and now you're seeing it really spill down all around the world. Florio into a second. Looking nigh and unstoppable in the round. Mitrix getting rid of Daffo. Sexy Cake into one more. Imperial have held on brilliantly here. It's all down to Nux to try and rescue the round. We'll find one for himself, but with 3 more to go. Not too sure how I feel about his chances for this one, Tim.
No, the problem is as soon as you get the first one, they know where you are. So they can just wait. Play a patient game, which is exactly what they're doing. Establish a crossfire here. Smoke on one side, Mitrix on the other. Going to use that Vector to take him down, and that closes out for Imperial. If you remember, I said round 7 was going to be a particularly important round in this game, and it's Imperial who managed to come away with the win there. So they get themselves back within touching distance, and they send a message to Lost that this is our map and defense is our side, and they're going to look to now to push on. We've only got one previous playing of Nighthaven for Lost as this roster. I think it was as this roster at least. Not a good attacking win rate, let me tell you, about 28%. So it could be an uphill struggle now. This round, Imperial win this, and it is absolutely game on. I'd go so far as to say, Des, you predicted an overtime. I think, and I know I've said I wouldn't go on about it, I think that kitchen site choice might just come back to bite Los here. Because if Imperial go through their site choices and can just win the offsite one time, but win the primary 2, top floor and basement, they'll get a 5-1 and they'll win this straight up.
Yeah.
And then we start really looking back at that kitchen choice.
I think Lowe's should be able to find offsites. Should. Doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence, Tim. Should. We'll see. Look at the round of the execute coming out from Loester. Damn. I mean, they're going straight in towards it. Looking at the glass, looking at the Ying. We really want to start a whole party in there. Get the disco balls in from Dash. Smoke's rolling down as well from the 6 they've got in back pocket. You can really see they're putting all their eggs in one basket. The risk to it being, Tim, that doesn't mean that the defenders bringing along things like the mirror is going to suddenly be something you can ignore. No, you are still going to have to respect it. But if they can get these main walls open up, what they're trying to do now, and just go direct towards site, make use of flashes to be able to get their push in, get the plant down, forget about the verticals, then cool. But look where Mitrix is. You can see at the bottom of his card, he's in storage above them right now. They can put these smokes down all day long. He's going to see everything that happens underneath his watch if they're not careful, but they're going to try it anyway.
Florio just gives up a bit too much of himself there, and the glass is glad to take him down. We're going to have Nux going in with a plant as well. Thermite gets the job done, and this is a very different attacking round from Loss. This is what we needed to see from them. I was concerned when I said about, Imperial winning it in regulation was that they were just going to starve Loss in these rounds over and over again, but Loss have said, no, absolutely not. We've taken away those wall denial operatives. We're going to come in and take full advantage of that. Not only are we going to open a wall quick smart, we're going to put the diffuser down as well. And I think that was always going to be the key to beating this Imperial side on defense, was to spot the gap, was to take advantage, get quick, get aggressive, get in there and get it done before they could recognize what was happening. And Los have done that beautifully.
What I love is there was even the anticipation that there would be some form of denials of that rush attack, and so they had the Thatcher on side. And even though he didn't have to use the cannon once, Daffo was just stood there the whole time, pointed towards where the diffuser was going down in case C4s came in from a doorway, from the half wall, or as we saw, if Mitrix tried to get busy from upstairs as well. So everything was considered by Loster, and there was very little that we would have seen Imperial able to do about it. I said maybe the offsides get one, Tim, but I think winning the secondary there is absolutely fantastic for Los. Puts a lot of pressure now towards Imperial. We've got to win 2 in a row to be able to bring things back even and guarantee that we see all 12 rounds of regulation.
Yeah, that completely changes things for me there, does that round. Because again, what Los have done there is shown an ability to play into that utility by not playing into it. By, bring whatever you want. They barely went into the site. They've banned the wall denial. They know they can get the wall open quickly, so that's what we're going to do. And then we're going to bring smokes. We're going to bring all this other utility that helps us just get the diffuser down on the ground. We don't need to worry about whether there's an Azami or not. We don't care. Doesn't matter, because we're not going to play into it. And it was really well worked by Loss, so let's see whether they can get away with that again. We're going to be onto the mid-floor. It's going to be storage this time for Imperial. Just having a look, we're seeing that continued use of the mirror. I spoke about the power of mirror, the regularity with which we see Abandoned. Imperial have certainly taken the opportunity, with her still on the board, to use her as well, as is no surprise. It's going to be a top floor clearance to begin with, I would expect. It looks like most of the Los are up there. They're going to be looking to get RT wall open, deal with that mirror window. It'll likely get popped open if they do try to breach there, but they're a little bit limited. They've got the Selma chargers, they've got 2 hard breach gadgets, so they just need to have a little thought about exactly where they want to be breaching here. You've got to think about things like the double wall downstairs in basement, for example. There's nobody playing down there at the minute, but there's always the possibility of playing a defender under there with Nitro in hand. They do have only 1 on the board for Mitrix, so I don't think Imperial will do that, but I always like to see a little bit of attention, depending where your plant spot is.
I do like how they've been using the mirror differently to how Los did as well, whereas for Los, you saw it more like dug in deep and it was trying to waste time inside the map. You're actually using it on towards the IT wall to really try and slow the other side down. It's a nice way of trying to not quite replace the bans or that have been taken away in the Kite and the Bandit, because you can't really fully replace them just with a mirror window. But look here, like we're halfway into the round and they're still kind of asking that question of IT wall and that, can we get it open enough? Have we got the right angle here to be able to get in later? Because as we saw back in that first half, if you ignore IT, the player that's in there is only going to bite you on the backside later when you try and execute elsewhere. So good ideas coming out from Imperial to try and trip Los up as they go along. This round being much slower because there's a shield on side in the form of Nux does mean that I'm at least a little bit more nervous here for Los so they can pull off a real good attack here. But this is very, very similar to what we saw back in round one. It was Sexy Cake on the Blitz pushing in. Here, instead, it's the Blackbeard of Nux trying to push his way through, but it looks scarily familiar to me.
Just taking away a lot of utility at the moment. We do see one Goyo used to slow things down by the defenders on blue stairs. And then the other is popped from above. 45 seconds left to go. And Los need to think about exactly where this plant spot is going to be and what space they are creating. Because at the moment, they haven't really created any. They have no opportunity to get inside. Beautiful. I was just going to say the sledge opening up above pillar suggests they may be going to try and get in through the window for a plant. Mitrix has read into that. In position with that nitro. I picked up on it at the beginning of the round. Where was that going to be used from? And he's hit his target perfectly. Takes the sledge down. And that actually takes a lot of pressure out of IT as well. 15 seconds left to go. Los, I don't think they've got a way in here, Des.
No, not quite sure they do. At least the smoke holding them at bay even further as well. They've got to push in at some point, Tim. But just like we saw back in the first half for Imperial, time is the enemy. It is the sixth man for the defenders, and it's turning into that now. Dafo's got to do it all, but I don't think he's going to be able to cover Perez enough here as well. Sexy Cake comes across for one. Perez rips off and has got to go absolutely huge for his team. Can't do it as Florio gets his man. Nux is down, so this round is done and cooked. But I don't think Imperial realise that the shield is down at this point, Tim. Now they do.
They just had to have a little look around that corner. It was Sexy Cake who took the peak. Does see the man down on the ground, and that's going to clear out the round for Imperial. Much better control from them. It seems to be really flip-flopping at the minute as to which team is in control here. But, you know, Lost, they managed to get away with that round. Downstairs, just open the wall straight in, get the diffuser down. But as soon as Imperial are able to force them to play into and through that utility, that's when they have the big advantage.
Yeah. What I will say to it is probably also came down to how different that one attack was for Los. Like, if you take that away, direct towards something. We banned away Waldenar. What do? We want to open up the wall with one operator and focus on an execute. They did that absolutely wonderfully. But they kind of feel they've pulled that like ace out of their sleeve once and now can't do it again. I would probably challenge you and say, do it again. When you're playing into the hands of everything else they still got available with the Mirror, the Izami, the Goyo, the Castle, the Clash, everything else that we've seen from both teams throughout this game, that has been what has really set defenders up for success. So I'd like to say, okay, if that's worked once, I'm sure we can make it work again. Let's just try and go that little bit faster. And given they struggled on IT last time around, now we're going up to that top floor where you still got to work in through it again. We'll see.
Still anybody's game at the minute. And I think they've played pretty much the same kind of process, the same kind of trick as Lost did. Don't use the Clash for the first quarter of your defense, first half of your defense, and avoid it getting banned out. So the Mirror is the one taken away instead. But they're going to have similar problems to deal with. So Los on the attack. Tried to get into connector last time. Didn't really get too much joy over on that side. And really struggled to get any sort of significant control in the map or the site, I would have said. So number one for them on the checklist for this round has got to be get themselves established comfortably inside of the map and start putting some pressure onto site itself. We've got to see that botherometer pinging about, picking up a higher reading and forcing those defenders to do something. We can't just let them be sitting around, you know, hands off the mouse and keyboard. They need to be making them think. Make them earn their living.
You hope so, Tim. Where's that botherometer sat at? What's the number?
Well, the last time they attacked top floor, it'd be down at a 1 out of 10, I think. The defenders just weren't really too concerned at all.
This time around, they've got to try and get that meter that little bit higher, swinging more towards a 7 or an 8 here and try and cause some real problems. Catwalk looking like Fort Knox right now. It's real hard to push through all the setups going on there. Yex with a nice, like, tight, close shotgun here, top of Aqua as well. They really are looking to take the fight a little bit to the side here, not give away too much too early on. Dark is aware of that, got his own shotgun at the ready, Tim. It is like a Wild West showdown. 2 shotguns at the ready. Who pulls the trigger first?
Thing is, there's one winner here at the minute, and that's the defender, because this is time just being burnt away, and he's moving around as he is for a reason, is Yext here, because he's giving those sound cues to say, I'm still here, you're going to have to push into me. He probably knows he's been seen on a drone, so he'll know that they know he's smoked, they'll know that he's got the powerful shotgun, so he's just saying, yep, you want to push into the smoke shotgun? You go for it, you feel free, no problem at all. He's still got 2 toxic babe canisters in pocket, and he's managed to waste half of the round without using them, so he can also start burning out another 40 seconds when the time comes to prevent that push in towards top aqua. So I really like what Yext is doing at the minute.
Lost look a little bit lost. Easy. Not anymore, they don't, Tim. Cast the curse, 2 kills out of seemingly nowhere. Patience has paid off. It is a virtue, and here it could be a way towards victory. Dark is in though. Yext loses out on what has been a duel that had been coming for most of that round, but they've turned it into a 5 versus 1, Tim. Los have just played that slow game and then hit them at the perfect time and completely overran Imperial. They're up to map point. This is looking good.
Yeah, I like that from Los. So I complimented how Yext was playing Aquador, and I would continue to do that. I think he played it really well. He burnt a minute 30, minute 40 there. But ultimately, Los have kind of been shaking a bunch of keys over at Aqua, saying, yeah, look, we're over here. Well, look, we're over here. Look at this, look at this, look at this. And then they've just come in from behind and taken them out one at a time. And then that's created the space on the Aqua side. So they were quite happy to sit and wait for Yext to play his games, no problem, because you're going to start dying over there in a minute, mate. And when you do, and as soon as you turn your heel, we're going to come in through here and kill you as well. So really well played from Los. Nice little kind of split attack, just getting onto opposite sides, just pressuring both at once, and it shows why we talk about that so often for the attacking sides. Force the defenders to spin round on their heels, force them to react, not know where it's coming from. Don't just give them that sort of peace and comfort of a one-sided attack, one-dimensional attack. And Loss have understood that well. So they now get 2 map point opportunities, and look at where we are. Imperial have taken the kitchen side.
No, you weren't meant to say it.
I've said it, Des.
I was going to ask you if you're hungry because we're going to the kitchen. Wait,
I apologise, Des, but I was a little bit stunned. I'm not sure that this is the site to defend your potentially match losing point against.
Imperial attacked it really well, so maybe they can defend it really well. You got to give people a chance, Tim. Come on, man.
I'll give him a chance in 2 minutes. Why are you so
negative all the time?
I'll give him a chance in 2 minutes 40 if we're going into round 12.
All right. I hope you get that written apology ready to send to all of their mums, because they're all going to want to read that. A proper FIFA apology, like 7-0 back in the day. That's
I can't write in Portuguese, that's the problem.
We need Maria to translate for us. She'll sort us out, mate. Just has to be at the event next time then. Sorry, you got lots of time to think about what you want to say, and then she can translate a really well thought out, proper homebrewed, cooked up letter.
Well, let's see if we get there or not. We're going to have Solid Snake just looking to work his way in. Tends to be this process that we see, kind of the high fantasy is to go on the outside of sight and orchestrate this big execute when you can see where everybody is with the advanced scan. More often than not, what we see it for is roam clearance and for clearing out those power positions. And we do manage to see that opening kill coming in from Snake as well. Does get one. Yext is down as well. 4 versus 3. Plant going down. I did question the kitchen site, Des, and I'm going to continue to ask the same ones. The plant is successful. 4 versus 2. Dark having a fantastic round here, and it looks like it is all over for Imperial, Des. And that is going to be the final kill coming in from Perez with the LMG. And Los take themselves a very good win. It's been a tough start here in SAL Kickoff for Los, playing against Team Liquid, Alienware and FaZe. But now that they got their opportunity against Imperial, they weren't going to let it slip through their fingers.
It's not been easy. Today was always going to be that decider in a way, because Imperial showed they could go close against Black Dragons as well. Well, now we've kind of seen out of those two who holds a little bit tighter. It was a big win for Los, I think, and a very impressive one as well. Even back in that first half, there was maybe, one round that we looked at and said, yeah, decisively pretty much lost that. The other one, it kind of felt like they lost at their own accord by trying to go aggressive. So for me, at least, the clear-cut team that was the stronger man today.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I think, they've got what they deserve there. Imperial had moments. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to, paint them as a team that are necessarily just going to get beaten every game. I don't think they will. I think there's definitely wins for them there in the league, but you start worrying about them a little bit. That's Black Dragons, that's lost. They've still got Team Liquid Alienware. They've still got FaZe, still got Furia, still a lot of big boys to go up against. So, they're kind of losing the opportunities that they might have. They're slipping through their fingers.
This is the thing, right? It's the battle against those other teams that you're going to be fighting for a spot with, or at least fighting for seeding with. That's the really important part. Yeah, the big boys you can forgive going into it and thinking, all right, we're probably going to lose to them. They're some of the best in the world. There's world champions around here, Tim. It's not a walk in the park for us, but these are the games I think that you really have to be winning. So again, for Los, it's a great thing, given they were 0-2, now to be 1-2. But for Imperial, it leaves them 0-2, and with quite a lot of work to do to move on forwards.
Yeah, exactly that. It's back to the drawing board, isn't it? But, lost now. They've given themselves a good foundation to build from. They start working forward and, like you say, winning those games for the teams that will be around them. And it's just got them pointing in the right direction now.
Tim, I've heard your voice for too long now. Milosh! Where you at?
Well, we're just here at home, Des, watching the game by my side, my good buddy Alpha Mahir, in what turned out to be a very execute-heavy Nighthaven Labs. But Leo, it seems like in this matchup, ending in that 7-4, the devil is very much in the details for be it really whichever one of these two teams, but it might start all the way at the beginning.
Yeah, for me, the bans was the biggest thing. Is that if you look at the side of the bans on both sides, it was Cade and Bandit. And, the main issue that I see with this is it's not going to be a problem to open up the walls. Like, let's be real. You have plenty of ways to open them, whether it be Maverick, whether it be vertical play with the Deimos, the Bug, the Ashe, the Zofia, whatever it takes, opening those walls will be easy. Instead, they chose to remove Bandit and Cade. What does that enable for Loss? As you can see on the screen, that means they can play Trap Operators. On top of that, they can play the Mira. On top of that, they can play Azami. And all of this means that after they got the walls opened, Imperial was left with trying to go inwards, trying to go through that utility. And every single round, history repeated itself. You can see it on your screen again. Mira, Azami, Thorn, Goyo. And the problem that I saw was I saw a very simple lineup on the side of Imperial. 2 hard reachers and a shield. And that was just not enough to go through all of the utility placed in front of them. We already know they're quite slow. But on top of that, being slow and struggling against all of that utility, that was too much. Now, we're about to see the switch here in the highlight whenever Lost is actually found themselves all the way in attack. And the biggest difference is that actually Lost, in my opinion, make the same mistake. As you can see, they removed the Bandit and the Cade. But the biggest difference in their attacks was they took execute heavy operators. Like you see on your screen, this time you see the Glass, you see the Thatcher and the Ying. Why is that, Milosh? Because they know they can open the walls very easily, so they only bring 1 hard breacher. As soon as the walls are opened, they can use the Ying, the Glass, and the Shield to then go inwards and breach the bomb site, whatever utility is in front of them. And that was the biggest difference, and you see it on that round as well. They just collapsed from 5 different angles, abusing it, and on the last round, they just rush kitchen with the Finka and the Blitz. It's a very different way to adapt to the bans. And that's what the biggest difference between these teams is the layer and the depth of tactical play was just very different from the side of Los. And I thought it was really well executed on their side. And there's a consequence to all of this, Milosh. On one side, Imperial, they have to face Team Liquid Alienware and FaZe in the same group. So let's be real, this could have ended their kickoff already, because they could get grouped. Realistically, on paper, it's going to be really hard for them. On the side of Los, that's it. The comeback story started. They've done 50% of the job. They've won against one of the weakest opponents, and the next target is going to be Black Dragons.
I think you've explained it in perfect terms here, Leo, from start to finish. And like you mentioned, that the fact that both teams were working with the same variables and yet
same bans.
Both playing, same thing, same variables are applying, and you're playing in completely different ways on that attacking side. I love how Los just realized, okay, our win condition is we need to just breach this one specific area, put pressure here and here, and then advance, plant the moment that we have an opening, and then back out of there. We don't need to get any deeper than that. I love that. It works here in this matchup. Will it work against another opponent? That is another question. I guess we'll get it answered very soon, come Tuesday. But Perez and Dark really pulling up the numbers here where it is needed. Nux today, unfortunately, a bit of a slower day, but objective focus, it's fine. You're there to do your job, and even if stats are not perfect or whatever, as long as the job is being done, you're doing what you're supposed to be pulling off for the team here. That's all you need to worry about. And clearly, from the result that shows on Nighthaven, Loss have prepped their homework against Imperial. Yesterday, we're getting some clues and cues on who gets to scrim what team, and it seems like there's some scrim info that's been circulating here and there to help out with this prep.
I think looking at this and the statistics on this page, I think a few things come up to my mind. The first thing is, on the Lost side, the experienced players are still the one carrying here. Dash was the one that made the difference in the IGL, in my opinion, between the two teams. Perez is the one that put up the numbers. Dark is a great surprise. I was expecting more of him because he's the only real entry fragger of that lineup, naturally, what I mean. Because if you look at Perez, Dash, and Dafo, there were more flex players, some of them flex support players, that now have to pick up guns and become gunners in that iteration of the roster. On the side of Imperial, we were praising him. We had expectation for Makina. If you take into account his triple kill in round 2, and then his opening kill in round 3, Makina only killed someone in 2 rounds in this match. That is a rough one. Out of 11 rounds as the main fragger. And that is the inconsistency that we spoke about before. I see the potential in this player. I'm just waiting to see that consistency. It must be so frustrating for him because I know he's got it in him. But when he doesn't perform on top of that, the rest of the team follows. And that's been probably an issue for him. On top of that is because he's inconsistent, it may get in his head. And he knows that if he doesn't perform, the rest of the team will struggle. Overall, that's sad news for Imperial, and like I said before, this might already be the end of their kickoff. Next targets are Team Liquid Alienware and FaZe Clan. It will be very rough for them to not get grouped here.
It will be, but the highlight of this moment is Loss and their victory, and Dash is awaiting us on the interview. Let's have a quick chat with the man of the hour here. Dash, welcome back to the show. Good to see you. Congratulations on the win today. Today was all about executions that we saw. I won't take away what Alfama is probably planning in his head. Can you talk to me about your game plan and executions during this match?
I think Imperial is a very, how can I say, a methodic team. So it was easy to read them, like easy to understand how they play. So the game plan was easier to do than the other games like Furia and FaZe. Like was a very tough game for us, and we knew we could have won, but against them it was easier. So I think we just studied them, and they did everything like exactly what we are used to play against, and what they did in the past games, so it was easier for us to read them.
I thought it was a very smart adaptation, by the way. Like, as soon as you guys got the World Denial removed from the bans, you brought the Mira, the Clash, the utility to slow them down. And when you guys switched to attack, the use of the Ying, of the Blitz, of the Glass to execute on site, I thought was the perfect counter. As soon as you opened the wall, you were already straight on site. Is that all coming from you, Dash? Because I believe IGLing is a new role for you. But also, I think you always had that vision in there. It's just now you're taking that spot. How do you feel in that position? Do you feel comfortable? Do you like this position as well? Because it's still quite new for you.
I mean, I used to be IGL in the past in my tier 2 teams, and when I joined T1, my first team in tier 1, like I started to be IGL after Lagones left our team. So I've been IGL for 2 times in my entire career. I'm used to it. Like I have always been like someone with that give ideas for the team, that help the team with strat parts and stuff. So I've always been this guy. So it's been hard for me to communicate while I'm playing Rainbow Six, but talking about like strats and stuff, like I have always been this guy that study a lot. So this part has been easy for me.
I think we really definitely see it in the game. I thought that here, like the biggest win condition and the difference between the two teams was how you guys were playing the attacks compared to them. Like you guys brought way more depth, in my opinion. And looking at this, I was thinking, I look at your roster and like I see 5 guys that come from 5 different rosters, and you had to all come together and like become a team in a span of a few weeks. do you feel like you guys are progressing throughout the different matches? You had to place the two hardest opponents already at the beginning, but do you think that you see progress here in the way that you guys are advancing through this group?
Yes, for sure. Like we knew the first two teams we were going to play against was going to be like very hard. FaZe was like almost impossible for us. It was not like almost impossible, but the game was very, very difficult for us to win. And Furia, Liquid, like the game against Liquid was easier, but it's still hard to win against them. Like they are a very solid team. Like some big rounds that we should have won, they won. So we could have won against Liquid, but it was a hard game too. And today, I think like it was an easier team in general. So we were able to play our game and show what we are here for. So I mean, we can see progression for sure, and for sure we will be soon a team that will like fight for the top for sure.
I mean, speaking of fighting at the top, you got Black Dragons up next on Tuesday. Do you imagine you'll be able to knock them out of the running in the top 3 even in this group?
Yeah, I think Black Dragons playing really well. They played really well against Liquid and they played really well against Imperial. I'm excited to play against them, and I don't know what to expect, to be honest. Let's see.
Looking forward to it. Dash, thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations on a big win today. All 3 points for a loss. We'll see you on Tuesday for your next game.
Thank you guys. Goodbye.
Thank you, Dash.
And here we are, Leo. Yes, indeed, we're always connected on this one. We know what's going on here, and we're going to expect a good game from Loss against Black Dragons after the showing that we saw today. I think BD have to be looking at least twice before crossing the road with Loss really gunning up behind them. But this is only game 1 out of 4 today, and we got to hype this one up because the story writes itself, right? FaZe, the best team, undisputed champions of the world. FaZe up, 2-time back-to-back world champions, the best team to ever play Rainbow Six, all stuck together for so long. And on the other side, former Furia, now Team Liquid, being picked up by one of the most decorated organizations in esports history. And now we actually get a Clásico, 4 players and Maya from the ex-Furia roster under the TL brand. It's the real El Clásico. Now, finally, after over 2 years of waiting for it, we can call it that. We'll see if it'll live up to the hype itself. I'm sure of it. Leo and I will be back after this break for FaZe versus Liquid. Welcome back, everybody. It is El Clasico time. Team Liquid Alienware versus FaZe Clan are going up against one another, and we have the opportunity to feed you in all the info you need ahead of this fantastic match, which probably, I guess we hope to be the best matchup in the group stage here of Kickoff and SAL. Milosh, Alfama back at it again, and here, Leo, these two playing against one another. This match has been highlighted as El Clasico, been called that by the players themselves for many years now. There's a lot of history between these two if we were to really look back at it.
I mean, it's two massive organizations. They've always bared incredible names. And if we look at the last 2 years, really, it wasn't a Clasico. FaZe was winning every single game. They won every single matchup against Liquid in 2025 season. Only lost to them once in a BO1 at Reload, and that was 8-7. So that was super close. In 2024, FaZe beat them every single match again. And so the last time that Liquid was able to beat FaZe was in a BO3 at the Copenhagen Major 3 years ago. We're hoping that now, Milosh, it turns into a real Clasico, where actually they can beat each other more often, and it's not a one-way street for FaZe.
I certainly hope so. This will be a proper beach-off as we're expecting it to be. FaZe Clan, though, they're world champions. Not just world champions, Leo. They are back-to-back world champions. One of the two rosters to ever do, and realistically, the only roster to be the exact same to come back the year after and do it just again. Incredible stuff from them, but come on, this is slump time, right? This is what happens every time somebody wins an SI.
Yeah, the 6th Invitational curse, right? Is it something that is a myth, or is it something that is there to be broken? Well, for FaZe, it was something real last year. After winning SI, they hit a bit of a slump. What I want to know now is, after 2 SI, effectively, does that make them curse breakers? Because their game against Lost was incredible. You just heard Dash say that for him, he felt it was impossible to win against FaZe when they played them on Tuesday. This roster seems perfect in all ways. And now is the real test. Can they actually make it? Can they beat a huge team like Team Liquid Alienware? Or will they hit a slump after returning from winning SI? That's the biggest question mark for me.
Well. We'll see how we get it answered today, as I'm playing online best of ones, a very different being in all this, though. Let's bring up their opponents on the other side. Team Liquid Alienware. Handy's brother, though, is on the other squad, as you'll see him parade in front of you in just a moment here. Now, Team Liquid Alienware have been completely remade, with Maya being the only, we'll call it survivor anyways, from the previous roster that TLAW had. But bringing in the 4 Furia players plus their coaching staff, yesterday we were hearing kind of different news or things different than what we were expecting from Igor, their coach, Leo.
Yeah, I was really glad we got to talk to him, because many people would just say, oh, it's fine. It's the Xperia roster, their staff, plus Maya. And I actually disagree with that statement. Igor said it as well. It is a brand new team, because when they bring in Maya instead of Hertz, it changes everything. They went through role changes. They have someone that is way more vocal and energetic coming in. Maya, who's doing an amazing job both in-game and out of game. And all of these changes are made so that maybe in the short term, they're less strong and a little bit weaker. But he said it. In the long run, we're doing this to win majors again and win SI in Brazil. And that is the beauty of this roster. I think they like to invest in the proper things to work in the long run. We'll see today if that works in the short term against the best team in the world.
Then our map veto. What do we get for this banger of a game? And probably something classic, right? It can't be a Clasico without a classic map to go through. Lair, Bank, Chalet is out even. Well, Leo. A classic game gets a classic map, and we get to go to Clubhouse with FaZe on attack. Quick take before we pull in our casters and game starts.
I'll say this, I think it heavily favors FaZe. They absolutely love the map. They had an incredible win streak on it at SI. They won it almost every single time. It is the map for coordination and team play. And Milosh, who's the best team in the world in these two things?
FaZe Clan.
That's why I think they're the heavy favorite here.
Yeah. That's the way to put it. Anyways, let's bring in Dez and Ace. Look, Ace, I'm just going to say it straight up. FaZe or Team Liquid Alienware? Who? I hope Dez is having fun. What do you have? Sorry.
Are you enjoying the show?
It's got to be an Easter egg.
Oh,
That's true.
I don't have any chocolates here.
God damn it, I was muted the whole time.
You unmute on me, makes it, then you can do it. Well,
Yeah.
Great Easter egg. That's something for other people to figure out there. But we're trying to hold on to Team Liquid, Alienware versus FaZe Clan. Tim, finally, we have a Classico on our hands. How do you see this going?
Yeah, I still fancy FaZe for this. If you look back historically, with the old Team Liquid Alienware, or just Team Liquid as it was at the time roster, it's not been good for them against FaZe. I don't see it getting much better today. Long term, I do, but right now, I feel like they've got things to develop as a team. As Igor said, they're coming together. Things have changed. FaZe are FaZe. They just keep rolling in the same direction, and I think it's going to be really tough against them today.
What's the sweetness scale that you have on your end?
It's British chocolate. It's not really British anymore, is it? Too fair, it went crap. See, there was a joke waiting in all this, Milosh, that this game is going to be as delicious as this Easter egg.
But you just said that it's not as tasty.
I didn't say that. No.
Fair enough. Well, we'll leave you to it. You can get those eggs out of your mouth and straight into our game. Doesn't Ace take it away?
Let's do it. If I was going to put all my eggs in one basket, Tim, it would be on this game tonight. It's just one of them. It's a classic. It's an absolute classic, because you've heard the guys say it's a classic map, two classic teams, well, rosters, I guess, coming up against each other. Maya's just happy to be here. Either way, there is tons of history, and that's downplaying Maya. Maya's one of my favourite players in Brazil. I'm really excited to see what he can do. He's already been putting his name up in lights throughout the stage, throughout Kickoff so far. Now's the time to do it against the biggest boys there is to do it against.
Yeah, exactly that. Look, this roster, they are seismic roster changes. It's no particularly org changes. It's no new thing to them, is it? Let's remember they won everything as W7M. They went across to Furia. They now find themselves with Team Liquid Alienware plus one new player in Maya. And yeah, look, there's work to be done, but these are not players that shy away from a little bit of work in terms of adjusting. And they've also got absolutely bucketfuls of ability when it comes to being able to play different roles, being able to shift and adapt. And so, do I think FaZe are going to have an easy time of it? No, I do not. Do I think that they come out on top? I'm still giving them the edge. We'll see how it plays out. We're moving to round one. Bans have come in. Capitao and Grim, I think, both very good bans from Team Liquid Alienware. Going to make it a little bit easier to hold on to areas like Catwalk and the wall, for example. And then you've got that wall denial taken away by FaZe. Just heralding a quick approach, maybe.
Maybe so. Same as on the last map, right? We spoke about it a lot then, that it should mean at least entry into the map is quick. Progress through it is what often then ends up being at least a little bit hindered. So we'll see how they deal with that as it gets into it. But as we've already said, these are arguably two of the greatest teams in the world. Might take a little bit of adjustment time for Team Liquid Alienware to get to where they need to, but you can't ignore the quality of all these players that are inside the lobby right now. Many a hammer lifter is present here and ready to do a little bit of work. To get things off though, Tim, we've already got a bit of focus here, at least from a drone inside a catwalk, which normally indicates that you are going to see some pressure coming in. Garage door being open points towards the same. Normally seeing like a Capitao then being brought along here. Of course, that being banned away, it makes it a bit harder. A Grim then normally is your second go-to. Oh, look, he's also banned away. So that really is, I think, part of Team Liquid Alienware's game plan here is to play inside a catwalk because you're taking away two of those stronger operators that help you clear it out in the first place. So why wouldn't you then try and abuse a really powerful position up on this top floor?
Yeah, exactly that. It's, we often see this used for CCTV, for gym. Why not use it for that basement? This is all about time. This is all about burning through it. We saw it. We spoke about bans in the last one. When you've got that double wall denial ban, you're opening yourself up as attackers to have to play through other utility instead. And that's what we've seen there. Maya, Team Liquid Alienware, they've been able to burn over half of this round before getting that Azami back onto site. And guess what? Depending what they've got in pocket, you've still got keeper barricades to play through on site. So FaZe, a lot of work to do in this final minute.
Yes. FaZe, historically not quite a fast team is how I'd probably best describe them. Think back to the days of Vida King running around on Shield. Shakara is still doing it. Normally Monty would have been his go-to. They do occasionally wheel out a blitz and make good use of that operator as well, but they are a slow team, but they don't mind that because they're so good at executing when they've got you exactly where they want you to be. And I feel now, although there's still a bit of utility to go through, they're probably quite fancying their chances at making this push happen, Tim.
Still working through it though. Keeper barricade deployed. Goyo fire burns down. They're going to take that first challenge on to Generator. We see the Team Liquid Alienware just managing to escape there. KZ finding the Nitro onto Cyber as well. But here come FaZe. Vita King 1. They can do no more though. Surely 15 seconds left to go. It is all up to that shield. Vita King, it's going to be an ace or nothing, I think, taken out. KZ finds the final kill. Team Liquid Alienware, they managed to get themselves a successful first defense, and I like what they did there. Much the same as we said in that first matchup with Imperial and Los, when we're seeing that double electricity ban, it is allowing other utility to be played. That is what FaZe have done, and they have fallen foul of that utility. They've not really dealt with this army. The Goyo canisters have slowed them down massively. Really well played on the other side.
Yeah, I think the Goyos were the big headache for them there. Like, I didn't mind getting towards the last 60 that they were only just starting to ask questions to site itself. That is FaZe. They are quite a slow and composed team. It's the way they've always played. Yeah, as much as they are for, I think many would struggle to disagree with this, probably right now the best team in the world, their playstyle isn't exciting to a lot of people because it isn't hyper explosive. The only player that really brings that to their side is Cyber. And on a map like Club, especially going in towards the base of one of our most defend-decided sites in the game, not just the map, the entire game, it's no surprise that he doesn't really get a chance to make that one shine. I think you are going to see Team Liquid Alienware spending a lot of this half sat behind utility, trying to like drag FaZe down to a halt and really capitalize on the fact that they aren't the fastest team in the world. That really now turns towards the other side of FaZe to see if they can find a way to break that. And I think here Cyber is going to be that key for them, but he's really got to find himself a spot or an opportunity to be able to capitalize and get a couple of kills. What operator is great for that? None other than Solid Stake.
Yeah, that's going to be all about the clearance. Honestly, he was the player that I thought of when we saw Snake launched and when we saw those abilities and we start seeing him used on the roam clear like that to pick up on those isolated players. Cyber was definitely one of the ones that I thought of in terms of who's going to be able to squeeze the most value out of that. But right now, Team Liquid Alienware, they are playing into the same sort of battle plan, really. They're getting themselves in behind utility. They've got smoke canisters, 3 of them. They've got all of the Kiba barricades. They've got Goyo canisters. They've got mirror windows. They've got nitros. They've got bulletproof cameras, barbed wire. They've only really taken one set of impact nades that is not something that FaZe can directly do anything about. Otherwise, everything else is something for FaZe to worry about having to deal with.
Absolutely. Well, let's see if they can get the march on forward for now. You hear a lot of utility already going out. Smoke's going on down. You got the scan coming out, at least from Cyber. As I mentioned, we'll be trying to find these gaps in the defense that he can capitalize on. But Myers dealt with him, Tim. This is the problem. You've got absolute legend in Cyber coming up against absolute legend in Maya. And if he finds an answer and takes him offline, then the big question now comes over FaZe. So who's going to be that player to step up and drag them through a tough situation?
This has been a fantastic start so far for Team Liquid Alienware. I am interested to see them on the attack. I'm not looking too far down the road yet, but I think that's where we might see more difficulty for them. But right now, they are taking full advantage of being on the defense. Maya having a great game. Double kill in this round. 3 versus 3. A minute 10 left to go. FaZe might just have an opportunity here. They've got themselves a little bit more established inside of the map. They've got Garage now. They've got the breach open. They can work from this side. Think about getting that diffuser down. Vita King does have it in hand.
Does. Myers still standing, and not forgetting that, of course, he's out towards the other side of the map here, Tim. He shut down essentially any kind of pressure from the other side. So they can capitalize on playing around Catwalk, but here we go. Push on forward begins. Nade up to 3 in the game himself. He's still looking deadly, and now Myers going to have to find 4 in the round to save it for his team. Fuser going down means it's a golden chance to take a 1v1 here. Right angle, right idea. Handy is down to a slither of HP. Gets rid of 1. There's 1 more on the chassis. Maya versus Vita King to decide the round, and Maya! That's what we like to see. A 4K and safe round for his team. What play?
You've still got to get on the diffuser, Maya. This is a celebration.
He's got time. It's all good.
There's a lot of celebrations going on. Let's make sure we're on that diffuser. But look, what a play from Maya. Absolutely beautiful stuff. No wonder he's jumped up from his desk to celebrate there, because that was phenomenal. I didn't think he was going to win the fight against Vita King when he goes into the 1v1. Not because it's Vita King, but because he looked to the left of the stack and Vita King was coming around the other way. That's a phenomenal response from Maya, because the fight is really all against him at that point. Vita King should have been seeing him first. He's got a DMR. He should have been taking him down, but just couldn't find the kill quick enough. Maya absolutely dominating there. Team Liquid Alienware, they sort of clutched that one from the jaws of defeat, I think. They very nearly lost that round, but they get it done, and it's 2-0.
What I love about that so much is we spoke in the first round about how many hammer lifters there are. You know, Maya being the only one who hasn't. There's some of these players have got 2 Tim. And then Maya, as the only player that hasn't, is the one that pulls out around like that. Embarrassed FaZe out on the bedroom roam, destroyed them on the site itself. Wonderful play, and it puts Team Liquid Alienware up at 2 rounds to 0. FaZe really got to find themselves something to get a hold of here. We're going towards what many wouldn't call the tertiary site here. Gym and bedroom normally is the second site for a lot of teams. They start in basement, they go gym bedroom. Their third choice site is cash and CC. But now that Team Liquid Alienware have won that one, well, gym bedroom is what is left standing. And given how this site normally plays, Tim, I'm quite fancying taking the 3-0 over the world champions here. Let's be having that.
It's certainly looking that way. Maya's looking phenomenal so far, by the way, which is, again, a really important and interesting point, I think, because obviously this roster came along minus Herds, who has stayed at Furia and has, you know, been part of building a new roster there. So you look at it, and obviously Maya then becomes not a question mark. We know Maya's a great player, but it's, you know, what is that going to bring to this roster? What is it going to change? You know, we know the dynamic that they've had so far. Is that going to be the thing that gets them back to winning ways? And what a statement game we're seeing here. Going up against FaZe Clan, Maya's taking the opportunity to say, look, this is my part within this roster. You want to know why I'm in this roster? You want to know what I'm going to bring that's different, what I'm going to do? And, well, he's sending the message, isn't he? Beautiful stuff so far.
Absolutely. All right. FaZe, your turn. Your move. What can you deliver? At least with how the setup's going, it's not too dissimilar to what we've seen from Team Liquid Alienware across these last couple of rounds. It's very utility heavy. It's looking to slow down the world champs. It's looking to keep them at bay that little bit longer so that this clock becomes that 6th man for the defenders. And already for Team Liquid Alienware, for the most part, are dug quite far back into him, but they have turned it into a fortress. Playing aggressively inside of construction, making use of those keeper barriers to challenge it towards Cash and CC. And they'll just keep on deploying these all day long if they have to. We're already down to only 75 seconds left.
Casey's going to take down Vita King. That's a big one. The Blackbeard goes. That's going to be the tip of the spear lost to FaZe Clan here. Not able to go in anymore and create that space and take that attention that he might have done otherwise. Looking at what they've got remaining, what utility have they got? Souls is going to be particularly important here with those EE1D scans, the timing of it to allow FaZe to push forward on the back of it and take that ground. Nade goes out as well to be able to take down that bulletproof camera. So again, removing intel from the side of Team Liquid Alienware, who at the minute are pretty happy to just sit and hold their positions here. But there's one to keep an eye on. I was just about to say it for Leapox. He's underneath on pool table and they haven't clocked it. They've now lost the Lion and the E1D scans. A big loss again from FaZe here. They've got nothing left but to just go aggressive. But this is a side that can deal with aggressive. Is it? 1 versus 2. It's up to Leapox.
And we've already seen one recovery come out from Maya. Can Philippox pull out the same in round 3? Diffuser's going down. That temporary 1v1 takes hold. But Handy's out on the window. I think, in fact, no, he's inside the bedroom with his teammate. Really had to try and find the one. Just will not get away with it, Tim. That's why they're the world champs. Cyber with his charging for a 2K. A great post plan being played out too. Wonderful stuff from FaZe. They finally get themselves on the board.
Yeah, FaZe used that pretty well. As soon as Philippox gets that kill from pool table, and I loved Philippox's positioning, by the way, playing down underneath with the Tubarão, with the Nitro. It's an often forgotten ability of Tubarão, of course. When the ceiling is frozen, you can see footsteps of anybody walking above you. So a great opportunity to hit a Nitro if you manage to get that secured correctly. And I think that's the sort of thing that Philippox was playing for underneath. But when he gets that kill onto the Lion, when he takes down Souls, FaZe, their eyes eyes light up. There's one less in sight than we thought here, and Cyber just pushes in and says, you know what, we've got man advantage, and that's what FaZe are great at doing, adapting and opportunity spotting. Just goes in, gets aggressive at the right time, and FaZe take the round. I think they needed that one, but that definitely lights up this El Clasico matchup.
They do indeed. All right, timeout from 3. Obviously, have that. We speak about that kind of unofficial timeout you get with the op ban, but the extra time on top of this as well. FaZe know those first 3 rounds did not go according to plan. They've been, I don't want to say outclassed by Team Liquid Alienware, because they largely haven't. You know, Maya had that brilliant 4K that without that, FaZe probably are 2-1 up right now and feeling pretty good about themselves. So one round, one clutch play has been so far what separates the 2 teams. So it's not the end of the world. You would also expect generally to see defenders do well in Clubhouse. A 2-1 scoreline isn't that bad, but it's that extra little bit of time here to course correct, because I think at the top level, they know the difference often exists on the attacking side. Like, teams can generally defend quite well. Attacking is where I think you really define whether or not you come away with a win or a loss at the end of a map, because I spoke about back in our first map, that's where you see teams tend to struggle. And really, if whether we're going to be any friction for Team Liquid Alienware, trying to figure out like and understand each other's attacking patterns, synergizing more as a team, the challenge will be with them, because Maya is the new player in this game. Like Leo was saying on the desk, like Igor was saying, this is basically a whole new team. We're reimagining how we do things. One player is 20% of your whole presence inside the server. It doesn't sound like much when you say, oh, it's just one player, but it actually is quite a lot that it can impact in terms of how you play. So it will take them time to adapt, I think. So I don't blame FaZe at all here for thinking we need to try and walk away from this half with 3 on the board, and then we close things out in defense, because we don't believe they can attack as well as we can.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I think that's going to be the half that FaZe are looking towards, and there's definitely, you know, still that opportunity for them, but they are going to have to go one better in this second half of Team Liquid Alienware's defence than they've been able to do so far if they want to take that even split. But like you say, you know, without sort of miracle moments from Maya, it would be possible for FaZe to be on top. I think just getting Philippox back into the server. Quick technical pause, and we will get on with this one just as soon as we can do. But look, this one's delivering on every front that we hoped it would do at the minute. You know, coming into this, we call it the El Clasico. You know, we know that it is such a big game down in Brazil. We've seen it so many times between these 2 orgs, and they're not disappointing so far. We've had some magical moments, you know, even within 3 rounds. We've had, of course, Maya round 2 stands out, but, you know, there's been other big kills as well. The Azami play on Garage Catwalk, there might not have been any flashy kills or anything, but it did a great job for Team Liquid Alienware back in round 1. There's been some great siege played, and I think we're in for a lot more, and that says so the way the players were getting themselves ready. We are ready to go.
Absolutely. Look where we're going to, Tim. Back down into the basement. Back in round 1, it's where we saw FaZe really get ground to a halt by those Goyo canisters. Now, interestingly, their ban, they've gone in towards the mirror instead. Completely fine. It was played back in round 1 too. And also arguably probably more versatile across the map in terms of how you can make use of that mirror on a map like Club. So not surprised it's gone away, but it does still mean they've got to worry about getting things like the Goyo sorted. And now that adaptation step in the Azami. Yes, of course, it doesn't quite function the same as mirror windows do, but very, very good for setting up more mobile defenses, not having to sit and root yourself down behind a mirror window that then can't be moved. You can do quite a lot with those in general, I think. And things like Melusis is only going to slow you down further. Team Liquid Alienware looking ready for this.
Okay then, opening up that rotate at the top of the red stairs. So we're going to see a big top floor presence again, I would expect, out of Team Liquid Alienware this time. I mean, why not? It worked brilliantly for them last time. It burnt an awful lot of time, and it left FaZe kind of with a bit of a one-dimensional push towards the end. They were mostly coming from blue. There was veto working on the backstab from main stairs, but not much more. This time, Cyber, he's going to be looking for his entry path. So he's just used that scanner to walk along the building there. He sees that there's a presence around construction, and then he's able to walk his way in. Knows that he might be being pushed now. JV will pick up Vita King elsewhere. That's going to be the Ying gone again. They have a habit at the minute, FaZe, of not protecting these key operators. They lost Vita King on the Blackbeard last round. They lost the Lion last round. They still managed to get it won, but this time they've lost the Ying. They can only roll the dice without those execute ops so many times.
That's it. I mean, Cyber playing on a lot on the solid stake is, you know, very expected. I remember speaking to Doki about it a little bit and asking who you're mainly seeing playing on this operator. And he's like, it's not like your first entry, but
it's definitely second entry, or at least around that part of the map, between first and second. You're trying to opportunity spot, which is what Cyro's been trying to do. But like you've just seen then, try and find your opportunity. The only thing that comes back to bite you is the opportunity for the other side while you're staring at your gizmo or your gadget or trying to figure your way around a little bit, is you then get your head bitten off on the back of it. FaZe have now lost arguably two of their most important operators in this round to get any kind of control and to execute with the Ying. It's looking a little bit ropey, especially given, Tim, that we've got 75 seconds left. This is all around the top floor, but the site is down in the basement.
This is look at the botherometer. How bothered are they down inside? Not at all. I guarantee, Maya, Nade, KZ, they just sat their hands off at the minute. They're just scrolling through cams, whatever's left. Can they get any snippets of intel? And, only now are they going to have to start really looking up and getting ready for this push to come on through. 3 versus 4, picking up Philippox on the roam is no bad thing for FaZe. It gives them something at least. It's a toehold. It's a foundation to start building from. The drones will continue to rain in, but there is only so much time for intel now. They've got a player in Dirt Tunnel that will need to be dealt with if they want to play anything in towards Arsenal. Otherwise, they're going to have to go head-to-head with the fights into Church, and that's not going well for them as KZ manages to pick up a double. Handy and KDS taken out. 4 versus 1 now. And it looks like another round going in favour of Team Liquid Alienware, unless Souls can pull out something particularly special. And given we're down to 4 seconds, I don't think he's going to. That's going to be the end of the round then. And we found ourselves 3-1 now.
Really wonderful defense as well. Like, very different to what we've seen work for Team Liquid Alienware throughout this game so far. Like, back in round 1 and 2, it was all about trying to slow things down, force FaZe to be running against the clock rather than so much against Team Liquid Alienware themselves. This round, it was very much get out in the map, disrupt them early on, pick off key operators, and look who you get as your entry. Vitter King on Ying. That shouldn't... There's a real great put in there something about Bitty Ying, by the way. Just say, okay, that's in the back pocket for a future tournament, I think, Tim. It occurred to me and I was like, wow, moment of brilliance, hold on to that. But when he goes down, you then don't have your main operators to actually execute with at the end of the round. Cyber's then trying to figure out, okay, then, where are they ratting? What's going on? Who's sat in a corner and has picked him off here for free? And then he dies through a softball anyway. The round is basically over at that point. And as said, it was all on the top floor, not down in the basement. So there's really, really good proactivity, I think, from Team Liquid Alienware in that round to then contrast against what we saw back in the earlier rounds, which is now going to have FaZe in a bit of a tailspin. They can sit and turtle against us and win. They can play aggressive and win. Like, boys, what are we doing? We've got to tighten things up here. Because like I said, you've really got to be looking at this and saying, we need 3, or at the very least 2 attacks here. Else that second half is going to look really, really ropey. Can't take away from Team Liquid Alienware, though. They have played this brilliantly so far.
Yeah, they've played it. They've not necessarily, I don't think, had a static game plan. They've been very good at adapting to what's in front of them, and that is, as a new roster, one of the questions we will always have of teams, how are you going to adapt? And this is why we say they might struggle a little bit more on the attack, but right now they are bang on top of this, and I think FaZe are going to struggle to get too much more from this half unless they are able to seriously change the momentum, and that works beautifully for Team Liquid Alienware. As we said, attack may be more of a struggle, so get your rounds now, make hay while the sun shines, and get yourself that bit of breathing space. A disgusting angle being held from the catwalk, by the way, just in behind that Kiba barricade.
Again, Cyber taking a little bit of early damage, by the way. Snake is great when getting that intel, but if you just don't know about a certain corner of the route, it's almost like, like every operator is not infallible. There are still ways that you can deal with him, same as you can a Dockerby, same way that you can Deimos. There are responses, and I'm just worried that he's getting a little too cozy when he's trying to march his way forward here or trying to get aggressive onto people, and he's paying the price for it. I really want to see him try and keep himself standing that little bit longer. He's made use of most of his utility. Both need to come out at this point as well. And Maya is once again looking to be that demon of the gym bedroom side hold.
Cyber does manage to put that F2 to slightly better use this round. To answer your question, takes down KZ. That's going to be the castle gone. Halfway through the round, good entry, but a response is there as Cyber tries to get aggressive into CCTV. However, FaZe do what FaZe do best, coming in there, getting the trades and keeping themselves with that advantage. Very difficult team to beat from behind on a round-to-round basis. Here comes a little bit of movement though. Nade, he gets one. He just needs Felipox to keep himself in the round. But Felipox can't do it. Souls shuts him down and it leaves Nade now in a 1 versus 3. He has the sight at least. And he just needs to try and hold his breath and hope that FaZe give him as much as they can in terms of 1v1s and burning time down. This is possible now, Des.
Wait a minute. Hold up. Nade could be on for an ace. He's got 2 players to chew through. And as 2 of the most experienced players in the world, Souls, one of the most clutch. We speak about him all the time, Tim. It would be very unFaZe-like for them to give this round away. But all he wants is to isolate out these 1v1s, and Veto King finds him first. Good attempt, but not enough to stop the world champions.
No, that's it. Once they've smelt blood in the water, FaZe are very difficult to stop. Nade, he gave it a good go, but I don't think you get too many big clutches like we saw in round 2 against FaZe in one game. Certainly not many of them to the pound. That much is for sure. 3-2 now, and FaZe can still rescue that 3-3 half, Des. You know, that's what we spoke about. If they can get an even split and push Team Liquid Alienware onto the attack, that's, you know, right now, best case scenario for FaZe is, you know, to give themselves that sort of advantage into that second half. But the way that Team Liquid Alienware are playing today, I don't think that this sort of presumption that they may struggle more on attack is necessarily going to be too accurate, because we've seen them adapting, we've seen them changing, we've seen them playing different ways, as you said, playing aggressively, extending out into the map, turtling up on site, getting the rounds done no matter what is put in front of them. So I don't think it's by any means a guarantee for FaZe here, but the best they can hope for is to level things.
Yes. They do, and I think Team Liquid Alienware will feel slightly hard done by if this does end up 3 apiece, because the rounds that they've won, they have been very dominant. Bar, you know, the one that I mentioned did require a big clutch out of Maya, but he did it and he got the round over the line. That's what counts the most. It could be 3-2 to FaZe right now, knocking on the door of a 4-2 if they keep on playing the way they are. But for Team Liquid Alienware, as well as they defended at points, again, we'll still feel, I think, hard done by if it does end up being that scoreline. We'll see if they can get it done. But now, of course, you saw KZ dancing his way out towards Strip, trying to cause a bit of bother, hoping to catch someone out that side of the map. But so far, FaZe are giving nothing. Are they just trying to go? I thought for a second, looking at going fast there, Tim, with 4 of them all gathered up and around that construction window, I was like, no, surely they're not rushing in through construction. But maybe they're feeling something here, because they're going to say, forget about those on the roam, forget about those that are a bit further away, because there are 3 of them. KZ, JB92, and Nade aren't around site right now. And to be fair, neither is Maya. If they're quick about it, they could just smash their way in.
The key here, I think, for FaZe, I think sort of the rushing time has gone, but I think what this is about is catching the others returning to site. Get yourself in now. Get yourself in a position so the others have to fight back into you. And I think that's what FaZe are considering getting themselves in for. They're still very conscious of what's going on this CCTV and cache side. They will lose the drone over there. KDS has been picked up on that hatch there, and it feels like Team Liquid Alienware have just managed to hold on for long enough, Des, to prevent that push coming from FaZe. But that said, Veto King does manage to take down Felipox. That's going to be the frost off the board. 5 versus 4. FaZe still not able to confidently drop this Logi hatch just yet.
Ooh, that's too easy. That's too easy. That's even easier. Andy snaps the head of 2, and that pretty much locks up this round for FaZe here, outside of something magic from Maya or KZ. Maya starts off, gets himself 1. There's a down outside into another. This is winnable, although you'd think Souls would be recoverable. Not that it matters too much as FaZe, they get the business done, Tim. They've got that 3-3 half they needed, and now they're going on to the defensive club. Yeah, I'll be bricking it a little bit if I was Team Liquid Alienware right now, won't lie.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think this is where it gets a little bit more difficult for Team Liquid Alienware. I think we've seen some good passages of play from them. I think that will translate to attacking success, but will it translate to enough? It wouldn't surprise me to see FaZe lock out a 4-2 half here.
Well, that is how things break down sometimes. We'll see how things swap over in a moment when we get across to it. But now we're going to that lovely little halftime break, and I believe we've got Leo and Milos ready to take us through what they saw in that first half.
What an incredible back and forth half that we're having here between Team Liquid Alienware and FaZe Clan, the world champions, Leo. We were expecting this game to really tug on our heartstrings, and yes, it did. I was heating up my food for dinner watching this just live on my tablet in the kitchen, screaming at the top of my lungs, oh my God, Maya, because that entire round, not just that, this game so far, not just that, yesterday and Tuesday, Leo, it all hinged on Maya performing so well. It's incredible witnessing his skill now on a team that is full of incredibly skilled players.
And he's the main reason they're still in the game, to be honest. Because if I look at FaZe, they're playing perfectly. Despite losing the opening engagement most of the time, they bring it back. And if you look at Maya, it's actually insane to look at the consistency. If we look at his stats for the whole stage so far, in 3 matches, he's every single time the best rated player on a roster where you have supposedly the best fraggers in the world. When you have Nade, JV92, and KZ on your team, and you're always the best rated player, I think it speaks volume. And on top of that, you saw his reaction after the clutch, the energy that he brings in the game. He's the one guy that maybe can make the difference when Team Liquid Alienware will switch to attack. One quick thing I want to mention, though. The abuse of Solid Snake is something that I think is incredible by FaZe Clan. They understand Clubhouse is a smaller map, and so that Solid Snake around the top floor can clear almost everything. He has full-on intel on Gym bedroom when he's on the windows. Same goes for Cash and Server when he's on that balcony. The fact that they abused him, plus the Lion, to counter the aggression on the side of Team Liquid, beautiful play from them. Now it's the time for Team Liquid Alienware to go and adapt to that when they switch to attack.
I'll tell you, we're rubbing our hands here in excitement. The first half gave us a lot. Let's see if the second can live up to it. Doesn't Ace? Back to you.
Thank you very much, Milosh. I love that I get to say that twice a map now, by the way, Tim.
Well, it's just yet another benefit, isn't it, to the half-time break? You know, we get the input from the desk, the team and the coach can have a chat, we get strategies being built, and you get to say that twice.
Oh, thank you very much, Milosh. Wow. Just makes you feel at home. It's very CG, isn't it? Good, thank you very much, Milosh. We're going to overtime. We're going all the way. You know, it just hits right. It just hits right. And hopefully, Team Liquid Alienware can hit back in this second half because, like I said back in the first, I thought they played really well. I was impressed by the defenses. They had the right game plan. They just got bowled over by the best team in the world. And that is going to happen to anybody that comes up against FaZe, I'm afraid. And if not for my 4K in that second round that we touched on, it would have been a 4-2 attacking half to FaZe, which is a terrifying prospect. But now that they go into the defense, I think Team Liquid Alienware are certainly going to have their work cut out for them. But they're no slouches themselves. Let's see how they can do. Cyber across them towards that Solus. Looking to get busy, Tim, and cut down that intel game from the other side.
Yep, Cheshire and Arsenal will be the first defensive choice for FaZe Clan. We, quite often reference it as being one of the strongest defensive sides in all the game. And I think we are going to see a very difficult attack coming up for Team Liquid Alienware. Just looking at the positioning, though, FaZe Clan have actually given up quite a lot of the map here with no presence up on top floor whatsoever. They've got Cyber and KDS playing around stage, lounge and stock, and they're supported by Handy as well over in garage. But otherwise, A, they're a little bit light on site itself, but B, they have given over top floor. So it is all about this mid-floor fight at the moment for FaZe Clan.
It is. That's probably what you'd expect as well, right? Start there, work your way through the map. Normally how it goes down. KZ, I'm very keen to see how he plays. Of course, making great use of the gadget there. You saw both players being dinged out. Of course, they're aware too that he is on the hunt. Not quite as terrifying, admittedly, as when a Deimos gets a track down because you can see him coming. Probably it's quite scary that you can't see Solid Snake coming at the same time. That's always going to be the consideration. But really, I think where you're going to see KC here be able to do some work is that he knows when he can step inside the building, when he can start working his way through relatively independently of everybody else on the team. So while they can start still focusing on droning each other in and getting themselves towards the execute, he can make sure large parts of the map are clear elsewhere. And that's the real strength you're going to see, I think, of Solid Snake as we go through Kickoff and, of course, into Salt Lake City.
KZ going to pick up the kill onto Vita King. Mute taken down. Team Liquid Alienware starting to soften up sight a little bit. We can see all of FaZe now have been pushed back. I expected that to be quite a quick job given that there was no top floor presence, and Team Liquid Alienware have been able to achieve exactly that. They've got the hatches open and they can now start pressuring site itself. A minute, we often talk about, you know, coming into the final minute and how time's ticking by. On this downstairs site, honestly, a minute is a reasonable amount of time. There's not too much of a rush just yet. They're okay for the next 20-30 seconds to start positioning themselves ready for that final push.
Yeah, I'll be too beat up about it, to be fair, because you've seen teams execute with 10-15 seconds left on the clock on this site, dropping in through hatches, flooding down towards blue. You know, a lot can happen in the space of 2 or 3 seconds, but power positions like this one are things that need to be unearthed a little bit. There are 2 mirror windows inside of blue, which means the defenders can at least reasonably rely on that as being a good point for them to be protected from. Moto, of course, you've given up quite early on. There's, of course, the kitchen hatch that you also got to consider. And now also the church wall being opened up, but Handy, he gets to swing on towards Maya, steps out aggressive. Oh, ho, ho, ho! Handy, my boy, calm down. Another big round from him. It was 2K in the prior team, and here he is basically single-handedly won it for his team. It's going to be FaZe going up 4 and 3 as Nade tries to do whatever the hell he can, but all he's had to watch is from a distance his brother destroy his team.
Yeah, big message sent by FaZe towards the end of that round. Handy just getting exactly takes the swing onto Moto Door to begin with, which he had a mirror window set up with a player on it behind him, by the way, which would have been much safer swing. But no, he's going to take it on. Not only does he get the kill, he then pushes forward even more aggressively into Moto, plays underneath that hatch and catches them completely by surprise. And the message that sends to Team Liquid Alienware is, hey, you better be ready for this. Like, we're on defense, we're comfortable now, you're the ones who've got to find the answers, we're going to bring the unexpected. And it's just paid off absolutely brilliantly for FaZe Clan. 4-3 now, and if I'm a Team Liquid Alienware fan, I start to worry a little bit about how this second half's going to go.
Yeah. It was like I was saying back after 2 or 3 rounds in that first half as FaZe, you look at this and think, if we can get 3, at the very least 2 attacking rounds, we feel quite comfortable. Having 3, I think they've gone into the second half with very, very little concern about getting the job done. And it's not to say that Team Liquid Alienware aren't capable. You know, formerly Furia, like, we know what they can do. We've seen how well many of these boys can play, the damage that they can do. But you are up against the reigning world champions, and they've been at the top of their game now for quite some time. Not an easy feat to bring them down. Certainly not on one of their go-to maps. But now we're going to find ourselves at least defending here on the upstairs. We've got the laser gates down. We've got the mirror windows in place, Tim. We're really trying to turn Cash and CC into a fortress when typically it's quite hard to keep this one completely locked down. But I like what they're doing. They'll trip this one away. Or no. What? I really thought because of where the laser gates were, they'd step away and have them kind of like zip back onto destroying the gadgets on the other side. But no, lets the wall open and Cyber is just ready. Makes use of the mirror window instead to let him see where the player on the rappel is and gets a freebie. Beautiful start to the round.
I actually love that. What's the one thing that you are missing from a mirror window when it's on a completely reinforced wall like that? And the answer is an opportunity to fight with them. So Cyber says, oh, what? You're going to open up a small peek hole next to my mirror window for me? Yes, please. That's absolutely perfect use of it. Brilliant stuff. I'm really fascinated by the lack of mirror bans that we've seen so far today. Obviously in SAL, just not too worried about it, but I am here for it because it means we're getting to see plenty of mirror played and see why she is so strong. Casey does manage to take down Handy. Halfway through the round now, 4 versus 4.
Wonderful stuff for sure. I mean, that now makes that plat almost unplayable as well. Like, no one can easily get up there and open that wall up. Like, sure, you want to get like a character on it? Okay. Maybe you can come down from above and repel and get rid of it. What if a C4 comes through? There's other considerations you've now got to start making. So, realizing it or not, Cyber has just done an awful lot for his team. We'll see if Team Liquid Alienware can get a bit of a move on here, Tim, because we're coming down to this last 75 seconds or so. It's still quite a lot to work with. But they're still chasing players around the map here. Like, yes, that's a good kill to get, but that's nowhere near sight. It's the exact opposite. It's basically the other end of the map at this point.
I think Cyber's overplayed his life a little bit there. He's been trying to play inside, and we're 2 minutes into the round. Like, taking the first fight when they opened the hole next to the mirror window, brilliant stuff. Love to see it. Trying to play 2 minutes into the round, still in CCTV with the window open. I think you're asking for trouble, and they got it. Team Liquid Alienware managed to come through and get the win there, fairly comfortable in the back half of that, and I think that's maybe FaZe over-aggressing and just overplaying their hand a little bit.
Just a tickle. Started very well, but excellently recovered by Team Liquid Alienware as well.
I was worried when I saw they were out to the other parts of the map there trying to deal with these would-be roamers trying to get on their backside with runouts, for example. But always having 2 or 3 players still focus on the site itself. Like you say, Cyber kind of overplayed his hand a little bit, got snared in the trap that Team Liquid Alienware set up. With that, they pulled themselves back even. However, I'll say what I said earlier on. That was also the site that we saw won back in the first half in round 2. That's what I see as the kind of tertiary site. The secondary site really is this one, Gym and Bedroom. If Liquid Alienware can get this one done, then I start to feel very, very excited for them. Until that time, I'm still like, it just feels like the momentum is so strongly with FaZe right now. Yes, 1 round is good. It's going to be enough to turn the game around. Maybe not quite yet.
Let's get into it then. 4-4, and this one is heading for overtime at this rate. If it continues 1 round for 1 round, I think we'd all love to see a little bit of that. We argue for this being the El Clasico fixture, particularly in the Brazilian league. A little bit of overtime would deliver beautifully on that, to say that the rosters have changed and the matchup is back, because it has felt a little bit one-sided over the last couple of years in favour of FaZe. Okay, we've got those mirror windows in play once again, as would be expected. Gym and Bedroom, 1 looking into construction from Logi and 1 looking out towards the breach. Having a look at the breaching capabilities, we've got the Ace and we've got the hard breach charges on the Grim. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. Also got the redundancy of Maverick if needed, so shouldn't be any excuses for Team Liquid Alienware here. With those Electro Bros taken off the board in the bans, should have these walls open pretty quickly.
You'd hope so. You'd hope so. I mean, they shooted them pretty quick last time around as well. But then what you do with it. When FaZe were on the attacking side, they flooded into site pretty aggressively. Remember, I think it was KDS who was charging his way forward and picking up kills inside a bathroom after getting control of Bedroom itself. They were very happy to go aggressive on towards these players. Whereas for, I imagine, FaZe here, they want to keep things locked up that a little bit more. A lot of utility to sit behind that I've spoken about a lot already today. And 3 C4s to play denial with. If one of those C4s isn't headed towards this breach, there's probably going to be an issue, Tim.
Yeah, you really would expect it, especially with the Maverick playing there. We've got a little bit of cover coming in beautifully. Cyber will take some damage there as he tries to get aggressive onto that, but keeps himself alive this time, doesn't overcommit, maybe learns the lesson of the last round, keeps himself in somewhat of a safer position. And 1 minute 30 into the round, whilst they've got that breach kind of softly open, they haven't been able to do too much work on it to make it accessible. So right now, I think FaZe Clan in the driving seat in this round. That is much better for Team Liquid Alienware, though.
Yes, here we go then, trying to focus on getting this mirror opened up and force this player out of bathroom that's been a real thorn in their side here for a while. The Cyber refusing to give it up just yet, going to go aggressive and gets the freebie for it. You can't be letting him get away with that one, boys. There had to be a response. No! He stood into him again, Tim. Absolute demon onto these breaches today. It was plat in the prior. This time around, he's got to make it a third. Go on, make my day, or don't. That's also fine. Nade. At least still giving his team a bit of a fighting chance, Tim, but it's a 3v4. They've got to go big, and they've got to go now.
Cyber overstayed his welcome a little bit on that wall again after the kill on KZ, and there is an opportunity now for Philippox to put that diffuser down. Nobody's reacting here. I'm not sure if FaZe were aware it is going to be secured, and Nade... The call is coming from inside the house. He's got himself inside of the bathroom to cover the swing here. If they try and push across, they know he's there, but they can do nothing. Team Liquid Alienware managed to fight back from serious man disadvantage. Philippox spotting a gap and putting the diffuser down. Cyber did unbelievable work. I don't want to be critical of him, Des. Unbelievable work in the shower. And it's not as simple as just running out of there. I'm aware of that. But I think there may have been the opportunity for him to just excuse himself from that position after getting the double kill, but it's like the dominoes fall after he drops, and Team Liquid Alienware take full advantage of that.
That is twice now in this half, Tim, that we've seen Cyber give his team a brilliant start. Entry onto a hard breach in 1, 2 kills out onto Jacuzzi Plat. Then I was like, man, FaZe can't let those rounds go away. This is perfect for them. Yet Team Liquid Alienware have still managed every time to fight their way back into it. Like I say, I'm now very nervous of FaZe. They should not be letting that happen. And whether or not they're letting it happen or not, it's kind of beside the point, because right now it's Team Liquid Alienware up at 5-4. They're the ones who are playing these man disadvantage situations brilliantly.
and are in a great spot to push on here and, dare I say it, maybe get a regulation win over FaZe. That would be huge for them.
Okay then, see whether FaZe can get this one over the line, get themselves back into it. We haven't seen anybody in this second half get themselves more than 2 rounds into the lead, so it's been within touching distance throughout. FaZe are going to be very keen to keep that the case. Last time around when they were defending this site, it was all about the mid-floor. They didn't play anybody on top. They haven't done that again this time, but they're actually playing even deeper, FaZe. They've got 4 back in the basement. Make that 5 as Handy makes his way back down there. So as soon as Team Alienware recognise this, which they will with the Snake very, very quickly, they're going to be able to take over this map in a heartbeat.
He doesn't go on heartbeats, does he?
No, I don't believe he does.
That's a pulse thing, mate. I was trying to be funny. That was terrible. I'm sorry, mate.
I'm used to it, Des.
Yeah, go on. Just rub it in. Salt in the wounds. Very good, very good. Dirt, though, as we just saw for a second ago, nades being rolled on through, also had those Goya canisters being burned out at the same time. Very standard stuff. If you've watched the game of Clubhouse before, you've no doubt seen that be the starting to large parts of these rounds. Normally followed up by a shield, then pushing in behind the players trying to push their way through dirt, stand on that doorway and feed information to the team. But Monty Van Der Way is normally the go-to for FaZe, with it not being available alongside the Blackbeard. It's a bit hard to rely on a blitz to be able to get that job done, which I think is why you aren't seeing it come out in the round here for Team Liquid Alienware. So that little bit of consideration to think about still. My eyes then fall instead towards that Ying of KZ. When Bitter King was running it before, back in that first half, he went down quite early on. Never really got a chance to use it. KZ keeping himself going here as we get towards these last 75. And with all of Team Liquid Alienware starting to bear down on this basement, I'm starting to think that maybe actually that Ying's going to have an awful lot of impact in when it comes around to the execute. All eyes then no doubt turn towards Handy on the Warden to find a response.
Trying to use those verticals, trying to spot anybody they can inside a site, but FaZe are giving them absolutely nothing at this point. 50 seconds left to go. Team Liquid Alienware thinking about making that progress forward, but KDS shuts it down cold as he manages to find the kill onto KZ. That's the Ying as well. Big loss for Team Liquid Alienware there. That would have been one of the definite focal points of getting themselves on into site behind those Candelas, trying to get something going from main stairs, from Moto, trying to push, prod, get any sort of space that they can to attack forward into sight, but FaZe are standing up beautifully until it's that man again. Maya with a double nade gets in on the action, and they've all the time in the world with 20 seconds to find the kills that they need. JB92 and Maya with the last 2, and that's going to be another round for Team Liquid Alienware. It didn't look as likely as the previous, but again, they managed to find a way. They get themselves now 2 match points.
Maya is just making it look easy today. Him and Handy have had some brilliant rounds between them. Probably a good thing they're not on the same team, though. You could be mistaken between Handy and Nade, but it's just another one of those. He's barely moved his feet, Tim. He stood there with the F2, lined up 3 kills, waited for FaZe to come in towards him every single time, making it look amateur, which is a crazy thing to say about FaZe, but that's how things look. They are not their usual selves this half, and Team Liquid Alienware look absolutely fabulous on the attack of this map. Not what I thought I'd be saying. It has been very attacker-leaning so far across the 2 teams. Very curious to see if they can get it done here and now, because all those points, all 3, will be massive for them to take away from FaZe. I think when many teams looked at FaZe and said, no one's beating them, maybe today they're about to.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a big marker, isn't it? So far, Liquid, they lost to Black Dragons. They had a win, but it was a close run win against Lost. Nothing, bad to be said there. Lost have been a good team so far. We saw them, very confidently beating Imperial earlier on today. So Liquid, I think, for Team Liquid Alienware to come out and get this win against FaZe Clan in this fashion, if they can go 7-4, for example, if they can just get it shut down here and now, that's a massive statement from them. We've said this is a team that needs time to gel. There's changes. Where will Maya fit? There's, different roles going on, all sorts to be dealt with. And I think if they can come away with a 7-4 win in El Clasico, boy, oh boy, does that put a serious spanner in the works as far as SAL is concerned.
It makes SAL such an interesting region because it's been the case for years
that on the international stage, we all know with quite a lot of confidence who our top Brazilian, well, South American League teams are, Brazilian teams. We all know who our best teams are. When they come back to playing each other inside the region, it feels like anyone can beat anyone. Quite consistent, that seems to be the trend, and it is so bizarre. I don't know what it is that leads to it, whether it's the fact that it's best of one, whether it's the fact that it's, you know, local league and they all know each other so well and they've all played together and a lot of them are friends outside the game as well. I don't know what it is, but it can lead to some weird, wacky games, and this is turning into one of them where Team Liquid Alienware are looking to upset the world champions. What a result it would be, and maybe they can get it done. Bitter King not quite ready to roll over just yet, though, as Maya's the one taken down. Cyber to KZ, maybe a little bit of breathing room to him, but I've seen FaZe bottle a few man advantages throughout this half. It could yet be another one brewing right now.
This is it. Just because they get those first couple of kills, it doesn't necessarily mean that the round is going to be over. Team Liquid Alienware have shown an ability to mentally fight their way back into rounds that should be lost, and they continue to do so under Philippox's leadership, managing to put that glass scope to great use there. 3 versus 3, a minute 40. Team Liquid Alienware can take their foot off the gas here a little bit. They can go back to the drones. They can go back to the intel. They can just kind of, you know, consolidate what they've gained now and then use that as a platform to build forward. I love this from them. Always scrappy, always fighting their way back in. 3 versus 3, a minute 15 left on the clock.
You can't be 5v3 and let it go like this, boys. We can't be doing that today. Not again. Been 5 multi-kills in this game so far for Team Liquid Alienware. We spoke about Maya. KZ's had 2. Nade's had one of his own. Just one of those days where you don't feel you can count any individual player on Team Liquid Alienware out of it until every single one of them is dead and in the grave. Soul's on the slither of HP himself, a single bullet, enough to see him out of the game. Final 45 seconds. Will they hold on to him? What are you saying? Is this a Liquid Alienware one or not? Round the corner, but no. JV misses the shots that he so crucially had to land. Cyber keeping his team going. There's a snake on his belly. Another one going the way of over to there, but Nate's found 2 to himself. 1v1 up against King, but King misses the shotgun shot. You can't be doing that one, man. And Team Liquid Alienware take all 3 points.
I think everybody, including Team Liquid Alienware, thought that round was over when King came round the corner with the shotty. But no, just misses. I think there was just a little bit of siege timing. I think there was a bit of movement there just at the end, just as he took that shot that took them out of the kill zone. A difficult finish for FaZe. Real questions to be asked there. The amount of times that they went from a man advantage to lose a round. They were 5 versus 3 then. And Team Liquid Alienware still got it back and got it done. Tough loss for FaZe.
That's a head scratcher, man. King will be kicking himself over that one as well. But it's like we said at the start of the round, Tim. A 5v3 for FaZe doesn't really feel like a great lead at any point. It feels like the most dangerous scoreline for them today. And ultimately, it's Team Liquid Alienware 7-4. Not even like a 7-5 or an OC win. A 7-4. That's a pretty convincing victory in my books.
Yeah, I said that. If they come away with this, it's an absolute statement victory. They've gone up against FaZe, they've gone up against the top dogs, and they've beaten them 7-4. You know, what an outcome that is for them. We ask questions. Of course we have questions. It's a new roster, a lot of changes. They've just started answering them.
Well, I'm sure our devs have got a lot they want to say as well. So this time, Leo, where you at?
I am in shambles of what I've just seen. What was that? That was crazy.
What a game.
How do you win a 1v? How do you win a 2v3 with 2 guys going up red stairs with like 10 seconds left in the round and a triple crossfire onto them? How? Oh my god.
You get caught mid rechamber on the shotgun. There cannot be a worse moment. That's siege timing, right?
He's gonna hate himself.
I get it, but at the same time, what a game. We promised you a game full of highlights. This is definitely a highlight reel where you could put KZ and Maya replays for the entire time. There were great plays overall, but those two really shone when time was calling for them. And I think it all started with Maya in this round. We talked about it in the halftime. Everybody then putting up weight on here. TL Alienware, Team Liquid Alienware, Leo, now have actually won. Crazy to say that. They have won a Classico against FaZe.
It's the first time in this region. It's the first time since 3 years. That is absolutely massive, and it took an entire roster overhaul. It's history being made before our eyes, and it's the way it's been done as well. I think initially it was really more about miracles of some individuals on the side of Team Liquid. They needed the KZ 3K in the first round. They needed the Maya crazy 1v2 clutch on the second one. And then when they reached attacks, I thought what was really important was, even then, by the way, Nate almost pulled the clutch and was hitting some nice shots, but when they transitioned to attacks, what I was surprised about was they consistently gave up man advantage. Almost every single attacking round, they lost the opening kill. Yet every single time, they were able to bring it back by playing together, gaining the control they needed. Yes, a multi-kill here and there, but that was enabled by the utility of their teammates. I thought that the abuse of the Solid Snake also for these guys, not only for FaZe, was once again very strong. It's actually insane the amount of things you can clear with it because you get full information onto the top floor. That run in particular, I thought was, how do they win this? This was a 5v3. One player gets injured, they send the sense so they can plan in gym, the bathroom player has the perfect cover. That screams to me a team that knows how well to play together. And honestly, it's reassuring for a Team Liquid that was struggling at the beginning of SAL. Milosh, I mean, in the end, like, they lost the first game to a team that was not part of the Big Four, and now they're back, and they won yesterday, and they won against FaZe Clan, and they can be proud of themselves because honestly, they pulled this one out of nowhere.
I know we're starting to sound like Team Liquid Copium fanboys that have existed over the past, well, many, many years, like 8 years at this point, but this is actually tangible. This is real. We haven't seen this reality since at least the run-up qualification and the run that Team Liquid had back in Manchester 2 years ago. I remind you of that, which was incredible. The way that they recovered in with the old roster, recovered in SAL, qualifying to the major and playing and getting all the way to the main stage. That was incredible. What we're seeing here is at least some of that copium coming back in some ways and off of great plays. Individual FaZe played really well, but what we're seeing is Team Liquid Alienware played better individually and as a team. They're figuring out what's going on the other side, and I'm so excited to discover more and more of or from this lineup with how they're now being rebuilt around Maya. And I'm so happy that we got to talk to TL Alienware's coach yesterday, Igor, that told us about how they're rebuilding this team, how the roles are different than they were before, how Maya is fitting in and reshaping the roster also as he is joining this. It is a beautiful sight to behold. On the other side, you expect FaZe Clan to play really well. It's the same consistent roster that consistently plays at the top level. Of course, they're going to play incredibly well, but despite all of that, they lost. And that says something about TL Alienware and how they're doing right now. However, we have to set aside all of this for a moment. We'll give us a moment to breathe here, Leo. You know me? In, out, in, out. We got it. Let's have a chat with our victors. Felipox is awaiting. Let's bring him up. Feli, congratulations and good to see you again. It has been a while, my friend. Congrats, a hell of a game. We're all getting excited about a Classico. We finally got a true Classico. How are you feeling after all this?
I'm feeling great. It was a great match. It was already a Classico for us to play against FaZe Clan because of all the history. And now playing with Liquid is even bigger, the game. And I'm just feeling great. Playing with Maya is just such a great joy because the guy is just hyping all the time. So, yeah, I'm feeling great.
Honestly, looking at you guys play, I was like, I felt right back at like the prime Furia ages of like, there's a crazy multi-kill that happens every round. And like you guys, in some of these rounds, I want to go back maybe to the gym one where I think you were on the sense and you pull, I think it was a 3v5 on a gym bomb site together. And like, unlike you guys change roles, you incorporate Maya in the roster. Like, to me, it feels like a new roster. And yet you arrive to maintain that kind of chemistry within the round, that composure that you guys had because you played for so long together. How do you guys manage to have that, reach that level already of synergy and of like pulling rounds against the best team in the world, which was FaZe, 2 Hammers, like in a 3v5 to me? I don't know. Like, how do you manage to get that chemistry going with entirely new roles and a new player on the team?
Yeah, that's a good question because it's hard. Like you said, for us, it's kind of a new roster as well because we have different roles and all of that, and with the addition of Maya. So of course there are some rounds that we are not doing exactly what we want to do because we don't have the synergy to do. So it's kind of hard. That round that you said, we had the perfect synergy to do the things that we had to do, and the round it was a really good round for us in the beginning because we were doing an open kill in the bathroom in the Wamai Cyber Zero. He was there, and we threw 2 grenades in him, but he did a miracle play and killed 2 guys.
Yeah.
So the round became so difficult for us, but then after that we could keep the composure and get the 3v5, and like the communication was really good, and we were getting the kills, and it was a really good round.
And I guess zooming out of this, why do you think it was so important for you guys to make these role changes and to incorporate Maya? Because Igor told us, like, we did this for the long run because we want to win majors, we want to win SI in Brazil again. Why was it so important for you guys to make these role changes?
I think the main reason is me becoming a support because of the IGL. Because it's so much easier to be an IGL while being on support. So I feel like I was not doing my best because I couldn't do because of my role. And on the other side, there was Nade. He's a really good individual player. You guys saw that in the last round. And I think we can get the best of him in his new role, and I'll do the sacrifices in the support role, like do the plans, go in the front, and do the IGL. So I think that's the main reason. And also JV, he's a really flexible player. He showed us in the last year, so he's playing more flex now, and he's adapting as well.
It's great to see. It, in my eyes, quite potentially to be the best IGL in the world now, being given more space to do the work. Thank you very much, Felipox, for joining us. Congratulations on a huge win. You still have one more game here in this group to really close that out. You're playing against Imperial Esports. How do you expect that game to go on Tuesday?
We can't underestimate them. We lost 2 Black Dragons, so I think we kind of underestimated them, the map veto in the preparation. So Imperial is a good team, and we have to do our best to win.
Very good. Humility in it all. Felipox, thank you again. Congratulations on the win. We'll see you on Tuesday.
Thank you.
There it is. And even through all of the success today and a huge victory, you still get to hear it from Felipox. We're not going to underestimate them. We kind of did it against BD, and look at us now. Very good to hear. Nade, our MVP for the matchup. Honestly, just the way that last round ended. Incredible, walking up the stairs and just collecting kills left, right, and center. There's multiple people that you could submit as MVPs of this game here, Leo, but the real MVPs are the viewers that got to see this magnificent match.
Yeah, and got to see Nade unleashed, really. I love what Felipox was sharing with us. Like, JV has always had a great vision for the game. As a flex player, he gets to play utility-based operators a bit more. Right now, in terms of statistics, it seems to be a bit hard for him, but I think he's still adjusting. But on the other hand, Nade now can play more aggressive. He's free of the flex support role. He's getting closer to what Handy is doing on FaZe, and we're seeing the two twins go crazier and crazier. I love the new role changes. I love the transparency also from Felipox. And so far, I mean, it seems to pay off. Yes, it was on the back of incredible individual miracles every single round with triple kills or 4 kills from multiple players on the side of Team Liquid Alienware, but also they are known to do that. And so when you have two very strong teams like this, in a matchup like this, the biggest difference is made in these individual moments because they're so good strategically. Honestly, I just want to see them now perform in BO3s. I think playoffs are almost guaranteed at this point. I know they don't want to underestimate Imperial, but looking at the caliber of the team we've seen today, I'm not worried about them. And with that win over FaZe, they could very much take the first seed of the group.
Which would be huge. You get so deep into the bracket immediately. It's an advantage that they definitely do not want to waste in a situation like this, and it definitely does depend on them being victorious with all 3 points in the next matchup. We shall have to see today. The fact that FaZe and Team Liquid Alienware did not go to overtime is a huge advantage for TLAW in this group stage and how the points system really works out in the space. Though, Leo, that was game number 2. We're going to take a few minutes to chill and breathe because we'll continue with our next half. Fluxo W7M Furia is playing right at the end, but before that, it's NIP versus INTZ. We'll see you in a moment. Welcome back, my friends, to SAL. We got some action ahead of us. We got some time to breathe after our El Clasico FaZe Clan versus Team Liquid Alienware. And Leo, now we're here to, I guess, make sure that the people out there know what's happening here in the league. So let's pull up our groups graphics and really remind everybody of the action, the damage that so far has been done, because our first two games really did have an impact on how things are flowing. There are only 2 more matches left today, of course, but 2 more matches in the kickoff group stage before we qualify 4 teams from each group into playoffs. Can you take me through it, please, Mr. Leo?
Absolutely. So a few things to note here that are of importance. The first thing first is, with their lost, Imperial are really in a dire spot right now. When it comes to the next few play days, it could very much mean that they're grouped. And it doesn't go without saying that with them coming up from Challenger Series, it was kind of the expectation. When it comes to Group B, the next match will have its importance because we're going to see INTZ play against NIP. Now, it's important for 2 different reasons. For INTZ, after the loss yesterday, the overtime loss against Loud, we watched the team that was supposed to be the weakest one in their group. They're in a really dire spot because if they lose today, in my head, they're effectively grouped. They will have to face Fluxo W7M and Furia last. And let's be real, if they lost to Loud and NIP, it will be very hard for them to make it. And so if you look at NIP, here is the opportunity for them to basically guarantee themselves a top 3 finish because they already played twice. They beat Fluxo W7M, and the only 2 teams that remain to be played are Loud and INTZ. So if they can secure a victory here and then down the line against Loud, they will make sure they go and secure at least the upper bracket, which is good news for them. So a lot is at stake in the next match that could really shape up how Group B is ending up.
One more thing on Group A, just to kind of bust it in. With our interview with Felipox, I mentioned that Team Liquid Alienware are playing on Tuesday. I was wrong. They're playing next weekend, so that'll be the final play day of the actual group stage that is on Saturday next week. So just to make it clear, but all said and done, all set. That's the info that we need. A refresher on groups A and B here in Kickoff with only 2 play days left after this one. Though 2 games, let's head into our next matchup. And of course, that is INTZ versus NIP. Now, INTZ is up first. You were talking about them and what pressure they have in front of them. It is absolutely mounting in a situation like this here, Leo. And just hoping that they can live up to it, and today is make or break.
So far, it's been a rough one. Let's be real. They played Loud yesterday, and Loud were struggling, and despite that, they still lost the game. It was a very defender-sided Fortress game that went all the way to the 15th round, and they ended up losing it. And honestly, it was so close because of Legacy and Raps. They were really the kings of that matchup, dropping double digits, both of them. Legacy with 18 kills. If it wasn't for him, that game would have ended earlier. And it puts a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Angels, Arthur, and STK. Most importantly, I'll say this: Arthur is playing the horrible roles, right? He's on the shields, he's the anchor on site, he can do much more. But Angels and STK are supposed to be the entry line. They're supposed to be with Legacy, the entry and the flex player. And to see them underperform that much is a worry, because not only did they underperform this game, but last stage, Angels and STK were amongst the bottom-rated players of the league already. And so, yes, they bought the ticket back and grinded their way all the way to SAL again, but there needs to be a reaction from them, because if they don't step up, INTZ they don't have a chance to basically avoid getting rooped here. These are the guys that I'm watching today.
NIP on the other side, they're looking to collect points, right? They lost against Furia in the opening day against Fluxo W7M yesterday. It got really close, narrowly avoiding losing points in the matchup, but it is a great victory for them to have over Fluxo W7M in the fight in the top 3. Today, an opportunity to collect 3 points might be the best one they will have yet here in play day 3 of SAL Kickoff. Oh, these two men that you just saw in front of you, Fantasy and Pino, definitely pulling in their fair share of the work yesterday, Leo.
Yeah, they're absolutely amazing. Fantasy creating the space, involved in 8 out of 12 rounds. In 8 of the 12 rounds, he was involved in the opening engagements. He won 6 of them. 75% of the opening engagements won for Fantasy. All the space that was created, Pino was punishing it, going crazy with his Lion. I mean, I know a lot of people were saying that NIP were weakened, having lost cons to Fluxo W7M. The reality was that it seems that Bassetto fills that role pretty well. He has another style of agiling, a bit more objective-oriented, but so far what they have shown is promising, and they are the favorite in this matchup.
Absolutely so. Though from our rosters, we'll go into our map for this series, as once again, this is all about this best of one. As we go deeper into it, Chalet Consta. Now, last time was it yesterday? We got Border from NIP. We got INTZ on Fortress, and we're gonna go to a Border in this case. Okay.
Yeah, I can understand why NIP wouldn't want to go to Fortress. Maybe they do want to hide it. I'm very surprised INTZ let Border go through. As a reminder, NIP just beat Fluxo W7M on that map, and they absolutely love that map. So it goes to show how well NIP was playing on it. I assume they had one night to do the counter prep. I don't know if that will be enough, though.
Absolutely not. Really, there's a lot of questions that are really circling with the rosters. NIP with a great opportunity. INTZ starting on defense here on Border. We'll send it to our casters to kick off our game. Ace and Dez, take it away.
Thank you very much, Milosh. Time to get going with an interesting game on Border. I'm really good we didn't come to the camera because I managed to catch my cat. It never comes in my room normally, and I was going to show him to Milosh, but he doesn't get to see him.
They've just brought it on.
Honestly, he's just jumped down. He's just run away. That is the worst time, Andre. What are you doing, man?
That was just terrible. I just turned my lights off. You've lost the cat. Oh, it's all gone wrong.
It's an absolute shambles, Tim. But the good news is this game will not be a shambles unless, of course, you don't quite like watching some very gunfight-heavy siege. We're going in towards Border, one of those maps that does get pretty aggressive. It's a fantastic map to watch if you want to see teams attack well, and hopefully both of these teams can show us a little bit of that today. Because as you've heard the Des saying, Tim, there's still a bit of a point to prove now. INTZ losing to Loud yesterday, 7-8 on Fortress. It was a really close game. Very exciting to see what they can do as they carry on playing on through things. And for NIP, that desire to see them really warm into things. That 7-5 against Fluxo W7M on Border, amazing. Really glad we get to see them on the map again. Is it going to be enough to be able to bring down the other side who have equally got a point to prove? Well, we're about to find out. So let's get into it. Our bans have come on through. Thatcher, a ban I did not think I'd see anytime soon.
No, I mean, Thatcher, it's an interesting one, isn't it, Thatcher? Because we used to see quite a few, I say quite a few, we'd see the occasional Thatcher. And we haven't really seen any, if any, since his rework. I would argue that he's certainly in a different state, and Wizard nearly found himself in a different state there as he was going for a little look onto the CCTV window. Almost gets taken down. That's going to be the end of that fight, I think. Won't be any that from INTZ, but yeah, it's an interesting one with that. He's obviously had his recent rework where he's got more of an EMP cannon, grenade. It's pretty powerful. And identify. So, tabling and so makes perfect sense. The INTZ
ready to push them out.
Use that utility to keep it on the foot a little bit more. Expect something behind it. But as Leo said on the desk, INTZ definitely got their work cut out for them today, and in the group in general. It's a we've got to be honest. Furia, also NIP, Loud, they're all very difficult things to beat in a group. To be honest, I think that looks true wherever you are. Honest, otherwise, there's a team in there. But INTZ going to be keen to come away with a win from this one if they can. Pino manages to take down SDK. Fantasy has gone by the right side on the side, so it's halfway through the round.
Yeah, not too bad at all. And also seeing, of course, the Raura taken offline is never going to be a bad one. Pretty transformational as far as a lot of attacks can go, especially when teams know how to use and have a set-piece play in mind. The Thatcher being available means C4s can reign free all day long, which is probably why you're also seeing two of those in back pocket. A great response in towards the shield, which is what I think they're going to be looking to try and direct those C4s towards. Bassetto, the one that they want to set upon and see him taken off. Two now stacking up on this window. Angels ready, of course, with this DMR a little bit off towards the side. But a shield does, well, just what a shield does best to him. It blocks bullets. Won't be able to bring him down. But now it's a bit of a Mexican standoff, just waiting to see what happens next. But at some point in, they've got to explode on 4. That looked like a golden chance to get a kill. And sure enough, Wizard works his magic, steps back across, gets the kill. It's now a 4v3 for NIP, and surely a chance they can get this one done.
I like that. Repeated peaks from the shield just starts creating that sort of sense of, that false sense of security, and they punish it beautifully with the kill that gives them access into CCTV hits, manages to take down Legacy, and NIP doing a great job of picking apart this defense one piece at a time, but Raps says enough is enough, manages to find one, Arthur as well, onto Wizard, leaving us now 2 versus 2, 12 seconds left to go, and just like that, you'd say the advantage swings in the favour of INTZ. They're going to have to just hold on for 5 seconds. C4 is there. Plant going down by Passetto. Cover in place for Pino. Can he find his man? No. Nitro is successful. That's going to be the round for INTZ. Good defense from them. Even in the 2v4, they held on well.
They did, yeah. Like, again, the composure at the end there too. Like, it would have been very easy to panic toss that C4. Like, oh God, they made the cross. How do we stop them? But they even looked ready to try and play off the swing as well. So just really, really composed and ready for what was coming their way. Yeah, maybe not find the success that we thought they might throughout the round with C4s otherwise, but really the only kill that matters is the one that wins the round. And that was what they found at the very, very end of things. A good first defense by INTZ. No doubt taking a little bit of inspiration from what they saw in NIP's game yesterday and bringing it into today.
Okay then, let's get into round 2. Bathroom Towers, INTZ on the defense. Gonna have the Denari Castle and Warden, so not too much surprise there. Just interested to see who is going to be playing up above. At the minute, we've got STK and Legacy up there. I like the Malusi play. We don't see too many Banshees used on this top floor. It's interesting. Since she got 4, you can actually really close off a lot of the office space. You can play one kind of office window, office double door, inside of archives, top east, and you can open up the bottom of top east with your shotgun. Make it really difficult to try and push into that office position. I'm not sure that's where it's going to be played here, but like it's going to be maybe more focused out towards Armory.
Really well, but again, it's another big focus to execute that without that Thatcher on side could invite a little bit of danger coming their way, though it is only the 1C4 in this round, admittedly. But as you come to expect on Border, it is about how fast you can take map control, and that is why you see a lot of these operators coming along that supporting that. Again, that blitz on Passetto is onside once again. The Grim to help flood in towards site, along with the Glass, no doubt trying to capitalize on the 4 smokes that sit in their back pocket. So fingers crossed, if they can get themselves to a point of execution, they're looking good. Obviously, INTZ do not want to let them get towards that point, and such is the game of Siege and how it tends to play out. But now the vertical's been held by STK in case someone does coming through that double door, is also able to cover the break room door at the same time. So a good spot to provide early challenge on towards the attackers here. And just keep NIP asking questions, taking away drones, for example, and potentially, I was going to say, taking out the odd player here and there. They managed to step into the wrong line of sight, which is exactly what Pino does. They get rid of the Grim, they get rid of the Glass. Those are 2 massive kills to start things off.
Shield again just attracting attention, but of the wrong kind this time as Legacy manages to find the kill. 2nd in a row for him, and it's going to be 4 versus 1 now. INTZ surely cruising towards a second defense here, and this is better than you might think for them as well. Obviously, it's a good start, but we expect attackers to have success on Border, and right now, NIP are struggling to find that, and this is an NIP map. Don't forget, they love it here, so INTZ getting themselves in with 2 solid defenses to kick things off. It's the perfect foundation for them.
It is absolutely wonderful to start out on 2 defenses in a row on Border again. There's a reason we say that it's a very scrappy gunfight heavy map is because it so often favors attackers. Like if you go and look at the stats across any region around the world, I haven't done that, but I know at least looking globally across all regions at once, Border is our most attacker-sided map by at least a few percentage points. And so to see a team start out strong on the defense here with 2 rounds already under their belt, they can lose a tertiary site now. They can go for a 4-2 defensive half. That is a win by all measures when you think about Border and how it normally plays out for most teams. So far, INTZ playing wonderfully. No complaints on my side. NIP really not able to get themselves going inside of this game.
No, and they need to sooner rather than later because, as we've said, INTZ, you know, we would expect them to be picking up some attacking rounds. So 4-2 half for them is, you know, a perfect start really on the defense. Even a 3-3, you'd say, is not a bad way to go. So NIP, sooner rather than later, if you're going to start winning some rounds. We've seen Fantasy very quiet so far. I know we're only 2 rounds in, but hasn't picked up a kill yet, hasn't got himself involved in those early engagements we'd expect to see on attack. Fantasy being that classic entry player, getting in there and creating space. That's what's particularly important for attackers on borders. Get in and start getting some map control, start creating some space, you know, get into CCTV, get into office. These 2 big top floor rooms that you're going to fight over, they become your beachhead. You start then building from there. Fantasy goes in, gets a kill or 2, forces them back, and the rest of the team can join him and it gives them a toehold. We haven't seen that so far. We need to see more of it. STK takes down Pino. There is an immediate trade there, but again, it's the sense that's gone, Des. That's going to be a big part of this execute for NIP. No longer available.
He's a bit of a nightmare, STK, isn't he? He's only got 2 kills, but last round, it was Pino out on the break door. This time round, it's a kill to Pino again, and he's getting rid of Sense, the key operator in this round. That's a real stinger for NIP, but frankly, Tim, like, you have to expect it on this map. Yeah, often when teams look at it as being very attacker-sided, they'll say, well, you have to be willing to aggress outside the map because defending inside it is really hard. That is why you see defenders being so aggressive onto windows and doorways, and why the attackers are just trying to force their way through now. It's a 3 versus 4, pinned in a corner, Angels gets a second, Veto has gone on the shield, in with a bit of cover from smoke. This round is going to do absolutely nothing to help their hopes of getting anything in this half. It's a 3-0 to INTZ, Tim, defending brilliantly on border once again.
Yeah, they really are. They're starting to, just run away with this at this point. NIP, I'm expecting to see, maybe the tactical timeout getting brought in soon. Maybe not right now because they have an opportunity as a team to have a little discussion whilst they make this 4th banner course. But I think after the next round, after round 4, no matter which way it goes, they need to be considering it. But if they lose it, absolutely, definitely need that tactical timeout just to try and change something up. In fact, yep, we're going to see it come in now. No surprises whatsoever. They've got to do something to pump the brakes here.
Well, that's exactly what they've got to do, Tim. Not just take the time out from the ban, the unofficial one, but also the official one to have that conversation, because there's not really any other way of describing that half as anything but a car crash. They were absolutely battered from pillar to post. SDK's been a nuisance in the early round. Late round has been played very, very well, but NIP, at parts, it just felt kind of each player playing their own game at points as well. Like Basetto on the shield there was no pressure going in towards office. So he was very much a dead man standing. I want to say walking because he was sat in a corner, hiding behind a shield, just getting shot in the foot. And I was like, well, this is where you have to play as a team where you need a bit more than what you've got going on here. So hopefully they can reset a little bit and go again, because INTZ have most definitely done their homework and showed that they know how to watch back that game from yesterday that NIP played against Furia and turn it straight back against them. Wonderful stuff.
Back into it we go then. NIP, are you going to be able to make the changes? Are you going to be able to find the answers in that 45-second timeout? It's going to be back to Armory this time around. The additional bans have come in. We've got Glaz and Castle taken away. So NIP, they've removed where we've seen over the first 2 games. We've spoken about it quite a lot. We've seen consistent Bandit Kaid bans, and then we've seen attacking teams struggling a little bit to deal with the utility that the defenders have been left with, whereas from NIP here, the ban strategy has been far more utility focused. We've had the Azami and the Kiba barricades taken away. We've had the Goyo and the Vulcan canisters taken away. Now it's Castle and his armor panels that have gone. This is all about, allowing them to speed up, giving them less problems on site to deal with. So the problem that I think NIP are finding, and what I'm seeing so far, is it's not a utility issue. It's a winning and losing gunfights against, I don't really want to call them roamers, because I don't think Borders a map really lends itself massively to roaming, but it's certainly those players on the extension.
I was about to say, do we call them the extended holders?
Exactly, the extensions. They're the ones that have been getting the kills here. So NIP, you're taking the utility away, but you're not winning the gunfights. And to say they've been bringing shields consistently as well, I know they, haven't done this time, but they've brought shields along and still haven't been able to deal with these positions, get in and get map control.
The beautiful thing is, INTZ have largely played the same 4 operators throughout that half. We had a Rooney, we had Warden, we had Castle, and we had Denari, and Malusi in a couple of the rounds as well. You can bat one away, but they can still make a lot of the same stuff work, and you're seeing that a little bit here. It's a bit of a freebie on towards Raps, who felt a bit cheeky. Not quite sure about that one. Pays the price and loses the clash for his team. Again, not what I'd have gone for, but he tries to make something happen. Fantasy in towards 1, good for 2. Has walked his way up main stairs, up through metal, killed 3 players. This round's done, Tim. Off the back of one, a bit of an interesting choice by Raps, and the second off a brilliant play from Fantasy that we know he's got in the tank, Tim, but those are his first 3 kills in the entire game so far.
You've said that it's gone, Des. Basetto might have something to say about it. Does not. As Fantasy comes in and gets that final kill. Look, whatever was said during that tactical timeout seems to have certainly done the job. We often see that coaches will focus on the next round, maybe 2, even 3 sometimes, and lay out a blueprint for how they are going to be played. So we might just see the impact of that tactical timeout going beyond round 4. It might be that NIP now find themselves some momentum. No better way to do it. Very, very confident round from them. Take themselves back up to 3-1. Look, this is the kind of situation where you just got to go 1 round at a time. If they can get a 3-3 half, I still don't think it's ideal for attacking on border, but it's at least something. It's a best case scenario for them from the position that they find themselves in. I'm not sure it's going to be the case. I think INTZ have still got rounds in them. We're going to go to bathroom and tell us. We saw them win it back in round 2, of course. They're going to be bringing the same lineup again. I commented on it last time around. I'm not sure if they had the... I'll double check. I'm not sure if they had the Tubarão or not. But otherwise, yes, we saw this kind of delay from the Denari, from the Malusi, from the Aruni. Just trying to give a lot of barriers for NIP, a lot of barriers to entry, a lot of struggling to get into the map. Yeah, it was the castle that they had last time. This time it's the Tubarão instead.
Yeah, it feels like they've got alternatives in mind, which is good. It's the second round in a row, seeing that Tubarão coming along as the alternative. Otherwise, it's a lot of the same. Seeing the Aruni, the Warden, the Malusi, the Denari, really stacking up everything they've done before, because why fix what ain't broken? It's the other side that have got to prove that they can fix their way through it. And to be fair, Tim, their fix is Fantasy. Just send him in. Just Fantasy go kill. And he's doing a great job across these last 2 rounds now. 4K in the last. The entry in this round onto Angels. 0 complaints from the boys, I'm sure.
Yeah, if you recall, I said after the first 2 rounds, Fantasy's been a little bit quiet. He's not creating the space that he normally does. He's not getting those entry kills and going in and getting map control. Fantasy starts doing it. Lo and behold, NIP start winning rounds. I'm not saying that they live or die by his performances, but you can't disregard how impactful a player Fantasy can be one way or the other, you know, depending whether he shows up or not. And certainly will be a big bonus for NIP as this round and game goes on, if he can continue doing so. Rotero drone goes in and will take out one of those Banshees. We've still got the position being held around CCTV. Arthur is in there on the Warden. Make it difficult for them as utility can come in, but it's not going to have too much of an impact as we see the flashes coming through. Legacy manages to level things up with one onto Basetto. Wizard, however, he maintains that man advantage by taking down STK. That's the Tubarão gone, but Arthur continues, does he? No, he does not. I thought he was going to get the swing, the little 180 swivel onto Fantasy, but absolutely not. Fantasy shows he's the best SMG 12 user here. Takes down his man, 3 versus 2.
So really going to be the Fantasy Saviour show? I think it's going to have to be again, Tim. He could be on for a second 4K in a row. Unless Legacy's got something to say about it. Could very much make one for himself in this round if he can clutch up 2 more. Sees the one of Fantasy almost losing his life. That could have been a monumental kill for Legacy to find, but instead now there is an opportunity with a minute still to play for Fantasy and Wizard to get this one done. But Legacy's found one. One more still to come from inside a fountain. He knows where he is. I'm sure Wizard knows the reverse. Goes up high. Legacy just missing the head as well. Round he comes, and in goes Legacy. Making one for himself with an ace to undo the hard work of Fantasy and get INTZ back on the board.
Beautiful stuff from Legacy there. Fantasy had done all the legwork that he could, getting kill after kill, but it just didn't prove to be enough. And I love the 1v2 from Legacy at the end. Absolutely no panic in him whatsoever. It's always easy in hindsight to look back and say maybe things could have been done differently, but NIP didn't have the diffuser in hand, weren't really in a position to maybe play the objective there in the 2v1. Always an opportunity. Plenty of time on the clock. You know, could there have been a bit more intel? Could there have been a little bit more information? Switch up your angles a little bit. Don't give him the fight that he's expecting. Even in the 1v1, do you go round to Armory Door? Burn 10 or 15 seconds that you've got. Give him, you know, something to think about. I don't know. But ultimately, like I say, he gets it done. Beautiful stuff for his team. 4-1 now. And we continue on to Ventilation and Workshop for INTZ's last defensive site.
Woo! Okay. I really thought Fantasy was going to drag his team through another round then. And I'm glad that INTZ has shown he's not the only gunner in the lobby. Others can stand up alongside him and make themselves heard. Big round from Legacy. And NIP could be going in for a... The thing is, I don't even want to say going into a difficult defensive half, because we could see INTZ completely flop on the attack. We could see NIP be fantastic defenders on border. With how close they ran Furia yesterday, it's very, very possible. But it does just feel like INTZ have got a game plan here that NIP have no idea how to really respond to, because they have been shut down in almost every single round, bar a big hero play coming out from Fantasy.
Exactly that. It's all eyes are on Fantasy with the Dokkaebi at the minute. Where does he go? Where does he enter? Do they deal with him? And you feel like if he's off the board, it's a round that INTZ can definitely win. Let's see how that one pans out. 50 seconds into the round then, and NIP are currently working towards getting themselves inside of CCTV, but a lot of intel being fed back in from the Solis. STK just bringing on that gadget, spotting them out. Where are they droning? It's going to give a little bit of an insight as to where that entry might come. But Fantasy, again, comes in. I think that is second entry in a row. Third for NIP. Brilliant stuff from the Dokkaebi. Brilliant stuff from Fantasy. And he gives NIP that best foot forward that they desperately need at the minute.
This can't stop, won't stop, will he? He's an absolute terror across these last 3 rounds. But last round, there was a player on the side of INTZ, like we all saw, that made themselves count and managed to shut him down. Will there be another in this round? Probably even more crucially, will NIP get this over the line now they've got the 5 versus 4? These are the kind of spots that you hope to see them doing well in. A swing coming in, but that's a golden chance to get rid of Fantasy, but just narrowly missed. Rounds in towards Fountain, gets rid of 1. No trade to be secured as Wizard gets 1 elsewhere. Fantasy is still standing and has made it a third. Tim, he is floating through this site, almost closed it out for his team. Arthur can't quite pull off a Legacy in this round, I'm afraid. Fantasy yet again gets his team going and gives them a second round in this half. But Tim, it has been a fragile lead that they've managed to... I would say a lead, a fragile couple of rounds they've managed to put on the board.
Yeah, I mean, look, NIP's 2 rounds are based on the Fantasy factor. 10 and 5 at the minute. The closest to him is Wizard with half as many kills. It's difficult to find kills if Fantasy's going to be playing like he is at the minute. But, yeah, he's a menace, isn't he? INTZ, you could see it there in that round. So easily rattled by him. I think, you know, it's one of them situations where you've got to stop using the player's name. It's just got to be, look, Dokkaebi's pushing down low. You know, don't play into this fact of where's Fantasy and, you know, what's he doing, because you could see that they just weren't confident in challenging 90, for example, when they had him under the default cam and he just played him like a fiddle as he moved back through, caught the man in Fountain, got himself another 2 from there. The challenge was tentative on Archive's door at best. You know, you've got to be going at a player like Fantasy with the confidence that you're going to beat him. Even then you might not, but if you think for a second that he's going to get the better of you, you guarantee that he will.
That's it. That moment of hesitance, to being unsure about the swing. You doubt yourself, he'll happily take your head clean off. But now that big question turns towards the other side of the map as well. Now that they're going on towards the defensive side, can he have that kind of impact? Because, well, it's very easy to look at this and say, oh, you know, Fantasy's done his thing, he's really good. What he has done very well in that half is find the gaps in which he can just float in and bring down 3 or 4 players all by himself. It has been wonderful to watch, but he's found gaps on the attack. I don't think you're going to have quite so many opportunities on the defensive side of things, partly because of the map, but also because of the nature of attack and defense with attackers. Typically, if they are clumped together, there's someone sat on a drone, they're going to see you coming, they'll find a way to respond to it. It ain't quite so simple to just waddle in towards site and mow 3 people down. Love a good waddling towards site, don't we?
Can't get enough waddling, Des. I think we'll see how INTZ play this on the attack. We haven't really seen too much site play so far. That's something I'd like to see in the second half. It's not to say we will, because it's border. We've had an absolute ton of gunfights, and it's all been office and CCTV. You can see from most of the replays. That's where 90% of the action has happened. It'd certainly be lighting up bright red on a heat map. But, I'd like to see, we've only seen, I think, 1 plant attempt so far was when the Blitz got in, and it was kind of a bit half-hearted. It was 2v2 and running out of time. We've got to try and put it down on the ground. Maybe INTZ could shape something here by just playing a little bit more structured, getting themselves into positions, almost as if NIP are reading my mind and reading into it. They're going to take away the Blitz and the Ying. Looking at 2 of those operators, that 1 will clear out key positions, 2 will create cover for a plant to go down, will help generate space in the Ying with those Candelas. So see if INTZ can find a way, or do they just go in? It looks at the minute, to be honest, with the Snake and with the Deimos, this is going to be very much about attract a little bit of attention, but go in and get those kills, much like NIP were trying to do.
Try and find their own space, absolutely. I mean, the bans on both sides that you've half talked about are really interesting too, because on the other side, it's trying to not see themselves slow down on their attack here, INTZ. Yeah, are kind of naturally slowing themselves down by playing a shield like the Monty, but that's now being swapped away. But the overall comp isn't one that wants to move especially fast. Yes, it might want to try and find gaps. But to me, seeing things like the Ace coming along, and of course having the Buck and the Nomad, that screams map control to me. You want the verticals. You want to stop them being able to roam onto you. So it requires getting a lot of control of the map in itself in the first place. You've got a lot of trap ups on the other side that you first need to be able to contend with. So I think INTZ are really going to have their work cut out for them on the attack. Like I said back in the first half, NIP could also be phenomenal defenders of this map. We'll find out after a couple of rounds.
Bringing along the pulse, that's going to at least increase the intel here for NIP, give them a good idea. I mean, Border's a small map, so you're going to know where they're coming from pretty quickly, generally speaking. But it does give them the opportunity to play that vertical a little bit more should they want to. At the minute, Pino is stationed up on the top floor, so not too much of an opportunity there. But that's the key that they were looking for. Can we get a cheat kill? Can we stop them getting near the building? Because it's a small map, you are going to get those external nitro opportunities like that. Once you pick up that heartbeat, can you send the nitro out of a window, onto a balcony, even over the edge of a balcony, down to that bottom floor? Does it beautifully. Pino picking up the entry, and it's a big loss as well. That's the Snake gone, so they are not going to have all that intel coming in from the scanner.
Absolutely. Again, that vertical is what I'm looking for here, really, to see if they can get anything going or anything moving. You've done your work with, or tried to do your work with Snake, and it's been shut down quite summarily by the other side. Not too much fuss or bother. Now they can see everything coming at them. They've got all the info. Fantasy in full confidence as well, just running down Metal and gunning the man down inside a supply and custom. Basetto into a C4. NIP have got this one wrapped up so easy, Tim. This is what I mean. 2 hours to a game of Siege. NIP looked so fully confident here. They've even started things out with a flawless round. What a start.
Fantasy getting in on the action with a double kill as well is really big for NIP. I don't want to kind of over-egg his contribution here, but you never always know. When you've got somebody on a tear on the taxi, they get onto the defensive side. Sometimes they'll go a little bit quiet. It can be vice versa. You start out a little bit quiet and then come to life in the second half. Certain players sometimes will just thrive on a map on a particular side, but Fantasy coming in and getting a double in that first round suggests he's transcending attack, defense, doesn't matter. He's there to get kills. He's 12-5 at the minute with 4-3 on the scoreboard. I don't want to start calling 20 kill games, just yet, but there's a definite opportunity there for him because right now he cannot miss.
All right. Let's see if they can finally get him under control because he's been a bit of a nightmare. Fantasy may well be the X factor that carries on throughout the game. See how it goes. For now, still starting things out up on this top floor. Shock horror. Because typically, in case you haven't watched Too Much League before, if you're playing downstairs on a site like Vents and Workshop, well, often the problem you'll find is it's quite hard to actually defend the actual ground floor itself. You give up all this top floor, you give up all the verticals to the attackers, they're going to open it up, they're going to hunt you down. Your life is going to be a living hell. So you need to at least spend some time upstairs to begin with, because from upstairs, you can contest things like the Vents window. You force the attackers to have to come and clear you out the top floor first, which wastes time and potentially can see you winning a round on time alone, or in some cases just by getting kills, because they haven't even got the ability to execute because you have that vertical control. So it adds an extra kind of level of depth to the game, and frankly, I think is why we all really like Siege Team. It does make it very interesting, like a game of 8D chess at times, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, there's always a counter, there's always a way, there's always a problem to be solved, there's always answers to be found. Can NRP keep finding them? At the minute, the answer has been fantasy. We've got to also give a nod to Legacy on the other side. 8 and 4 going very well. Playing on the ace. Nitro goes out. Can't pull the trigger quite quickly enough. So this time, it was an unusual Nitro, I will say that. Not one that we see too often out of the storage window and try and launch it past the wall. Didn't find it smart, but can't blame him for trying. Nitro goes out. Pino,
that one does.
He says, you know what? I've got a couple of years extra in this game. I'm going to put that experience to use. I'll show you how you get the Nitro kill here, Fantasy. Just watch this.
The worst part is, Tim, they've still got 2 more. And a hell of a lot of intel from which they can feed those C4 directions off of. With the Valcon side, with the Pulsar side, the Solar Sun side, it's going to be hell. However, I think INTZ said enough of that. Let's just get ourselves inside and cause a little bit of bother. But inside the top floor and causing bother, so they can't keep C4ing us at range. Now, they know exactly where Wizard is. Tosses that impact out to try and put a bit of pressure in. But there's 3 of them gathering around this top floor, around the back of the Monty. And they do manage to secure a kill. Make it another. But there's that man again in the kill feed, Tim. Fantasy finally shut down as Legacy seems to be the only man that has an answer to him in this game. Hates now working his way forward, straight in towards a Monty. That is not ideal. Have we seen the drop come on through? I don't think we have just yet. No, Legacy still on the upstairs. But this is going to be rough, Tim, facing off against the Monty.
Yeah, it is. He needs to find the first kill so he can get himself 1v1 against the Monty. And they're playing it smart here, INTZ. Just drop the shield, feed the intel, and just, it's like having a wasp in the room now with that shield coming down as well. Doesn't know if he's going to be challenged. Ultimately, it's that man again, Legacy for INTZ, trying to keep up with Fantasy for all he can. INTZ get themselves another round. The question is, it's almost like become a match of attrition here, hasn't it? INTZ have built themselves up a lead. NIP start clawing it back. It's like, you know, it feels like NIP at the minute are going to win more rounds than INTZ. But the question is, can INTZ win their 2 rounds quickly enough? Can they suffer to attrition or not? That's NIP's hope right now.
Woo! All right. Certainly got a game still on the go. But with 2 rounds now going to INTZ, or at least a 2-round advantage being built up, start to wonder, can NIP, can Fantasy get enough rounds on the board to keep the game close, or do INTZ just run away with it from here? Crucial round coming up. You and I speak about it all the time, Tim, for round 9. INTZ win it. They're 3 rounds in the clear. The game is probably done. If NIP win it, they're back within 1 round striking distance, and you can see this going all the way to 12. So for me, this is that big crucial round of the game to see how things step forwards. We'll see exactly what the game plan is going to be. Arthur once again jumping on towards that Monty, which to be fair did give them quite a lot of grace in that last round. A couple of times peeking around corners, seeing players trying to be a little bit cheeky inside of office or coming up metal, for example. It saved them what could have otherwise been a pretty miserable end to that round with them just being sideswiped by a couple of players, because what NIP have done well this half is C4 play and just catching INTZ off guard. I feel like Monty really gives you a good amount of protection for that, and with the Docker being a Deimos on side, well, that's just double the trouble, isn't it?
It really is. You're not going to be able to sort of stay anywhere comfortably at this point. We're going to see, I think, a lot of fighting over CCTV. We've got the presence of Wizard up there. He's got that mirror window looking down long as well. He's also got the laser gate over the front of it to prevent it being dealt with from that front side by any range breach or anything like that. So definitely going to be a flashpoint here in CCTV. I'd like to see how INTZ are going to deal with that, because they need to make sure they do, because otherwise a lot of the top floor is going to be off limits. I think they're aware here. If that Ash charge goes into the soft wall, Pino is likely to pepper it, because he's got a sneaking suspicion that somebody wants to take Workshop.
Yeah, absolutely. And why wouldn't they try and play a more forward position? You see that battering rotate, you know for a fact there's someone no doubt dancing around Workshop looking to give you a little bit of a miserable time. And not forgetting they've got all this intel they can work with. That could be cool coming out. Got the Deimos track on towards the onto Wizard at the same time, who gets finished off by Legacy. He's having a great game here. Good round on the Deimos as well, sniffing out that player and seeing him finish down. Combining the Doc could be cool with the Deimos track, the perfect way to cover for each other's weaknesses.
Last 5 rounds, the entries have gone to NIP. INTZ this time able to get it, and they've won every round where they have got the entry kill. So this could be really big here as STK manages to double that advantage, but also takes the main man, Fantasy, off the board. That's the Tubarão gone. A little bit of a loss with those auto canisters going too. 5 versus 3, a minute left to go. INTZ have got all the ingredients here to win this round, but Veto starts fighting back, manages to find one for NIP, takes down STK. 4 versus 3 now.
You'll need a little bit more than that, I'm afraid, though, because you've still got that shield bearing down on your team. They've still got tracks they can make use of. If one rings out now, as you saw for a second. I think he has one more left in the tank that you can make use of here. Arthur going in for the drop, and no doubt has a plant in mind. Hates getting rid of Raps. That's not super ideal. Makes the cross. Should be able to stick this now as well once they've got a bit of cover. Pino in a good spot to be able to maybe contest with a C4 here. Rips it, tosses it out. Shield is straight back up. Arthur losing over half his life, but still standing, Tim, and there are no C4s left.
That's it. How do they prevent this plant going down now? If he's able to turn and get that shield on his back, which is exactly what he'll do, it's going to be very, very difficult. Nades coming in, utility everywhere. Hatch being used, though, by Legacy to try and get INTZ back into this 2 versus 2. But here is the big, big problem. How do you break down the Monty now? How do you prevent him from securing this diffuser? How do you prevent him from protecting it? You've got Legacy above on the Deimos. This is not stacking up well for NIP.
Yeah, and hates to stay downstairs to go for a 1v1 towards the Monty. They've got no idea where Legacy is. Really had to both force upstairs there at the same time, but it's simply not going to be. Hates getting rid of Arthur. Now trying to bait it in. Will Legacy come across? Yes, he will. And almost finds his man, but they've got no time, Tim. We're under 7 seconds. This one is going the way of INTZ. Another wonderful round by Legacy. 3 for himself here. Really is putting his name up in lights this game when it looked like Fantasy for a second might be the player to run away with it.
Yeah, he's really chasing down those numbers now, isn't he? Getting close to them as well. 6-3 now. INTZ got themselves a real advantage. 3 rounds NIP will need to find. And Leo said it on the desk before we came into this game. This was a really important one for INTZ to come out and try and get the win, because somebody in this group has got to go after we finish the group stage. 5th place will be done. They don't go through to the playoffs. And, you know, you look at the names that are in here, NIP, W7M Flux or Furia. It's not going to be easy for INTZ to hold on, but 3 points here against NIP will be absolutely massive, and it'll really throw things into the mix in this group. So 6-3 now. They're looking for one more successful attack. They will be going to attack onto Armory and Archives. It's the only site NIP have been successful in defensively.
All right, well, they need more than just this site, Tim. They need a few if they're going to see this one over the line. And even then, over the line is just overtime. It's not going to win them the game. They can no longer win in regulation. Only INTZ have that possibility. And it feels like, despite that, pretty decent performance against Furia yesterday on this map. INTZ have done their homework, like I said earlier on, and they've just got their number. It's hard to see how they fight their way back into this one. I would kind of be surprised, honestly, if INTZ don't get this done here and now.
It certainly feels that way, doesn't it? You know, they're kind of winning in every department. Legacy overtakes Fantasy in the kills. He's been quiet for a couple of rounds. And, you know, I sort of said earlier, NIP have got other ways of winning rounds, but it feels like everything today has been down to the Fantasy factor. And where INTZ have been able to prevent him getting into rounds, NIP haven't really been very close. Hates and Wizard, 2 names that I haven't really had to say very much, to be honest with you. 5 kills so far across the entire game. I know that that's no worse than Pino or Bassetto or anything else, but it just doesn't feel like the contribution has been huge.
No. It's been limited from everyone but Fantasy, I'd say, on the side of NIP.
Yeah.
And really somewhat the same for INTZ, but maybe that's being a bit harsh towards especially Arthur, who has been on shields for the vast majority of this half. But you can't complain because it's working. It's giving them a lot of advantage with the Monty, which is now banned away. But the Blackbeard, he can still do a pretty good job with the added benefit of a little bit of lethality being ejected there too. STK starting his march on forward, hoping to catch someone off guard here. But no, just looks the wrong way. And NIP, Fantasy in particular, is going to find his man.
Yeah, exactly what NIP needed. The fantasy factor comes back online. Pino manages to find Angels as well, just doubling down, backing up his teammate and finding themselves now 5 versus 3. NIP going to need 3 rounds in a row. We expect them to win here on Armory Archives. They do it in a flawless fashion. Wizard getting that final kill. A called for a little bit more from the rest of the team. It could be the difference maker for NIP, and they've all managed to deliver a little bit of something in that round. It feels it was much more of a team effort. They get it done on the defense. Now, the big question mark in the air. We look at what's gone on previously. Round 8 was Ventilation Workshop. Round 9 was Bathroom Tellers. NIP lost both of those sites. Are they able to get it done on one of them now? It's going to be Ventilation Workshop to begin with. The big difference here is last time out, INTZ had and used that Monty. This time, not available to them.
I do feel they can get the job done with the Blackbeard, like I say, though. Even with it being banned away, Blackbeard is still plenty effective. Yet, granted, not as solid as a Monty. It's kind of the whole point of Monty. But I think they can still see things over the line on at least one of these 2 sites. However, NIP can build a little bit of confidence off that last round. Maybe they can find 2 of those 3 rounds that we mentioned, send us to OT. And at that point, who knows which way the game goes, because NIP will be riding on the high off the back of winning 3 rounds in a row. Let's see how things go in Vents Workshop, though. Again, you've got to focus on that vertical side of things and then worry about the dance of death inside of the site itself. Last time round, the Shield did a lot of work upstairs, as you say, Tim. They've changed away from it entirely here and said, forget about the Shield. Let's bring along some door shields instead. That'd be a real crap name for the gadget, but we'll roll with it. It's Raura coming along here alongside that Glaz. We could see something quite special being cooked up.
We'll keep you off the gadget naming team if it's all right, Des.
I think we should focus on renaming gadgets today, Tim. That sounds like a great activity while we're casting.
Bring in the door shields. Okay.
Door shields.
Look, we'll keep an eye on where STK uses those. I actually like this from INTZ. You know, I'm not suggesting they've kind of been a one-trick so far, but I like that they're showing that there's another kind of string to their bow. Look, we're not going to actually just crutch on the shield. We're going to mix things up, and it could well catch NIP off guard here because they are focused towards the shields. They've taken the Monty off, and now they've faced with a Lion, Deimos, Dockerby combo. That's horrible for starters. And then you've got the Raura and the Glaz for the site execute. Really interesting lineup from INTZ. Will it do enough to disrupt NIP? Angels says yes. Manages to find one. Legacy doubles down. They're finding the answers. Pino answers back. Manages to pick up Legacy. Dockerby gone, but it's all INTZ. 4 versus 2 now, Des. And so much time left for Hits and Bassetto to hold on.
They've just got to paste him. They've completely caught NIP off guard there, who expected aggression to come from off this side, and then have paid the price when they've instead come from the office side. Sorry, from CC side, and then come from office side instead. That's 2 kills they picked up around 90, and that could be their ticket to a win, but no! They dropped 2 more. 1 more comes on through. It's all down to H to hold on. Finds 1, and now he's going to get Angels, and he'll do it. NIP, hold on for 1 more round.
This is it. I said we hadn't had to say Hates' name too much today, and he's just been saving it. He's been saving it for when it was needed most. Keeps them fighting, gets round 11. Massive clutch from it.
Woo! There we go. The voice cracked in. We love to hear it. But it was massive. Hates has gone nuclear for the voice. Yes, go on, Tim. You back with us?
I have no idea what happened. I seem to have inhaled something.
I've heard you scream a lot, and that has never happened. That's an interesting thing.
It wasn't my voice. I literally inhaled. I don't know what it was, though.
It's a fly, mate.
Maybe it was. Who knows? But something broke my floor. I nearly choked then. INTZ timeout, Des.
I just want to drink a water myself. We can rename some more gadgets, by the way, I think. I've got to think of some cool names, though. What would you call Deimos's gadget?
Deimos's gadget.
Wall hacks.
No, I don't, because I don't think it is. I'd like to call it the drone show.
This ain't American wrestling, Tim.
I'd like to call it the drone show. I like that because it's the little helicopter drone goes out and buzzes round them. I think we should focus on that.
The drone show. Okay.
Yeah. It's going to hit him with the drone show. I quite like.
Right,
Like you say, it's almost like a wrestling move, isn't it? I quite like that one.
What would you call Malusi's gadget?
I mean, I think we've already got quite a good name for that one in the Wub Wub, haven't we? Because it's
The Wub Wub, yeah, the Wub Wub.
It perfectly encapsulates what it does.
Yeah, true.
We like the Wub Wub.
But the thing is, what about Mirror? Because I feel like hers is already pretty reductionist for like a gadget name.
You know what I'd call Mirror?
What?
The Looking Glass.
The Looking Glass. Ooh.
Ooh. Get me on the team. Get me on the team.
I like that. I like that. Okay. Shot drones. What would we name those two?
Oh.
Zappy Zappy Vrum Vrum.
There you go. Done.
Easy. No problem.
Your names are very say what they say, aren't they, Des? We've got Door Shields, Zappy Zappy Vrum Vrum. It's very much say what you say.
It's fantastic. Scan coming out from the Lions. Again, we try and go a bit faster on the side of INTZ. Team are going in for a plan at the same time. Have they managed to catch them off guard?
They've got it.
Potentially. They've got the diffuser down, but now they've got to hold on is the problem. And they're in a 2 versus 4. This is looking rough. Arthur has got so much to do. SDK up above, trying to make sure they can't challenge him vertically at the same time. But in about 20 seconds with which NIP can recover, Tim.
You've got Wizard up there above, so there's not really much he can do to actually defend this. He decides that himself and tries to go out. I don't see any way that Arthur really holds on here. He tries to bully the man, but he can't as Pino gets up, finds the melee. NIP fight their way back in, and we are going to overtime, Des.
What would you call Solus's gadget?
What would we call Solus's gadget? Maybe something like I'm trying to think of something like site related. Or like, I don't know. Maybe you could call it something like the Sixth Sense. That would be quite good.
Ooh,
that's quite a good one, isn't it? This like Sixth Sense scanner or something. I don't know. That's quite a good one.
I'm pretty with that. What about Nomad? Because Air Jab is actually a really good name.
Air Jab's this is. I will stress that all these gadgets already have excellent names, by the way. Air Jab's already a really good name. It could be something like Super Punch Out. That'd be
Super Punch Out.
Yeah.
No, that's a dud, Tim. I've heard some good names from you so far. That's the first dud.
Well, look, we can't win every time, Des. Can't win every time.
Dream one. I mean, I already know what you're going to call this one, Tim. What would you rename the Furia gates to?
It's got to be the Laser Gate, hasn't it?
Laser Gate!
It's got to be the Laser. But I'd put 3 years in there. It'd be the Laser Gate. It'd have to have 3 years in there.
And you got to spell gate G-E-Y-T as well. It can't be G-A-T-E.
So true.
Look at us, the Neanderthals.
I think, to be honest,
gadgets.
we should probably just stick with the names we've got, if anything, Des.
Nah, it's like how we redo call-outs on maps from what's in the game. I think we should do that with gadgets as well.
Well, you see, I don't really, you know me, I'm a little bit of a purist most of the time when it comes to them compass call-outs. I really do try to use them wherever I can.
I've never heard you say Furia gate in my life.
Well, no, I don't say that. I do say Laser Gate.
Ah, not a purist there then, are we, Tim, huh?
I said in terms
First
of call-outs.
First example that came to mind, and here we are. Yeah, right, fine. Call out the gadgets as well then.
We're gonna see the snake working through underneath. F2 getting a little bit more action, doesn't find a kill. I tell you what, fantasy on the F2 is terrifying, by the way.
Oh, God.
He's going to be getting that gadget out, making sure that he's safe below, which he now knows that he is, taking that space. As I was saying, this is fantasy's role. Get in there, take space, make sure they're secure, ready for any potential drop coming through. And it's just going to give him that ability to now guide his team into that upstairs position. He's looking to challenge half wall, but how about this? Angels takes him down, finds his man. INTZ looking good on defense so far, keeping hold of CCTV.
Oh, almost gets a second as well. Just about missed onto the head. I'm pretty sure a Pino there who is down to half HP. 3 of them now stacking up onto a top end of waiting area. Looking to get control of East. A very, very common point that you want to start in, but they are looking to move fast, Tim.
Yeah, they really are trying to get some momentum. I think they're hoping to just kind of roll right over INTZ, and it does start to work as Hits gets one, but Legacy is there with an answer, with a trade. He's had a couple of kills in the last few rounds, certainly slower than his early game pace, but Legacy there when his team needs him most. 4 versus 3 now. INTZ looking to hold on. They've got the clash inside of sight as well. Raps, it's been a quiet game for Raps, but could play a pivotal part here at the end without a doubt. Coming into the final minute, how about that? Arthur gives himself up and Wizard is only too happy to oblige.
That's my worry, though, Tim. You mentioned the clash already. It's still standing for Raps. He ain't full sending it out of East Air Store this time, Tim. He's being sensible and keeping it going. So now all the pressure turns towards NIP to find a way through. A couple of smokes left. Pino getting rid of Legacy. That's 3 kills in a row with only Angels left standing. He got the first kill. Can he get the last 3?
There's a couple of peaks come in there and you feel like INTZ maybe just had the opportunity to play time, to play the defence and gave those chances to NIP who were happy to take them. And Paceto takes the last Angels.
Wow.
He managed to find Pino, can do no more as NIP now get themselves into the lead for the first time in this matchup.
That is crazy. I said when we were down at 6-3, if NIP can win these rounds, the momentum will carry them through in OT, and they've just managed to get it done with the attack. Now they go on the defense, which is how they got to OT. 3 defenses in a row they won, playing through all 3 sites. Armory lockers, into vents, into customs. They've, of course, just managed to attack successfully in towards Armory. They get the full choice of all 4 sites for round 14. Ints are going to be kicking themselves, Tim. They were up 6-3 at one point.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Yeah,
bombs.
they certainly were. They certainly were. NIP have had a 100% success rate so far defending this site, whereas INTZ, by contrast, were only 50-50 coming into that one. NIP were convincing both times, by the way. I'm going to hit you with a stat. Defended this site round 7, defended it round 10, didn't lose a single body across 2 rounds, 2 flawless rounds in both of those defences. So, INTZ, they've got a serious job up ahead of them. Fantasy, a little bit quiet. It's been Pino that's really been putting in the legwork. And look, I'll say when I'm wrong, or I love to be proven wrong. Hey, it's Wizard. I said they've been a little bit quiet. They have both seriously stepped up over the last couple of rounds. They've really put some work in here to get their team back into this position.
Okay, we have come full circle. Where Fantasy started out big, his team have really stepped up across these last few rounds to make sure they can get to this point. Pino with 3K in round 12, Hates with one of his own in 11, another back in round 9. They really have stepped up alongside him to make themselves heard. Couldn't look back at this in disappointment and say, yeah, only Fantasy played particularly well that day. Now they're all there and making themselves count. Let's see what they can get done with the shield, because since losing that Monty, that has really been the starvation point, I feel, for the side of Ints. When they had that on side, they were cruising. 2 rounds in a row, round 8 and 9, both comfortably won with that Monty on side. Since not having it, and even back in round 7, they didn't bring it along. They couldn't get one over the line. So I think Arthur has really got to put some work in here on this Blackbeard if they want to see this one done.
I see the nade come straight in. It will hit Hits in the face. And whilst he dips away, we just see a little battle of utility. The Gashmot mine had gone out. Would have given Blackbeard the shield break and maybe an opportunity to attack him for hits, but that was cleared whilst the nade was present. We're going to see it go out again, but as it slips past the corner, it means that shield break happens around the corner and no opportunity is to be found for hits. But Fantasy finds himself one onto Legacy. Angels is there for the trade. 4 versus 3 though as Hits still holding onto these C stairs. Such a power position, and he has done a phenomenal job. Gets himself a kill. Wastes a minute 40 there as well. Raps is eventually able to take over that space, but the damage may well be done.
Looking like it may well be. We'll see if they can keep pushing forward. Got to try and transform this somehow. They've got all the... I mean, look to how much utility is still sat in the back pocket. They've got everything to play with. The same can be said about the other side, though. 2 C4s for NIP to dance around. They can just sit back and play this far more passively. They've got the man advantage. And that is really where attention has got to turn towards INTZ and their ability with the utility they've got to somehow turn this one around. A flash comes out, Basetto shades on immediately. No concern to him, he'll be able to deal with this. Wizard holding his angle nice and tight at the same time as Hates gets one more. This could be it. Team NIP could have turned on one hell of a turnaround here.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way, doesn't it? Raps, STK a little bit quiet over the last few rounds. No better time than now to explode into this game. Raps manages to find one, flips to the pistol. Can he find a second? Unlikely. 15 seconds left to go. NIP avoiding these engagements. They know they don't need to take risks until it's guaranteed, until it's absolute. And Wizard makes it so with a double at the end in CCTV. Brilliant stuff from NIP, showing great mental resolve to fight back from consistently being behind on the scoreboard to take the win, and that is a big blow to INTZ in this group.
Well, I'm glad Fantasy shoots better in game than he did that football towards that goal, Tim, is all I'll say. Still, a phenomenal performance. Yes, helped out by him in the first half of that game. 2 rounds, really, you could probably quite single-handedly put on his head. After that point, they've turned things around brilliantly, like I say, as a team towards the back end of that game. 5 rounds on a bounce, 6-3 down to 8-6. Wonderful stuff and a great performance.
Yeah, definitely. Brilliant from Hates, Wizard, Pino, all to get themselves into a game that they'd kind of been on the periphery of through the first half and, you know, into the end of regulation as well. But brilliant stuff. NIP fighting their way back in and showing that they are a real contender.
I sure hope so, Tim. Then keep them making comebacks like that happen. They can beat anyone. And we'll find out, of course, if they can as we move into future play days. For now, we'll go to our desk. We'll break this one down for you.
Thank you very much, Des and Ace. I'm kind of sad we didn't get the yell for this one here. A bit of a yodel to kick us into the desk. But I got to say, a game that at some point you're thinking, well, INTZ actually have this in the bag, right? They're on match point, 3 rounds, then coming back, NIP take him to OT, and then they take the win. Yes, it's 2 points instead of the 3. I'm sure NIP would have loved to have all of them, but a comeback and a half here for NIP that, for all intents and purposes, looked like they were letting this one completely slip away from them, Leo.
Yeah, I mean, it started with their attacks, really, where they struggled so hard on the map that is supposed to be slightly attacker-sided. I mean, border is so small. Like, I don't know. It felt like they were struggling to get in without losing a body. Like, Evan contesting the entry pick. You can see it, like, Evan trying to get East control was a problem, getting CC control was a problem. They kept on losing body without trade potential. And Fantasy was really the only star. Like, you can see down when they were down 0-3 that he was the only one that started bringing back Nip into it. And really the only guy that made it so that he would want to attack rounds was him. Because he gets his triple kill and his 4K when he was in attack. That round in particular. And if it wasn't for him, they would not have had any chance at overtime as well. INTZ really played the game the right way, I felt, when they were in defense. Because they abused the traps with the Denari, the Melusi as much as possible to try and deny the entry points of the bomb site, of the whole building. But then when they switched to attack, the same strategy, get behind the Monty, get the initial entry point, and the kills. You see here, it worked well. Problem is, as soon as they lost the Monty, then there was no solution whatsoever. The shield player, Arthur, kept getting poked around. The rushes didn't work. And slowly but surely, crazy clutches happened. And NIP straight back in it. At the moment they went to overtime, we knew NIP was going to take it. You can't throw away a lead that big.
Absolutely cannot. In a situation like that, you're seeing basically the moments where things started to turn around, a flawless round from NIP that started bringing it back to their side. INTZ sitting on match point for those 3 rounds in a row until we got to overtime. And who was really pulling off the numbers here? Well, Pino and Fantasy were really putting up numbers. Hates also for NIP. It was a concerted effort to bring this one back, as it seemed like INTZ were suffering a bit from the current gas prices and really had no more energy, nothing left in the tank to get this one rolling back into the game and really closing it out. An issue that they'll have to look at in the future. Now, yesterday, you and I, Leo, we had a chat with Pino from NIP, and he was telling us that they cannot underestimate INTZ because they will give it their all. That's for sure. There's not a team that you can just completely let go. And it seems like they've lived up to it. At some point, they could have slipped away, but it was brought back. Look at that! Look at that scoreboard. Insane.
It feels like a repeat of yesterday once again. Like Legacy must be so frustrated right now. He drops 18 kills yesterday, 16 kills today, and he loses both matches in overtime. Like there has to be a step up from players. I'll say it again. STK and Angels are supposed to be the fraggers alongside him, and both of them are 0.5 in KD again. Especially in a map where you're supposed to have a lot of firepower to win. Most of the win rate comes about the firepower and the frags. You need these guys to be on, and only Legacy was really playing here. He was the main stakeholder of most of the rounds that INTZ was winning. You can only praise the resilience on the side of NIP, and for me, the real kickoff is Fantasy, because he's the one that brings them 2 rounds in attack, and after that, whenever they're in defense, they start reacting well, they adapt, and they go away from a 6-3 lead, they go and climb it back and win 8-6. Beautiful resilience on their side.
No matter what round it was, whenever you needed an opening, you could rely on both Fantasy and Pino to get the entry, specifically Fantasy, in cases like that, and then Hates will close out the round should the situation need it. However, it's time for us to have a little chat with NIP, our victors in this matchup. And of course, who else is it than Pino, who is awaiting us for the interview. Pino, good to see you again, back-to-back nights here on the SAL broadcast. Yesterday, we had a chat with you. You were saying, do not underestimate INTZ. It was a tough game. I want you to talk to me about some of the biggest difficulties you had in this match, because that was a very tough comeback into a win in OT.
Yeah, so like I said yesterday, they have a very hard play style to play against. You have to be prepared for everything, basically. And if you react too late or react wrongly with what they're doing, you get punished. Like, it can be a very frustrating for us to lose some rounds. Like, they play really fast. They always are finding the gaps on our play. So yeah, I think that we are really resilient in this match. Like, it could be way more frustrating, like the way we are getting the opening kills on the attack side. So yeah, we knew that it could have been a hard match, and it was. So very good to show that resilience and comeback.
And Pino, I'm curious about that moment. I think it's round 10. You guys are down 3-6. What is you guys' goal right now at this moment to try and come back into the game? At this point, I believe you guys have banned the Mountain, and I think that as soon as that operator was out, you guys started the comeback. Do you think this was the main reason, or was it anything else that you came up with?
Yeah, it was the main reason, I think, because they were with Mountain, they were playing a little bit slower. Like, they pushed fast to get the first positions, and then they slowed down the route so Mountain could get info. So yeah, since they got off Mountain, they started playing super fast with Blackbird, and we could get all the trades. So yeah, I think that if it didn't ban Monty, they will probably win.
Well, you've gotten a win today, and with a win yesterday, that means you're up to 5 points now. You're playing against the Loud next Tuesday. That is your final matchup as NIP for this group stage. What do you think is going to happen then? What's the expectation in that game? Because, well, Loud, they're getting a bit louder and louder, because their point that they got, or their 2 points against INTZ, were definitely helpful.
It's gonna be a great match. They're a new team. They have some young promises from our team, like Gabu, the rookie, the only rookie this season, is really good. So we're gonna give our best. Like, we are aiming for that first place. We're gonna depend on some results of Furia, but yeah, it's gonna be a grand final for us in the game.
All right, so thank you very much, Pino. Again, a great victory today for NIP. What a comeback. We'll let you go rest up, and we'll see you on Tuesday for your matchup here in Kickoff Group Stage. Bye-bye.
Thank you. See ya.
See you. And, well, to round out our post-game, we have to bring up Fantasy and Legacy. Their names rhyme, and so do their stats, Leo.
Yeah, honestly, the two of them together. And if we looked at the entries also, you guys would be amazed at the amount of entries Fantasy got. Once again, he got involved in 6 opening engagements in that game, 8 yesterday. You know, he's known to be the purest entry fragger, but he really does show it in the statistics. Like he goes crazy fast in those entry points, whether it was with the KB or with Solid Snake as well. He's most of the time the one creating the most space for an IP. And I just wanted to praise Legacy as well, because I felt like, you know, he deserved to win both of the matches. Like he went crazy in both of them. 34 kills within 2 maps, almost a 70% KOST. And despite that, he's still struggling to get points on the board for the team. He's clearly marking points, and you know, whether or not INTZ gets grouped here, I think he can be proud of the work he's putting in right now. He's really vital to this team's chances at trying to regain some of the points. If he can play like this against the top teams as well, like an IP, and not only against Loud, it gives us an idea of what he could do when they're going to face the strongest team in this group. It's still going to be a tough one. I'm not going to lie. They have to play Flux WCNM. They have to play against Furia. It's very dire for these guys. But Legacy might be the savior. They just need some people behind him at some point, because he cannot solo carry everything.
Absolutely. It is a team effort, concerted one, that is needed in order to bring them across the line and into the top 4, really solidified there before the end of this group stage. Leo, that was our 3rd game out of 4. We still have 1 more to go, and one that I am hoping and praying that will be incredibly entertaining. 2 explosive teams in Flexo W7M and Furia go up against one another. We'll talk about them and get into their match after their break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to SAL. With 3 matches done, we are left with only one best of one to close out our night. Welcome back. I'm Milosh. By my side is the beautiful Alfama, who has been grinding, 2,000 ranked games that you've said over the past
in 1 season?
weeks?
Do you think I live in I don't sleep?
Yeah.
No. I'm close to 200 games. I have been grinding this season. I will say this. I've been grinding with the French stacks. They've been carrying me. I've been playing ranked a lot. I've been loving it.
You're grinding with the French tax, and yet you're here with me and not at Gamers Assembly winning the event. I see how it is. I see the love that you're sharing. Thank you very much, Leo, for your time. Though, let's talk about our last 2 teams for today. That is, of course, Fluxo W7M and Furia. And we have to break it up to you here because Fluxo W7M and Furia are fighting neck and neck. Now, Furia has only played 1 game, whereas Fluxo W7M has played 2. An opportunity here for Furia to take extra points, solidify themselves in second place, and really, given NIP's precarious position, could be able to snipe them and go above them into first place.
I mean, the reality is that NIP did put some pressure on the 2 of them because NIP beat Fluxo W7M, so that is a huge blow for them because they're contenders and rivals for the top 1, top 2 spots. And Furia has only played 1 game, which means that they're in a perfect opportunity right now to seize it, play against the better teams in their groups, and make sure they gain as many points as possible, therefore confirming top of their group and making it all the way deep into the bracket of playoffs already, which would make things very easy for them to make it to Salt Lake City. Now, I will say this game was the one I waited for even more than El Clasico, because Fluxo W7M that you're about to see on your screen, Milosh, are, to me, one of the most aggressive teams in Brazil. They used to be the most aggressive team in Brazil before Furia created these new rosters. And with Cons, the IGL that was labeled by Pino, his former teammate, as one of the most aggressive IGL in Brazil, I felt like this is about to be a TDM match, a crazy, aggressive, multi-kill matchup with some of the most skilled players in the game. Like, for people that like the show, good entertainment, and good fragging skills, I think we're in the right place.
So what you're saying is you're expecting us to go then into an incredibly glacial map for 2 teams like that, like Lair, to really solidify their gunplay, right? We'll have to see that later on, of course, what we'll end up having in a matchup like this. That's Fluxo W7M. Palu is one to watch. Loban, cause literally everybody on here is someone that really has played to excellent levels, and we've seen it, the Invitational, we've seen it over the past few years, and really ever since Palu has joined the team a year and a bit ago ahead of Reload. It just has been a beauty to witness. But that's Fluxo W7M. Their opponents on the other side, though, are Furia. Now you'll notice that Furia are not the same Furia that you might have seen at the Invitational, right? That's a big change for those that may be on the weekend. Finally, they're here relaxing, chilling, and you're like, wait a second. They all look quite different. Well, they do. Very good. Optometry exam passed. But can this squad rival? Because that is a big name and a big pedigree, big shoes to fill for players in here, Leo.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, they're trying to... Hertz is testing new sunglasses every day. Wow. They have to live up to the expectations of an organization like Furia. They have to live up with the legacy that Hertz has with this organization. And it's an entire overhaul. You see Bogzira labeled by many as the most promising rookie in all of Brazil. He was labeled by many different pro players as one of the best up-and-comer. Diaz was doing super well on Liquid. Loira, who was doing really well on G2, and then Volps, who was the most aggressive guy on the side of Fluxo W7M, maybe a tad inconsistent, but also forced to play a role where he didn't really thrive, which was the overall IGLing thing, where he felt like he didn't, I think like things weren't clicking in the right place, and they ended up after the Munich Major swapping him out of the IGL for Dots, and overall that didn't work for him. We look at this and we see players coming from different rosters all across. Hertz stayed from Furia, Bogzira from another one, Diaz coming from Liquid, Loira from G2, Volps from W7M. This roster has been stuck together and looks like a star-studded roster that is going to be super aggressive. The main question is about the consistency. Can they play at the top level all the time? Can they defeat the biggest teams? Well, today is the biggest test because they will do so against Fluxo W7M.
an important situation, important moment here for Furia, who come in. They still have more games to get through. And what map will they have to play on today? This is a very important game. They need to win this to really push NIP down and be comfortable. And with two aggressive teams, we actually were 2 steps away from Fortress, but we're going to go to Border. And Leo, something is telling me that we're going to see a very different Border than what we just saw in Game 3.
I mean, it is the map of the aggressive plays because you have so much access from outside. It is the map of the shields, of the Ying, of the glass, of the firepower, and of the gunfights, of the multi-kills as well. Between these two teams, I could not think of a better map for us to see the full show of firepower on both sides. I will say this, Fluxo W7M, they lost it to NIB yesterday. They want a revenge now. They have learned from their mistakes. And Furia, they have a recent VOD to exploit. Let's see who gets the best out of this. But honestly, this is a perfect playing ground for the aggressive play style of these two teams.
It's one of those moments where you say, who's the real winner of this game? Well, it's us that are going to be witnessing the action. And it reminds me, this is a sentence that is said by one of my favorite people out there. That does it, you. Asa Pyrite, who's always excited to give us a good showing.
We just want a good game of Siege, Milosh. That's all we want. We're always the winners that way, aren't we? That's what we love. Dez is gone. He's had enough.
We love Dez's cat. After that, it's another question. Dez, would you please like to go through? You are contractually obligated to be here. Thank you very much. I know you can at least follow those sports. How you doing, my friend? We are witnessing Border again, but I'm feeling this will be a bit different than Game 3.
Yeah. It's Brazil. It's going to be aggressive. It's going to be what we know and love, but it's always going to be a little bit different. I'm very curious to see how it breaks down, especially for Fluxo. Same as Leo.
Very much so. Then I'll leave you to it. Please, Dezace, take it away.
Thank you very much, Milosh, for the last time tonight, indeed. And I didn't get a chance to say too much there, but why I'm really interested about it is, obviously, as we know, Furia, quite a change in terms of lineup. We're getting to see how Loira is doing back in his home region as well. Tim is always an exciting prospect for us. Boxera was kind of heralded by a lot of Brazilian players as Rookie of the Year. Obviously, everyone else. Boxera's getting a lot of hype as well. So I'm really curious to see how they step up and do against OW7M, because as you and I have casted many times over the years, you know that they are no slouches themselves and can be a very explosive team when required.
Yeah, I think, for me, I feel like Fluxo W7M, they've had some great performances over the last year. Had some great finishes. I feel like they've just not quite made that final step. They're not quite at that top tier. You know, they come into a tournament, I think these guys could win it. I never feel that confidence about them. Do I think they can win games? Absolutely. Of course they can. Do I come in thinking, yeah, these are ones for the tournament? There's always teams that I think of before them. And that's what I'm looking for Fluxo W7M this year, is take that next step. Come in there and win an event. Really put yourself on that main stage and make us think about you.
Yeah. And now they've got to show that they can keep up the performance. Find out as we get into it. Let's see how round 1 goes. And already I'm looking, Tim, towards that deadly duo of Dokkaebi and Deimos. A lot of D's all in one sentence. And one of them's already dead. Never mind. Forget about it. The point's now no longer relevant. Maybe in round 2 we can try again.
Lobin will take down VODs, so a good opener there for Fluxo W7M on their defense. They've taken away Grim and Thatcher. So again, looking towards kind of site access and executes. And I'll limit that a little bit, whereas Furia, they want that site access, taking away the Warden and the Mute. They don't want anything standing in the way of things like Candelas, of things like set-piece executes, where the flashes go in, the smokes are there, maybe a little glass, all those sorts of things. See whether that comes to fruition as this one pushes on. Boxera's got a beautiful skin on his F2, by the way, worth taking a look at when he comes around. I was talking about it the other day. It's an absolute beauty. It's a real old one. I think it's from back in year 2, maybe even prior to that. And it's a big, like shark with its mouth wide open, but it fits beautifully around the F2. Just one to look out for as in a little aside. But Loira takes down Dordes for now. Boxera does manage to get one onto Cons, leaving us in a 3 versus 2. Furia managing to maintain their advantage here on the attack.
There's like a down finish off maybe there as well, because he was dead before that final kill came through. But either way, it stands at a 3 versus 2, as you say. Furia in a good spot. Still got a phone call, still got air jabs, still got EE1Ds. And there's only really a C4 to Fluxo W7M's name here. So this is a good spot for Furia to be in. But I've got to make good use of this utility to see things over the line. There's no mute to impede these the final phone call coming out from Loira. That should force the last 2 players of Fluxo W7M back, which is exactly what Furia want, to start getting their crossfires set up on site.
See that little bit of rotation inside of Armory. How about this though? Palu manages to just strafe across, get one through that main door. Herd's taken down, leaves us now 2v2. 2v1 though, as Loira is there for 1 on 2 dots. Was all up to Palu, but Diaz has something to say about that and takes the win, and that is going to be 1-0 for Furia. Great start for them.
Yep, no complaints really. Started things out well, got the man advantage they need, and then pushed it to perfection to get it over the line. And our boy Loira, formerly, of course, of G2, putting on a good show in that first round, picking up 2 for himself. So a good start. Yeah, I look at this team in a way, and obviously we spoke a lot about G2 and EML in general. G2 kind of being that super team now. They've got Shaiko on side. The number of times that G2 has been related or already spoken about in context of a super team is ridiculous. Does Furia look like that Brazilian super team to you that could just completely turn things upside down in the region?
No, I don't think so at the minute.
You don't think so? Where do you place them in the echelon? Where are they in the standings?
If I'm honest, I think if you put in FaZe in S tier, I think at the minute FaZe are the only S tier team. If I look at Brazil, I'm not talking on an international, but I'm saying within Brazil, I would put FaZe at S tier, and then I would put other people at A tier. So I would put Fluxo W7M, I would put Furia, and I would put Team Liquid Alienware after what we've seen today at A tier. Maybe there's an argument for NIP going in there. But I wouldn't personally put anybody on FaZe's level at the minute, even though they lost today. I think we always see this in Brazil, to be honest, regionally. Form goes up and down, and then FaZe will turn up at the next. They'll qualify to Salt Lake City, and they'll turn up and dominate it. It's always the same with FaZe and with the Brazilian teams. So yeah, I still think that FaZe are a level above everybody at the minute.
Interesting. Okay.
I still think Brazil's A tier is better than most of the rest of the world. I will say that as well. So,
I do find it very interesting that you've put NIP in the same tier, but that's a conversation
I said maybe.
For another day.
I'm on a maybe on an NIP. I feel like they're on the cusp. I don't know whether I'd go A or B.
A minus.
Yeah.
Easy. Low been falling down as Herds, the only remaining survivor on this Furia lineup from last season, gets the kill, and that opens up space for Volts to get in and start getting this diffuser down. Boxera going to fall on the blitz, but he was just a distraction party, Tim. 4v4 post-plant. This is a dream situation for Furia once again.
Yeah, great stuff from them. Perfect play. Like you say, bringing in that distraction, giving them the opportunity to find that space and put the diffuser down. They're looking fantastic, but the fight back is on. Fluxo managing to get one. Diaz, however, with the trade. 3 versus 3. 20 seconds left to go. Dot's just playing with that little bit of sound, just tickling the diffuser. It's not going to do him any good, though, as the kill comes in. 2v2, 10 seconds if they want anything to do with this, because they, of course, need that 7 seconds left at the end to be able to complete the process of disabling the diffuser. They won't be able to do it now. That's going to be round 2 to Furia, and Border is continuing to look a little bit attacker-sided here in the second time we've seen it today.
Yes, no massive surprise there, I guess. Although looking back at our last game, it was, I don't want to say back and forth. It wasn't back and forth. It was like back and then forth, and then that was it. Because it was the big turnaround that really defined how that one played out. But it was quite defender-sided as a map back then. We had two halves, both of them being 4-2 towards the defenders. So far, we're at that stage where if we wanted to carry on down that trend, then the attackers can window more to make sure we stay on an even keel. I think with how it's gone so far, Furia probably carry on building up on that momentum. They've looked really convincing across those first 2 rounds. Very well put together. And Fluxo is still yet to really wake up into the map, it feels like, to be honest.
Yep, I'd agree with you. I think they're just very, very slow to the punch at the minute, and that's it's gonna be a big problem, because a team like Furia, like we've said, they are absolutely rammed full of talent, and given the opportunity, they will not mess about when it comes to closing this out. You know, we know how aggressive many of these players can be. If they smell blood in the water, they'll be going after it. That much is for sure. Box Zero looks like he's going to swap from one F2 to another so that Diaz can bring an F2. So we're going to have both Snake and Twitch on the line. Twitch has the PMR as it is though, so Box Zero is deciding to bring that instead. But Furia, yeah, looking good so far. Little bit of distraction play last time. Get that diffuser down. Love to see it. Creating a bit of space. This time they've got the Capitao. Volps has diffuser in hand as well. They've got Lyra for the verticality. So it wouldn't surprise me to see that diffuser going down again this time.
Absolutely. Still happy to take things relatively slow to kick things off, though. Of course, no charging in required. Can just get themselves in with the drones, play off the information game, as we often see these top teams do. Start the march on forward. And that's even with Fluxo trying to slow things down with things like the Kai, the Mirror, the Castle, the Uni, all those things that we saw back in the previous map, at least for the most part. Still making a bit of a return outside of the electrification, which has been the kind of go-to bans for most teams throughout the day. See that double barricade off towards your left, which makes 90 that little bit safer to play around. He's got the electrified, laser-gated mirror window on that single wall as well. They really don't want to let that part of the map go into the hands of Furia. Really trying to slow them down here and give them something to try and chew through, which isn't a bad shout, given there isn't a whole lot of utility on the side of Furia to help break through that setup.
You just got to wonder if that is direct communication there between Diaz and Herds. Herds managing to get one. I don't think it was, because I think he's just picked them up at half wall. I could be incorrect in that, but we had intel on the player inside of CCTV, so I'm not sure if actually Herds has managed to get that kill in through the window or whether it's been in towards half wall, but there is the possibility there. Dots manages to get a huge double though. Diaz and Volps taken off the board, and that's the Capitao gone. I said they may be building towards getting a plant down, using those smokes, using those fire arrows to create the space. They're not going to be able to do that now. Cons manages to find Lyra as well, so that's any hope of verticality gone, as Herds has not brought the soft breach charges on the Nomad. He's gone with the flashes instead. So there is no option now for Furia other than to go very direct and get these kills.
Yes, and even then it's going to be a tall order. I mean, great play by Dots to get the 2K and keep himself alive, more importantly. There are a few follow-up shots that came in as Furia tried to collapse in on towards him and then to punish him, but didn't quite manage to finish him off. And now they're trying to chase people around. They're getting away with absolutely none of it. Really good defensive round from Fluxo. And again, this comes down to that 90 setup for me. There was not enough utility on the side of the attackers to deal with things like the electrification, like the laser gate, and then the mirror window on that wall. It made it into a really solid defensive spot, similar with the castle barricade that we saw. They only really had, I believe, the one Gone 6 to come out from the Capitao to help clear that away. So a really good mindful setup coming out from Fluxo. Now it's on to Fury to be the ones to adapt towards this. But first, we've got to see what our operator bans are, Tim.
We will see who joins the others. We've got a snake ban. I think we're gonna see more solid snake bans coming along. We haven't had a ton of them so far.
I'm only going to tell you how many you've had, Tim. I'm very curious since you started saying it.
You have a look and see how many we've had. We've not had many so far.
We've had 9.
There you go. So not, and that'll be. How many bans total? It must be in the hundreds by now.
I was about to say, yeah, easily, right?
It's
over 120 side bans. He's been banned 9 times.
Yeah, so it's not been a high. I think we will see more of it because he's just so powerful on roam clearance, especially if you combine him with other operators like Deimos, like Docker. Could just be an absolute nightmare. Go in there. He's very solo. That's the thing about him. You know, if we think about operators that have been really powerful at different points in time, I think Buck is a really good example. So Buck was really powerful for a good while, and it was because he had the soft breach of the skeleton key and he had hard breaches as an option, and they were taken away from him for that reason, because he was so self-sufficient. And it feels like the same for Snake. He has this ability to, you know, the kind of forgotten ability, by the way. He can pick utility up off bodies when kills go down, but he can actually pick up an array of secondary utility. So he can support himself very, very well. And the solo clearance doesn't really need to be drawn in, can rely on the scanner, whether there's somebody in the area or not. I think we will see him integrated into sides more, and I think we'll see him banned more over the next couple of months.
Absolutely, I'm not really surprised either. I mean, as it stands right now, top 3 for those that are curious, Grim It's been banned 64 of 120 sides, Mira 62 of 120, and then next is Monty at 51, then down to 43 for his army. So you can very clearly see that right now Grim, Mira, especially, are the ones that are banned more often than they're not. Everyone else a little bit more down the way on that front. Either way, we digress. Palu is on his backside having a little rest before he's finally put to sleep by Herd, stepping his way on through and collecting up the entry for his team. That's my support, Tim. That's my hard preacher. Why can't you do this in ranked?
I tried as, and it usually ends in tears. Herds, however, there will be no tears for getting himself a great opener, taking down, very direct as well, isn't it? The Thermite taking down the wall denial. Manages to take out the Kaid. 5 versus 4 now, 1 minute 40, but Herds does not want to get involved if he can avoid it. He was forced into that engagement, but still comes away on top, taking down Dots. Cons will ultimately finish him off, but that's great work from a Thermite, taking out 2 kills. Not really looking for it from the hard breach, but to be a hope that they didn't need those exothermic charges.
You pretty well hope not at that point. May have got the entries you say, but off the back of that, we're in a spot where they've got some work to do. Work has been done. The trade secured at least by Lobin, but they're still at a man disadvantage. I was about to say at least they've got a Clash alive, but Cons has got 1 HP to his name. I was going to say fire in the right place from Volts would have been perfect, but no, isn't in the right spot. Does get rid of the shield, so now he has nothing but a standing gun with a single point of HP to his name. This ain't looking pretty for Fluxo, especially when you consider the 60 seconds to work with.
Yeah, really backs to the wall now as Loira manages to take down Lobin. Plant was going down, but Loira manages to find that kill quickly. It's always tough when you've got a shield in those 1vx or sort of 2v2, 2v3 situations, because when you're at the disadvantage, I kind of count that shield as a half person, really, at that point. It's kind of like 1.5 versus 3, because they're not on the weapon all the time. And I'd say this on the other side as well for Monty. They're not on the weapon all the time. They've got to play the shield. They've got to put it down. They can feed that bit of intel. But you can kind of ignore them to a degree if you're pushing into them. If Clash has got that shield in hand, for example, you've got a couple of seconds where you can just focus on finding that other player. So always going to be a tough one there. And it's tough enough, in fact. We're going to see Fluxo W7M bringing out a timeout.
Yeah, I mean, kind of understandable at this point. It's not going according to plan. I think it's fair to say no team really wants to be down 3-1 so early on. On a map like Border, as we've already spoken about a couple of times tonight, you might expect to see attackers generally doing well, but the nature in which they're winning these rounds, except for the one when Fluxo managed to lock down 90, Furia have been all over it. You could very easily see this going towards being a 5-1, and Fluxo know that every round they get here counts, because it will give them a little bit of breather room in the second half where they hope to do better on the attacking side. Very similar to what I was saying earlier on tonight about FaZe wanting to win attacks on Clubhouse, was to make sure they had at least 2 or 3 in the bank so they could have a comfortable defending half, and therefore it made sense to use the attack timeout at a time when it was hard to find rounds. So hopefully we see a little bit of transformation. They aren't going in towards a similar setup here with things like that mirror. Of course, they can't with it being banned away, but there's no Kaid on side, there's no laser gates here. Instead, going back in towards the castle, but changing away to a lot of trap ops here. Got the Melusi, got the Fenrir, and of course got those delightful Razor Blooms coming along as well from the Thorn. So lots still for Furia to be conscious of. And I think what Fluxo are kind of hoping on is that Furia come at them a little bit of pace and pay the price for it.
It looks like Furia have very late in the prep phase decided to completely switch things up there. Box Zero has moved away from the Blitz and onto the Ram. Volps instead brings the Blitz, and then we've seen kind of a shift onto Striker and Ash as well. So a definite shift there from what the original plan was. They've definitely seen something. That's what I take from that. So keep an eye on this from Furia, because that speed, as you mentioned, could still be there. If they've spotted something, they've seen an opportunity maybe, and they've switched things up, they could be ready to go and execute that plan.
Absolutely. We'll see if they can be disrupted early on. 30 seconds in here, and already players on the side of Furia inside the building are looking to cause a spot of bother. Loira has really crawled his way forwards here, probably unbeknownst, I was going to say, for at least a few seconds to the side of Fluxo, but once you start taking out gadgets and cameras, pretty fair to say they know exactly where it is that you're pushing from. The rest of the team getting themselves to work on getting control on this top floor. So very much looking for a lot of map control early on here, knowing that they've got to move from west across towards east, get that office control on the top floor, but also ensure they've got some presence downstairs in the form of Loira and in the form of Volps to actually get control of the waiting area. Because once they've got that, I imagine Volps will be in through one of those windows or in through what's normally left as a soft wall and looking for a plant in that back corner.
Yeah, that would be the expectation. They just need to get control of above at the minute. They've still got 4 players, in fact, upstairs, so they have work to do. I don't honestly think that they're going to be able to go in there and find the gap that they want in waiting. They've decided to dip away from that. Instead, they will challenge towards security. Volt's managing to find the Thorn. That's Dordes taken out, but Palu did pick up Box Zero along the way. That's a big loss if you're going to play from above with the Ram gone, but it doesn't matter because Diaz is finding kill after kill. Lobin was the last, and we also see Palu down but not out. It's up to Cons 1v4 Des.
Yeah, this is the problem, Sim. You have attack timeout and you try and recover and get something going with that trap setup, but Furia give you absolutely none of it. They've moved at good pace here. They've got the control they needed, all coalescing downstairs, and have pushed forward for a very, very comfortable round win. 4-1 now to Furia, Tim, and I'm always a big proponent of 2 halves to a game of Siege, but Furia looking a bit like different gravy so far.
We've got to remember that Furia are on the attack, and we do, often talk about the success of attacking onto border. The main reason for that, or a big part of that, is kind of the limited size of the map. It's once you get inside of the map, it's not overly difficult to control it. You're not generally you shouldn't at this level be getting hit with flanks because there's not many places for them to come from. You shouldn't be losing that ground once you've taken it. So if they're managing to get inside of the building, they will have some success, and that's something they've been doing really, really well. Herds has had 3 out of 5 entry kills, and that is the sort of foundation that is really going to help you attack on border. Whether they can continue that aggression and success on the defense, time will tell. I want to see them after this round when they get into that second half. I want to see Furia right up at the boundaries, right up at those barricades, not giving any ground to Flux or W7M whatsoever. Get aggressive, get in their face, and let them know that the fight continues. Just because the sides have swapped doesn't mean it's going to back off.
No, sometimes it does not. It just carries on rolling, and we're away and done. Now, very interesting. They're slowing things down in this round here, Fury. I'm looking at Volts going across on towards running around on the Monty. Laura is still sticking with the Ash. Still wanting to move a little bit rapid-like. Unsurprising that he'll be sticking to a kind of role that we saw him playing back on G2, where he gets to be more aggressive. He gets to play on towards that entry. Is that a C4 on the other side of the barricade? It's certainly something, not a C4. But it was, I believe, a wee maybe coming out. Or, in fact, no, it was one of my magnets being scattered there by Cons. Enough at least maybe to detract utility being thrown in, but not enough for a barricade to be bashed out. And then the Wamai's been forced to scatter back towards site here. Can't stay in that area long because you know full well there are 2 or 3 other players all looking to collapse on you at the same time.
Going to see that castle barricade opened up on Archive's window. Volts will begin the work across. He's done great work on these shields. Can we mention that as well? We saw him on the Blitz getting a couple of kills last round. He's now opened things up with the entry on the Monty as well. 5 versus 4, giving Furia that advantage within the first minute. Does that allow them to start getting into the building? That's the next question. Volts now has control of East Stairs, so Furia need to take advantage of that and start taking ground. Joining forces, Herds manages to take out Dordes. 5 versus 3, 5 versus 2 as Diaz finds one, and this is another strength of Furia. So many of them capable of winning fights and getting on the scoreboard, but Palu Cons, they come back at them.
They do. Maybe not quite enough to save the round, given the shield still charging you down, and Furia aren't the kind to let mistakes like that slip away from them. They get a 5-1 half, Tim. This has been nothing short of absolute domination. And with all that said, we're into our halftime points, and the teams get a couple of minutes of a conversation here and break down what's going on, prepare for the next half. We also get a break. Let's bring in Milos and Leo here. Guys, what's your take on that first half?
Well, gentlemen, it's more about talking about takes in a situation like this, because half of the game in Rainbow Six Siege is information, right? You do it gathering on attack, you do it gathering on defense, but what happens when attackers want to make sure that the defenders are blind, or at least that no matter what they're bringing, they're not able to use that intel for anything palpable, Leo?
Well, if we take a look at round 2, you're going to see exactly the playstyle of Furia, and that we saw across the rest of the rounds. It's all about opportunity seeking. They very often don't go for a full room clear. Here, Hertz takes the pick. As you can see on the side of Furia, they have Solis, Valkyrie, Pulse. Do you see anyone denying the plant? No. Despite having 3 intel operators, the plant goes through. Furia got exactly what they needed, by the way. They just got customs control, they got the entry kill, and they went for the plant. And after that, they just play and surround the bomb site and just play off of each other to punish the movement here. But the main important thing is the lesson that we learn here is that Furia, they are not afraid of taking a risk, gambles. The round after that in Tellers, by the way, you see Loira and Volps get into customs, and they have charged the Tellers wall, and they're ready to rush into Tellers. And yet, what do? They fake it, go upstairs, and go room clear. And what was that last round about? They slow everything down. Monty takes his stairs, and they do step-by-step slow take. The changing of pace on the side of Furia is instrumental. They do it so well because they spot an opportunity, commit to it, and then sometimes they go for a rush, sometimes they go for a slow take. Whatever happens, though, the depth of tactical play that we're seeing from them is absolutely beautiful, and the coordination is even better.
Coordination from Furia, scouting with their drones in the prep phase to figure out the defense from Fluxo, playing around that, adapting in the round, bringing the operators and the playstyle that they need. That's all worked out well and nice. But now at the halftime swap, what happens? Can Fluxo bring it back on their attack? We'll send it back to INTZ to take us through it.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Wonderful little breakdown of how things have gone. And now, Tim, as I said, we get to see what happens in this second half. Ying taken out by Furia, along with the Grim on the other side. It's Azami and, quite interestingly, Mute being taken away.
Okay, we saw the mute ban in the first half as well. Something that was brought along. It was
the double
paired
mute
with Warden. It was paired with Warden that time around. This time it's going to be the Azami. I think again it's just speaking towards that speed. And in this case, it's speed of intel gathering. It's not having to work around it with drones, not having to think about it. It's not too much of a concern, I don't think, for the wall denial element. It's more about also facilitating things like lion scans, Dorkaby calls. These are all now more effective because there aren't mute jammers on the board.
Yeah, we saw a bit of Mozzie earlier on today in one of our games, and I was thinking to myself, okay, but the mute ban coming out, are we going to see any Mozzie to deny? Crucial entry points to the map, a lot of single doorways upstairs that you could look to block it off on, but in this case, no is the answer. Instead, leaning in towards much more of a dug-in comp. That Mira, as you spoke about on our first map of the day, Tim, very common to see Mira come in as the third defender ban that we tend to get on a lot of our games. As I said, she's one of our most banned operators in the game right now, so no big surprise that often she's up there. But I expect full well Fury are going to make great use of that operator while she's available. So I think in that third round, if we get there, she will be taken away.
Yeah, I think you're right. We're going to see that power position onto the balcony, not just for your ranked games. The pros love that one as well. That's because that's how powerful it is, of course, shutting down that corridor, making it very, very difficult. If we look across the lines of the attackers, not too many options to actually take that mirror out. Difficult to get to from underneath. Ion impossible. And you've got the ace, maybe get an ace charge on there, but other than that, should be fairly easily defended. No Carly, no Ash, nothing like that to take it out at range. So I think it's going to be a case here for Fluke sort of maybe just staying away from that balcony, looking over towards office, archives, east stairs instead.
And there you go, the info coming in as well from Solid Snake Dodez, feeding that across to his team, no doubt, on where those players are. And that should give his team the ability to start their march on Forge. Paired up with something like the Deimos, and as we even saw back in that first half, along with the Dokkaebi, can be ridiculously stifling towards defenders. It's a map like Borders, we said, but you have to play aggressive. It's so punishing, which I think is why you're seeing, and I no doubt probably would suspect at this point, that the pick rate of Snake on this map is probably higher than it is on other maps.
Again, the mute jam, the mute ban lines up with that Deimos pick as well, just preventing players from being able to step into those jammers. But they've got the ultimate jammer on side this time of Furia, and that was taking a Lobin off the board. That's the Deimos gone. Lyra found the kill, and it leaves them 5 versus 4. Fluxo, 1 minute 10 left on the clock. They've got to find some ideas. They've been playing around this clash for the last 2 minutes, and they've done absolutely nothing to dislodge Volps at this point, whose shield play continues to be exemplary in this matchup.
It does, yeah. Just over and over again, like these boys on Fury have been really impressed. Like, this is my first time getting to properly sit down and obviously cast them. Played at least throughout the stage a little bit of a hint of what they can do. And here, they're really starting to put on a bit of a show. A good trade coming out from Cons, mind you, as Boxera falls down. But it's still a 4v3. Fury will happily play these 1-for-1 trades. Need to try and find a way, though, on the side of Fluxo, this is to deal with that clash. Because Volts right now is feeding all that info down towards these stairs.
Yeah, 30 seconds left to go. Time is ticking by, and they really don't have anything on side to be able to dislodge them, force them. You know, Volps's movement can just keep him alive quite easily. Herds manages to take down Cons. It's all becoming a bit of a rush with just over 10 seconds left to go. Lyra takes advantage, cuts down Parlu. It's up to Dordes with the F2. Cannot find anything. Big round for Lyra. I think that was 3 from him in the round, and Furia get themselves on to match point 6-1. It looks like it could be done and dusted. It's going to be a hell of a comeback if Fluxo W7M are able to manage it.
Yeah, this is looking ridiculously dominant. Like, just overall, like the way they played it then, they're still being aggressive, not so much so that they're giving away free kills to the other side and letting Fluxo back into the round. There was trades being guaranteed. Beautiful round once again. What more is it to say? It is just looking like a sublime game for them. And I feel bad, like, you know, for Dordes especially, like one of the best players that we've seen across the last 2 or 3 years, very often doesn't get the recognition that he deserves. He's having a rough day today so far, not able to get himself involved in the game. 1-7 as it stands. And I think without him performing at the level that we used to see him from him, his team are just struggling more and more and more as the game wears on. Their confidence drops, Furia's only builds, and they're eyeing up that 7-1 win.
Well, as you like to say, there's Fluxo W7M need to be right 5 times. Furia only need to be right once. Now, they're going to move on to defend Bathroom and Tellers. We're going to see, I think, a little bit of top floor action still. We've got Diaz setting up inside of Armory there. Boxera is going to be in support with the mirror as well. Whether he stays himself or is just setting up and leaving utility, time will tell. He is going to apply one of those mirror windows onto Armory Wall. We've spoken about that position already, but as it stands at the minute, beginning of the round, 4 out of 5 up on that top floor. Furia have set out their stall.
They have. Let's see if they can get it done here and now, or if Fluxo can start what would be an even more bonkers comeback than what we saw on the previous map. It was 6-3 for NIP to come back and then win 8-6. Really good recovery effort by them. For Fluxo, they're going to need a little bit of magic to get them through round 8, and then I think every single round after, all the way up to round 12, at which time we could find ourselves going through to OT, though it is looking very, very unlikely. But now Dodo's getting himself started inside a passport. Up above is Hertz, always a player on that break doors, they're so used to seeing by now. A jump out coming on through, and Volps certainly put a big dent in those plans. That's dots offline, Bravo removed. A lot of that gadgetry now safe to be, I was going to say used, of course. You still be able to see it as players and shoot it, but certainly not under quite as much threat as it was before.
Yeah, it's just too easy. It's too easy for Furia there. You know, you've got to be aware of these jump outs. You can't be giving lives away like that. Fluxo W7M just looking off the pace today, and Furia have punished them really, really well for it. Is this going to be a second? Sees his man, knows that his crouch, goes for the challenge. Lyra will try to escape, decides to actually go through the smoke, and is cut down by Lobin, who very smartly continues spraying on through it. Halfway through the round then, Lyra is taken out. Will be on the cams, I'm certain. I don't know how many of those Valkyrie cams will be remaining. I always sort of, in my mind, if it's Valkyrie that dies, it only ever feels like half a death, because they're very aware of where all those cams are. They're straight on them. They know what they're hoping to see. They know the intel that they're looking to cover, and you'd expect them to be straight in there with some great comms.
Absolutely. Well, here we go. A little bit of fight back coming in from Lobin in the round. 2 for himself. But got much more to do, and that was the last call as well coming out for the Dockerby. Dodos goes down, as does Lobin. It's all down to Cons in a 1v3 on the attack to keep his team in it. But it's feeling pretty much impossible. 2 smokes to play against. A mirror, no doubt. Some more of those Elemines scattered around. Comes in towards Fountain for his 1v1 and gets it out of Herds. Drops straight down towards site here, but surely knows about the player coming in from Workshop. No, he does not. Boxera securing the final kill of the game and a dominant 7-1 win for Furia to close out the night.
Yeah, Furia looking fantastic. There's lots of questions still to be asked and answered about this new roster and how are they going to do long term. I'm sure we're going to be seeing them internationally very soon. I can't wait for that. But in terms of regional play, they are looking electric, and they absolutely dismantle Fluxo W7M.
The super team point, Tim?
Yeah. I think the reasoning is they haven't done anything yet. I think they look fantastic. I think they can go up into that S-tier bracket. They just got to get a little something under their belt, and then I'll talk about them alongside FaZe.
All right, it's just going to tease us with hyping them up then. We'll find out what that looks like, of course, over time as they carry on. But that's a 2-0 start now for Furia, beating NIP, and, of course, this dominant victory they've just had. Very curious to hear what the Devs think about that game, though, because it was over in a flash. Milosh and Leo, over to you.
Thank you very much, Des. And yes, it was indeed over in a flash, put us right back into our schedule. In a case like this, Furia with a huge W. Fluxo LM in this game did not look super hot in a situation like this. We're expecting a bit more, but hey man, the action does continue and it goes very much in the way of Furia. No matter what, it seems like the pedigree, at least here in the group stage, is living up to the hype, Leo.
Oh, absolutely. I think that we're seeing a team that just plays so well together. I was always wondering when the roster was put together, I felt like they needed everyone to follow Herd's playstyle. Such a unique one, very aggressive, very high risk, high reward. And I think that Volps, Boxzera, Loyrite, they're all playing around it so well. Some of them are a little bit more passive, but as soon as Hertz got his opening kill, everyone was following it. I think that Volp's style of playing the shields, of looking for opportunities, similar to Alemao, by the way, with G2, fits very well the lineup. Loira is used to that playstyle already, of that way of trying to find a gap, not going for the obvious way, not going for like the full clear, but at least trying to poke around, gain a gap, and actually exploit it. I think it fits that lineup very well. We've not seen a team that really poses enough problems, whether it is playing very close to each other and not leaving any gaps open, where it forces Furia to actually problem solve. But we did see some attacks, especially the last one, where they had to go step by step, and it worked really well around the Monty of Volps. Overall, an amazing showing from them. Curious as to why Fluxo W7M chose to go back to border after losing it yesterday against NIP. I thought they would learn from their mistakes. Maybe there was a bit of counter-striding on the side of Furia. I'm curious. Because they found so many opening kills very early when they were attacking. I'm wondering if they read into the setups and had some pre-planned plans. But overall, what a showing from these guys.
Leo, we're talking about opening kills and great plays from Hertz, but in general, looking at that first half, it looked so good from Furia, the way they dismantled, and we talked about it in the halftime, but there were basically 3 or 4 rounds that you could talk through and say, hey, this is what Furia was doing. They're seeing what Fluxo are doing in their setup in the opening seconds of the round. They immediately spot it. They know how to counter-strat it, and they bring all the operators that they need for it, even if, in this case, Fluxo W7M bring 3 or 4 operators that are all about giving intel and focusing on denying a plant. It goes nowhere, clearly. But Furia are coming in here with a clean game plan.
They did that for the first 2 rounds, right? When they bring the Pulse and the Valkyrie and the Solis. But they actually adapted. Like, they actually adapted.
Exactly.
They brought the Clash, they brought the Thorn, they brought the Fenrir, they brought the Melusi. They tried to bring caps to try and, I guess, control those early entry points. And despite all of that utility, somehow they still found a way to getting opening an opening death like in the first minute of the round. That's the beauty of Hertz, who was absolutely instrumental in the victory of Furia here. Got 3 entry kills in a row in round 2, 3, and 4. And honestly, basically set the whole team for the pacing that we expected. As soon as they transitioned to defense, I mean, they played around the utility. They had Mira, they had Warden, they had Clash. All of the utility where you can bunker down, not give anything to the Fluxo W7M. And that's the biggest difference between the 2 teams today. But honestly, I just love seeing this team together. It meshes so well with the playstyle that they all had. I'm excited for the BO3s with this roster.
Absolutely. The tempo control from Furia throughout this game, they knew when to slow it down, what operators you'd see. They swap over the Monty and really slow the game down to whatever pace they wanted, even though Fluxo did not want them to do that. They wanted to get in their faces, and Furia were just ready no matter what Fluxo W7M were throwing at them. 7-1, a massive victory. And for that, we have to celebrate with our interview. Diaz joining us on call now on the broadcast. Diaz, welcome back to the show. We get to see you the second time this week. A big, huge, massive victory. You guys looked so calm and collected throughout all this. Can you guide me through, or at least explain to me how the comms were kind of happening in the back? Because in terms of us watching the game itself, everything looked so smooth and clean.
Yeah. To be honest, it was pretty simple. We just followed the game plan. Volps knew everything they were going to do. They didn't change much since the last time they played border. We kind of countered them. We adapted some like small things during the game, and yeah, it was a breeze.
That was my my biggest question actually. Is that I the first few attack rounds I see Herds I see you guys taking customs control really quickly, finding a gap, getting an opening kill. Like that happened a few times, and then you snowball from it. The rush in vents. I think it's the Tellers rounds where you guys got customs control. Volps had someone behind him Ash charge Tellers. You guys could take control of the site, and then you decide to run upstairs and clear the roamers. I don't think they saw that coming. Like, is this all pre-planned, or is it Volps calling it mid-round?
That was all pre-planned, yeah.
Wow, that's crazy.
We
I mean,
did it
honestly,
a couple
like
times in scrims, and it works flawless almost every time. Now we probably can't do
it's
it anymore,
crazy.
people know, but it was good.
Yeah, we kind of highlighted it and then we clipped it. So now I think it's kind of, but it's fine. Maybe some people are not watching. I guess because the roster is still a bit new and you guys, actually all 5 came from different rosters before this. Can you walk me through a little bit more of the roles? Who's responsible for what? What's the backline? What's the entry line? Who's IGLing? Just so that people can figure it out when they see you guys play.
Yeah, so Herds is our first entry. Laura, second / flex. Volps, shield. Bach is like flex as well, and I'm support. That's basically it.
Okay. And Volps is calling most of the shots, I
We're also
assume.
very flexible. Like, we're like switching things all the time. It depends on like how comfortable the player is on a certain position or a certain operator. We're all like very flexible.
Honestly, seems to work. I said it before, like I think seeing this roster, the 2 first BO1s are super clean. You guys only dropped 5 rounds in total. Do you think that you're going to keep this momentum going, especially in BO3s? I'm wondering how much of the results that you guys are getting is up to you being able to prepare these BO1s. And then if then maybe in BO3s you will have to adapt more in the game.
Hopefully it'll be the same. I honestly think best of 3s are a bit easier than best of 1s, because best of 1s, if you mess up like 1 or 2 rounds, sometimes that's enough for you to lose the whole series. So I feel like if we keep doing the same thing we're doing in best of 1s and best of 3s, we'll be fine. And we have like more room to make mistakes in best of 3s, you know?
Yeah.
So I think it'll be easier, you know?
Not like we've been seeing many mistakes, especially not in this matchup. Diaz, thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations on a huge win today. We'll be seeing you next week in only a few days here playing against INTZ. And really, that might be all that you need to solidify your spot here in the playoffs, and maybe even playing for that #1 spot. Hoping for it. Wish you a good night, and we'll see you on Tuesday. Bye-bye.
Thank you. See you guys.
Thank you.
There it is. Samba Deadly is Diaz, but one that was quite loud, not just in the glasses department, but many other ways. It is the one and only MVP Herds, who we've glazed quite a bit for very good reasons. He was grinding his ass off from SI, the formation of Furia, this current Furia that you see now, and until the start of Kickoff. The man was 24/7 playing, streaming, whatever, Siege, just getting ready for this time to shine, and clearly from the results we've seen so far, it has paid off in dividends, Leo.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if we look at him, you know, he had to be the only soldier left on board. I mean, the captain, and he was keeping his ship together and had to find new people to work it around. And I think that the way they built this roster makes a lot of sense. We've said it before. It matches with his style of play. He needed players ready to follow him when he went for this crazy high-risk, high-reward plays. And today, everything went smoothly for him. Found the perfect gaps, exploited it the right way. And it just gets me hyped about this roster. You know, like, we knew Brazil had potential. And the creation of this Furia roster is just one more super team that can go and reach international heights. It's going to be a really interesting playoff seeing Furia develop here in VO3s.
I'm not sure. Cannot wait to see more of this. However, we'll have to wait until Tuesday to get more action here in SAL. Of course, that'll be after the ML broadcast that you will be on, Leo, because next week is, 3 EML broadcast days that are going back to back to back. For us at SAL here, it'll be Tuesday and then back again on the weekend. Right now at Group A is Team Liquid Alienware at the top with 7 points. Black Dragons at 4. FaZe today suffering a loss, but a hell of a match that they had against TL Alienware. lost at 3, and Imperial still at the 1 singular point. Whereas in B, Furia, top in the charts, springing up ahead of NIP, and they have 1 less match played. That is a big advantage. Flux with W7 at 3, and then INTZ and Loud at 2 points a pop. The fight for 4th place, who makes it into playoffs, intensifying in Group B, but it could also swing on its head in Group A. Leo, final thoughts for today?
You know, I think we saw some great resilience for INTZ. I'm a bit disappointed for these guys. Like, it's 2 overtime loss for the 2 play days, and I felt like they had it in their grasp. They could have won both games. It is a good surprise to them. I'm baffled by the level of Furia. I think that not many people expected them to play that well. And most importantly, I am glad we made history today with El Clasico finally won inside Brazil by Team Liquid Alienware. What a great game it was. Full of multi-kills. Maya on top again with a 1v2 clutch. A great game of Siege. We expected a lot of bound burners, but it was beautiful.
It absolutely was. And speaking beautiful, Leo, I want to thank you, my beautiful friend, for being with me today. The action here continues on Tuesday, though, without you, my friend. That'll be quite soon. However, Lost takes on Black Dragons, FaZe, Imperial, Furia, INTZ, and NIP versus Loud. Any final thoughts that you might have on these matches? Any one that really springs to mind as this is the one you need to watch?
I do think that it might not be a headline for many people, but the Los Black Dragons game is going to be very important. Both of those rosters have made huge changes. They have a lot of pressure on themselves, and they're typically these kind of middle-of-the-table teams that can take down some teams in the top 4 that are in difficult spots. Teams like NIP and Fluxo W7M, for example, could fall to a loss or to a Black Dragons should they get through playoffs. So this will be an important one for these two, especially for Loss's comeback story.
2 more play days are left. That'll be on Tuesday and next Saturday to close things off for the group stage of SAL Kickoff, and after that it'll be followed by 4 days of playoffs going all through the action to see which 4 teams will be sent representing SAL in the Brazilian region to the Salt Lake City Major. For those that are watching us right now in the US and especially North America, but all around the world, and would like to be at the event joining Siege Esports there, make sure you grab your tickets to head to the event. Leo, how is it? Our day is done. I thank you again, and many kisses to your wonderful cat. Until we meet again, my friend, back on the SAL broadcast. For you at home, thanks so much for watching. See you next time. Bye.